Futures back in negative territory here this morning, giving back early gains. We were higher when I sat down this morning, but back to the downside as we get Canadian CPI data just coming through here. Latest inflation reading looks a little higher than expected here for Canada as well. But I'll focus back on interest rates south of the border as well. Both the 10-year and the 2-year higher in early trading, so that's putting a little bit more pressure back on stocks, back to the downside, and kind of muting some of this positivity that we saw after market yesterday following Netflix. Nice report from Netflix, nice subscriber growth numbers from Netflix, and even the forecast a little better than expected. Same story for UAL. We'll talk about both. UAL lifting most of the airlines along with it this morning. We saw decent numbers right across the board from travel names yesterday. We'll talk about CCL off that debt raise as well. What a move for Carnival, back to the upside. Ton to get to this morning, though. It is Wednesday, October 19th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at, some red numbers to deal with so far this morning. About 0.6 there for the S&P and the NASDAQ. The Dow ever so slightly better. 0.4 to the downside. TSX futures here in Toronto about 0.5% so far. Crude oil giving back some of the gains we saw early on. It was up about 1.5% to start. Negativity for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. As I mentioned, some of the interest rate levels back to the upside, both the 10-year and the 2-year, offsetting some of the gains that we saw early on in some of the stocks. Overall, though, coming off what we've seen the past couple of days, maybe needed as far as some digestion here a little bit. Arun back with us once again this morning. Sean now under the weather himself. Going through the house, I guess, but get well soon, Sean. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow or the next day. Always good to have Arun with us.
Yeah, to be sure. Welcome, everybody. And yeah, of course, we will wish Sean the best of getting a little bit better. School comes back in, fall comes, and there's always bugs floating around the school. So he'll get over it pretty quick. I know he'd be happy to see what Netflix did here today. But the market, we just got some housing starts numbers out and a little bit of a downturn as we are starting off in a negative. Yesterday, we were up about 1% at this particular point. So even though Netflix was super strong, and up 11% was more than that earlier, you are getting a little bit of a dip down back in. And remember, we did have, in the afternoon, there was the warnings of iPhone demand again. So Apple was under pressure. They're leading the market to the downside, 1.5%. And overnight, pretty much all, like Hong Kong was down 2.5%. So you're going to see your Alibabas, your Neos, XPeng, they're all to the downside as well, more than the overall market. And you know what comes here today after the close. You thought everyone looks forward to Netflix earnings because it's one of the first big ones to come in. But Tesla is even bigger, so that should be on tap. As always, Tesla should be a big one after the close. Netflix was wild. It definitely did that anticipated 12% move, volatility move, and then some. Should be an interesting one here today. Don't sleep on Disney either.
Yeah, I mean, you see the movement yesterday after market. Now we come back in, and we're pretty much right back at that 3,700. So it's going to be an exciting one, to say the least. Like Neil mentioned, Tesla, that's a very important one. After Apple, we were talking about weightings in the NASDAQ and the indexes, right? You got Apple up there. You've got Microsoft. You've got Amazon. Guess who's number 4? Tesla. So definitely Tesla will move. If you thought Netflix, it's further down in the index weighting, but it still managed to get the market going a little bit. Today, though, Tesla is going to be a very important one because it actually does have a decent amount of weight in the NASDAQ and the ES as well, but specifically the NASDAQ. So definitely going to be watching that one. It's just like Netflix yesterday, though. If you're going to trade it early on. As you get towards the end of the day, it's going to be more algorithmically driven. Whatever. The algos are going to be driving it. Yeah. The algos are going to be driving it. So just be aware of that. But this is going to be an exciting trade to have. And I'm sure Brenton's got some names that we can work with.
Yeah, a ton to talk about here this morning, including Netflix, obviously. Yeah, Tesla going to be a monster aftermarket coming up tonight. Not really doing a heck of a lot here early on. Some of the Chinese names we were noting a little bit weak here in the pre-market so far this morning. Hong Kong itself, the market down pretty big overnight. Here's what everyone was looking at this morning, however. Treasury yields back to the upside we go for some of the interest rates. Putting a damper on positivity coming off of Netflix earnings. So here they are. This is the 10-year this morning. This is a daily chart. back above 4.1 for the 10-year. The 2-year, on the other hand, back to last week's highs as well. 4.52 on the 2-year this morning. So another big move back to the upside. US dollar also rallying here this morning back to about 113 for the DXY, guys. So this alone seems to be putting a damper on this market.
Yeah, I mean, those are things that aren't going to really bode well for the overall market. I have TLT up here, and there was a little bit of a, I don't want to say a divergence, but you were seeing some weakness in strength in yields and weakness in treasuries to the downside, and sometimes not corresponding with what the overall market was doing. But any further downward pressure here, and you're going to run into some trouble. I have the SPY up on the 15-minute. And just sort of shows you what we're dealing with down around this 368. So despite the fact, like we said, Netflix had strong earnings. I mean, ASML, we'll get into why that might not pull the semis up, but they were really strong out there in Amsterdam, up like 6 or 7%. So these not really pulling the entire market. And we're right on this support from the last couple of days here, double bottoms that got put in. We're kind of resting on that and trying to bounce off of it. And then you go back and see on Monday, like when we had this strong day, like that was that top turning into the bottom. You don't want to give up a level like that, especially when, you know, you would think that Netflix could have pulled things out of the water here. I feel like this Apple news is going to be weighing on things. You got to be watching the USD for trading, treasuries as well. I also like UVXY. I might start pulling up my, like USD, like euro and yen on my chart a little bit more. Like I usually have it to the side, and I put it on one of my main charts because the relationship with treasuries hasn't been as close the last couple of days, and I feel like that US dollar could be the real sign. Everybody continues, and we're seeing this again in this earnings season. They're just continuing to talk about how it's not going anywhere, the strength in the dollar. Netflix even said this in this strong quarter. They said the strength in the dollar is not going anywhere. So they expect that to be a drag on some of their earnings. And we already know how many of the big multinationals, the big U.S. firms have already been complaining about it. So this is still going to be a very strong theme for this entire earnings season.
Strong dollar helps some people, affects others. Specifically here, we make money, we trade the U.S. market. So if you're making money, it's helping you, right? So at the end of the day, it's a good thing for some. It's not good for others. And right now, we're going to look at Netflix just because it's moving around, right? It's got some pre-market action, well, after-market action from yesterday. Now going sideways with the market that has fallen off here. The fact that it's going sideways could be a good sign for an extension play. This is the 5-minute chart on Netflix there. And the fact that we kind of topped out in front of 280, around that 280 mark, 277 and change. Backing away now at 268. If we can just hold this range, that breakout to the top could be a very interesting one to watch. I would think first one to look at is going to be 275, and then the high would be next up at 280. But definitely Netflix on deck, and also day two on Goldman Sachs here. It has already moved with the market, down through the bottom end of yesterday. So we broke through that 312 where we bounced a couple times yesterday in the afternoon. Now we're underneath. If we fail a bounce and this market also goes negative, we have candidates for strong relative strength in Netflix. We also have relative weakness. Well, not relative weakness, but at least a day two move in Goldman Sachs that we could potentially fade as well in the event the market goes negative. So that's one to watch. And then, of course, Apple, that big news that came in earlier. And now we're getting closer and closer to that 140 again. 140 is going to be one to watch again. We had that quick bounce yesterday. Now, are we going to try another bounce off this 3,700 on the ES with Apple at the prices that it's at? So it's going to be one to watch. 3 good names. I know Tesla's there as well, going sideways for a bit, but we got a bunch of good names that we can potentially work with there, Brennan.
Brought to you by True Trading Group. As always, check them out. Link on screen there. They're going to join us on Thursday afternoon coming up this week to discuss what's been a wild week overall. So make sure you're here Thursday. Shout out to True Trading Group. Here's a little one that's been a crazy mover the past couple of weeks. SOBR, the Sober Safe, back to the upside here in the pre-market this morning. Not seeing too much in the way of a reason why, but decent volume behind that. There's also this, another earnings name. I saw a few people mentioning this. ISRG, medical equipment maker, up after Q3 results were better than expected. So this one, not doing a heck of a lot of volume, but nice move here, guys. Up 11% for ISRG.
Yeah, I did see this one on on a gapper list, but then the first thing, and we always talk about volume mattering a lot, right? Because getting into position In doing any kind of trading strategy, you want it to be scalable. And I look at the spread of $1.50 right now on the spread. It's a $200 stock, but $1.50 is a ridiculous spread. So even though it sets up really nicely, like the difference between this right now and Netflix, just going to quickly, I'll do this to show you a gap. You essentially run on earnings, and then when you come in the aftermarket, come in the pre-market, you're essentially holding the lower end of the gap and kind of gravitating down. So there's always some threat that you fill in the gap downside when you see that, but you're seeing strength in this name, whereas when the buying came in, what small amount it was, if this was better volume, it would look more bullish. Then it holds up against those after-hour levels and continues to push higher. Just because it has low volume doesn't mean you want to sleep on it. The example I will give is Silvergate yesterday. Even though I was unwilling to trade this in the pre-market because of the lack of volume, once the volume came in at the open, it was reasonable to be able to get into a position, and then it just sort of, it just crapped all over itself all day long. The market wasn't particularly strong. Our market ended up up yesterday overall, but I think if anyone that was trading understands, at the open you had a bunch of failed breaks as we were gapped up, and then we just gravitated lower. So realistically, the trading day was down, even though the market ended up in terms of actual percentage gain. But most of that was the overnight gap. As a matter of fact, all of the gains were overnight gap in the market. So it just trended with the market. So you don't want to throw these out the window, even though I don't think they're reasonable to get traded in the pre-market. There's not enough liquidity there. If Silvergate wants to give me a test of 57 at the open, I might play that short in this lower channel, the same way I played the 60 to 61 channel in here as well. But that's, again, more of an open style play. These earnings catalysts have been fantastic. That said, there's enough out there that I don't need to trade something illiquid. CCL, XPeng Neo are going to be big time movers as well. Then UAL's on tap, Disney, Netflix, Apple, Qualcomm, Intel. I got enough names that I'll be looking at the open that finding 3 or 4 entries is not going to be a difficult story.
Yeah, for me, ISRG is great, but it's going to be like I'm creating 2 separate lists, right? I'm creating the ones that if this market sets up for a long, I want to be long in, and if this market is going to be breaking to the downside, apart from the futures positions I would take, would I want to step into any names on the short side? So long candidates versus short candidates. ISRG will obviously fall into the long candidate for the time being. Netflix, on the super chat on Netflix, short Netflix, not yet. I would look for potential breakouts to the buy side for the time being. That could change after the open, right? Let's just digest the movement after the open because it's going to be violent. Given yesterday's action, we saw Neil yesterday, we saw that move all the way up to 260, flushes down to 232 and comes right back into 250 and trades all the way up, right? So I would definitely wait until the open. If you haven't already positioned up after market yesterday and gotten a really good price, I would just wait until we get to the open because you know there's going to be a Russian volume coming in, especially on Netflix, given the volatility.
Well, there's one thing to consider about Netflix too. Like just staying on that topic, is anyone that either made the play. Let's say you made the play going into it. You just flat out bet and you want to do equity that it was going to be a long. You were getting an opportunity to buy in the 240s if you were going to make that gamble, and you've got an instant easy 10% that you could be taking the profits on into a red market today. And if you took any of the breakouts, like if you just snuck that long in there and decided to hold it overnight, again, you could be considering taking some profit. That's why you want to let this one breathe. I'm not completely convinced that it's going to go right up at the open. If anything, there's sometimes before you look for strong dip buys, the quarter was great. I am looking at like 55, 56. When I look at the daily chart, I should get this out of the way. When I look at the daily chart, the top of that channel was like that 255 area. So if it dips all the way back in to retest that, I'd be looking to see if there's any support. But that's $12 away. And if we get down to that price, I want to see if there's a chance that I could have gotten a short on a pop and fail, like it fails the high of the day or fails 270 at the open. There's a lot of room to run if you can structure a tight stop short in there. And then if it clears the top, I was saying this with Brendan, I always look at my chart back to March, or just maybe to the beginning of the year, but this is the scaling that I happen to have when I look at Netflix. I'm like, yeah, look at this. It's almost filling that gap. There's 300, the 200 period moving average. There's room to 340 the last time I did this, and I had totally forgotten that it had another gap too. This is why you don't discount how far some of these stocks can run. The more badly beaten up it has gotten, this was a $700 stock if you want to go back to, I'm not talking that late last year. I'm talking literally 1 year ago. Well, okay, not literally, because it was October 29th. So almost a full year ago, this was trading at about $700. So when you start considering where it could go from here, if we hold this channel and make a break up, if we do get if the market can sustain some kind of a bear market rally, a decent one, that chews through some of the major resistance levels that hasn't been able to do so yet, Netflix has a ton of room to run to the upside. So I'm not writing off the notion that it can go up. There's just a lot that can happen at 9:30, and oftentimes you do see that profit taking when that 9:30 bell hits, when the opening orders get in.
Worth noting on that Netflix as well, that declining 200 period has been a problem for multiple stocks over the past week or so. Goldman yesterday ran into that declining 200 period on the daily chart and turned on a dime. So definitely worth watching what happens when we get there. Here's Bitcoin right now. We were talking about Silvergate there. Not really doing a heck of a lot, just kind of chopping around. 19,000 below us here continues to be the level to watch. This was CPI, obviously, this wild ride from last week. This is an hourly chart, so back to the downside a little bit for BTC. Wanted to mention, you guys touched a little bit there on Netflix. Here's Roku. There was Disney as well. Also making big moves after market yesterday following that Netflix report. Roku holding on to a slight gain here, 1.5. Same story for Disney as well.
Well, in Disney's particular case, look, some of the Netflix comments, like they're saying, let's focus on profitability. We'll get to the report, I guess, specifically at some point. But they're going to get away from forecasting future subscribers over at Netflix so they can focus on revenue and profitability, which they then said none of the other streamers are doing. Now, keep in mind, Disney and Amazon, they don't, and Apple as well, they don't necessarily need to make money. Of course, they always want to make money, but they have other aspects of their business which make profits that they're able to lean on to some degree. I take a look at it like this. Sure, Netflix is going to be able to brag and say we built a profitable business, but they've also shown that it can be done in this current environment. So I don't know that it's necessarily a negative. We win, you lose, based on this report. Disney has by far the most intriguing chart. Well, I shouldn't say by far. It has the most intriguing chart on the daily time frame because 102 is a double top. You've already made this great bottom channel. You've got a triple bottom at 90, and you've got this channel at 102, which, I was looking for this to potentially break. I mean, it didn't break in the aftermarket, but looking for this to potentially break on any Netflix strength. So as Netflix is pulling back, now it's at 266. We might run out of that opportunity to be able to get the 102 break. So it's resistance till it's not, but this is one. If Netflix can find itself a bid, and we're still hanging out in here, the Disney 102 is a pretty solid level to get some strength on any kind of a breakout. And Roku's not terribly different in terms of a sympathy play. It does get pretty, maybe not as interesting, but it is pretty interesting on a 56 level break. $2 away on a $50 stock is obviously further away than $2 on a $100 stock. $2 is $2. One of those is 2%. The other one's almost 4%. So I would say Roku is relatively weak compared to Disney from what I'm seeing and not as close to its breakout level. And the chart doesn't have as good of a bottom being made on it. So a bit of a better support level on the breakout for Disney. Still a nice channel and still a decent level of 56 on Roku. Just Disney looks a little bit better from that respect. But either way, 56, Roku, 102, Disney. Until they get through there, it's resistance till it's not.
And that's the thing too, is that when you look at the two names between Disney and Netflix, I'm going to look at Disney and Netflix actually. You look at the two charts and you're looking for potential long, just because of how the strength of Netflix yesterday. We're going to wait for the open so we know what the volume looks like, but in terms of strength, the way that things have set up, Netflix ran so far away from any sort of close levels that you could work with that you actually have to let it come back to develop new levels, or you need it to extend to the upside. Disney, however, the flip side of this is Disney is actually sitting right at yesterday's highs. Well, around the $100 mark, around yesterday's highs before we ran that sympathy move up. So if we're gonna catch a long, an easier long, it's gonna be on Disney just because of where it's sitting. The more profitable long based on volatility will probably be Netflix, but the easier trade to find most likely will be Disney given the price points that it's at. Because Netflix has to do a lot and break a bunch of levels to actually get the trade going because of what it's doing right now, which is falling off a little bit. And that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of space for it to fall off. That's the problem. If you're looking for yesterday's highs in the morning, it's around 252, 255-ish, somewhere in that range. And we're still $11 above that. So there's a lot of space to the downside. but wait for the open. If you want to go for shorts, that's where the super chat was. If you want to go for shorts, you have a ton of space to work with. I just would wait for the open, get the volume out of the way, see what direction that comes in, and then go for the short if you still want to do that. There was a super chat regarding trade ideas, right? I barely trade stocks. I only trade stocks when I'm on the show, so I don't have a trade ideas set up. I just go through my own scanner that I kind of set up. But I know you guys have one, and there's a way to get your layouts, right?
So you know what? And I'm going to double check to ask, because I can show you one. If you guys come to my screen for a second. Like, I can show you mine. Like, I've got that race one where you look at some of the fastest moving stocks in that particular moment, and then I always have my up and down gappers. And I like the high volume, and then there's like the high of day things breaking or high of day on good momentum, and I just have some news in there to be able to check individual stocks and throw some charts up there. Is a bit of a standard layout, but yeah, you guys can get our layouts. I think the easiest possible way I think might just be to DM us, because there's a link that we're able to give, I think. But I have to I'll double check that for you, Soldier there. Thank you for that super chat. But I was going to say this, Arun, because I know if you sit in my station, and it might be the same thing true with Sean's, like, if it's just on our stations, we should just be able to have it so that whoever's filling in, like, if you fill in for me, literally, it automatically logs in. Like,
you know how every trader has their own way of doing things, right? Like the scanner is like, if you use it all the time, it's a great thing to have.
That's the thing.
For me, if I only do equities on the show and on the show only, then I have my group. Somebody was asking, what scanner do I use? When I meant scanner, this is what I have. You guys can show my screen. It's my watch list. And this is pretty much what I have. Like, I have a list of names that I will go through every day, and then I also have the e-signal in a built-in hot list, which kind of just pops up anything that's moving fast. That's it, right? But the thing is, so Trade Ideas has a lot more power than what I'm using here. The only reason I'm not really going that direction is because of my infrequent use of it. So that's all it really is. But regardless of what you use, guys, take a look at our Trade Ideas just because of the strength and power of their system. So there's a lot of ways to approach a market. We all have our own way. Just find one that works for you. Brendan?
It's super easy, guys. Just hit up any one of us on Twitter or Michael Noss on Twitter. Michael Noss also has cloud-based links for all of our layouts, so he can also provide those to you. So either one of those will work very easily. A couple of other notable names here before we get into the watch list this morning. Here's PG, earnings name Premarket, not doing a lot of volume, not really a day trading type of stock, but worth a note. Procter & Gamble out with a decent report this morning. And then I wanted to mention this as well. Remember yesterday, late in the day, it was Apple that kind of kicked off the selling into the close on this report that iPhone 14 Plus production had been cut as demand starts to slow. So we had that decent move downside late in the day yesterday here for Apple. It's worth a note, we are a little bit relatively weak versus the market on Apple today.
Yeah, so like Apple did that thing that it does on that news, which usually pops to the downside. More or less found support at yesterday's support level. I mean, kind of. It was like, and by yesterday's, I mean, I should be saying Monday's, support down at that 140. So it did find some support down there, bounced almost all the way back, which is typically what you like to see. However, the difference here is now you're sort of rejecting that 145 again and retesting 40. The problem with where it's sitting right now at 142, I think Arun already said there's no significance around here. Like, it's 140, that's your big area of support. If it gets strong enough, I mean, I hate to say it, but like if the market recovers and goes green, I tend to think that 145 is probably going to be short on Apple. I'm not really seeing too many ways around it. I was also trading Qualcomm for sympathy. It's like you get enough of these stories back and forth, and I know a lot of times it ends up being a non-factor, and then Apple's numbers are fantastic anyways. But you start hearing it enough, and maybe where there's smoke, there's fire. Qualcomm was a similar story. It bounced off significant support, got all the way back, and is also showing weakness. It's very close to a support level that's pretty big as well. And this is when I was talking about in the afternoon, 109.5. So if Apple starts challenging that bottom, Qualcomm might get there first, but if Apple starts challenging that 140, this has an interesting sort of gap fill back down, last ditch of support area. You can kind of see this has been in a bit of a channel, so you have the benefit of seeing 109.5 is your clear bottom. 115 is not as clear of a top. It's got a couple of wicks. A lot of stocks had wick tops at the open in yesterday's trade. But I've got Qualcomm on my mind again. It gets beneath that 109.50. I probably don't want to breakdown trade because volume is non-existent on this in the pre-market. But if it does open and hold lower, I'd be looking to work shorts on Qualcomm. For sure, maybe it gets down to a 104, 105 as a sympathy play.
I mean, you said it, Neil. 140 on Apple is going to be the level I want to work with. This, I can actually go through this. Why I'm choosing 140. Michelle asking how do I pick my levels. I mean, let's just go through it. When I look at a chart, I look at the largest time frame, right? And I look at the day. Well, largest time frame for us because we're intraday traders. So I'm looking at where are we kind of hesitating around since we've already gone up. 140 seems to be an area that we are rotating around, 140 through 138. So I'm going to mark off 140 wide, big round number. Okay, so let's pay attention to 140. Break it down now from a daily to a somewhat of a bigger chart, but at the same time intraday. So 30 minute, 60 minute really doesn't matter. You just want to see the levels. 140 sits right here. Market clearly doesn't want to be around 140. So 140 is going to be the right price that we're going to have to kind of focus the trade around. Then it's just a matter of breaking it down further and finding the trade that you want to work with. Downtrend right now, do I want to go for a long on Apple? No, not right now. Maybe around if we get above this 142.50. Why? We keep bouncing off of it. We keep hesitating around it. So I'm going to say above 142, I can probably find a long if the risk makes sense and the futures market sets up. Until then, the Apple can just kind of trickle all the way down towards 140. Once you get through that 140 and you stay underneath, you can flip the trade around, go back to the 30. 140 break to the downside opens a door pretty much all the way down to 138 and even actually below that as well. If you can just find the right risk below 140 to take the short, if there is a short to be done, then that's kind of how I approach things for the time being. It's a no-go on Apple until we either get above 142.5 or we get below 140. So that's kind of my approach to looking at levels and kind of breaking it down and seeing whether this is something I want to trade. Is this something I want to short right now? Do I want to short it later? Is this a long candidate or a short candidate? For now, it's nothing. Maybe I'll send an alert out once we get out of that range. We'll find something to do with Apple. But for now, we have tons of names to go through, and Brendan's got some more.
Yeah, a few of these names we've been discussing on this board as well. Here comes upgrades and downgrades for you this morning, including the big one, top of the list here, Netflix, JP Morgan among others with price target increase. I was just noticing Interactive Brokers out with a good report as well. The chairman was just on CNBC, so heads up on IB, I believe is the symbol. LMT, huge move yesterday. Lockheed Martin, Exxon on here. Lowe's, notable name downside today.
Yeah, look, Exxon, they make money hand over fist, but Lockheed was as crappy as it was for Silvergate, because that was down like 20%. Like Lockheed Martin sort of showed that idea that sometimes the stock can be up and it can just continue to churn because 4 to 430, and it's holding. This is the difference. Like this is holding the top end of the range there that you saw in the late trade. So Lockheed, super strong. The only the downside to it today is it's put in the entire move off the bottom right into like the chop zone of resistance. So there might be some room, like another $10 higher, but that's a $430 stock. That's like saying a $43 stock has another buck to go. It's a little bit closer to the resistance than it is anywhere else. I'm not sure it gets too terribly exciting up here, but it's got some relative strength on it. I just want to quickly answer. And thank you for the super chat, Gerard. Sean's not going to be in today. Trust me when I tell you, like he wants to be here, not feeling the best. A bit of a bug going around the family. He'll be fine. Hopefully he'll be back as soon as possible. We of course wish him the absolute best, and we're gonna be able to still give you all of the trades. Arun's gonna be giving you some insight on the futures as well. But we always want to make sure we're not missing out on anything. And I know yesterday we probably only talked about Lockheed once or twice. There was so much moving in the overall market. The strength in the defense sector has certainly been there. Energy's been big. I prefer CVX to Oxy in general. Sorry, CV to XOM in general. And then when it comes to day trading, I tend to be looking at, hit enter twice, I tend to be looking at Oxy over each one of those two to execute day trades. And Occidental, Load, load, load. Occidental is diddling in the middle right now. I think you can kind of clearly see Oxy's been trying to get past the 69 toward those highs, and then when it's threatened to break down yesterday, it ended up recovering and is sitting in the middle. So you're at a zone that I wouldn't want to be trading Occidental, so I might be ignoring energy. I tried trading off these levels, I think it was on Friday, it was on Monday. I was trading Oxy in the afternoon when it broke down, and then since then, there was one trade at that same price yesterday. I don't know if I'd go to that well a third time. If anything, I think you've got a bit of a chop fest. We get down to 65, 66. I think it gets pretty interesting. You get up to 69. Then you can look for a fade off the top or a bit of a breakout on Oxy. But oil, maybe on the back burner for me with all these EV plays, as NEO just popped to 12 and rejected it again. Wow, NEO.
Yeah, crude up 1.56. We'll talk about crude when we get around to doing the futures or at some point in the next few minutes. But for now, going back to Lockheed, right? I saw Lockheed when I sat down yesterday. I'm like, okay, what's moving? Well, by the time I sat down, Lockheed had already done its move. It was still up on the radar because of the aggressive move that it had. But at this point, I mean, it hasn't done anything since. It's kind of gone sideways since about 12:30 yesterday. So between 436 and 430, wide range, right? The move's either going to take another day to consolidate before we extend, or we're going to reverse it. I don't know what that's going to look like. I also don't care. I don't want to waste my time until that happens. What I can do, though, I can go over to General Dynamics and see if that is something I can still work with. And General Dynamics has kind of worked into a potential extension, right? It's already done its little drop. It's got its little move back up, depending on where it opens, because right now General Dynamics has done 114 shares with a $11 spread. So clearly not open, clearly not trading it. We don't know where it's going to open. Once we do get an open, let's just say this. If we get a break above 239, should open, or at least above yesterday's high, should open up the upside towards 240 and above that, given the strength that you're getting from Lockheed. And then if you get underneath 235, you probably are going to see that 230 from, I guess, the opening gap or so from yesterday. So we're kind of boxing it in and just setting up the alerts. I'm going to look at General Dynamics instead of Lockheed just because Lockheed needs time. It's already made its move. It's already spent its bullets. We need time, or it needs time to get going again. We'll give it time. We'll just do something else in the meantime. So General Dynamics is going to be my approach and my go-to stock in this space for today.
A quick look at European markets for you this morning. Red numbers across the board for the most part. Turkey doing its own thing as it normally does, but following U.S. markets to the downside so far. Throughout the European landscape, there's a social sentiment board. Surprisingly green here for the overall market. The SPY on here, there's the Qs as well in positive territory. Tesla to come after market tonight with earnings. We'll be watching that. Netflix on here negative, despite a pretty good report for them. There's NIO as well. We were mentioning briefly there at the beginning. Not only the EV makers, Chinese EV makers, but the entire Chinese landscape downside. Big move down for Hong Kong overnight on some geopolitical headlines. AMC, Apple, notable names on here. Ape, DWAC as well, Tilray as well. Cannabis names showing a little bit of strength. Pre-market, let's get a check of the overall market, Arun, if we could. Have a look at where the futures are at this point.
Well, we tried this yesterday. We have done absolutely nothing. I thought maybe we can get going. Let me remove, these are some old levels because I haven't drawn the new levels yet. Okay, so top end level we were working with yesterday to a 3780 up top. This is on the ES contract, so December contract of the S&P minis. This actually goes into, somebody was asking, why do we use the futures to potentially trade the stocks? Because it gives you a pretty good indication, right? A lot of these names, in this case, S&P 500 top names in the US are going to be in this index, all weighted differently. Although we may be looking at the index to help with the direction of the stocks, we also are paying to specific stocks in the index because they control the flow, right? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, they control the flow through it because of their weighting. Why does it really matter that much? Because when you have a pretty good idea of what the overall market looks like, you can, if they're correlated to the market itself, you're probably going to go in the direction of the market, right? That's what the correlation is there for. So good indication that there's going to be pressure in one direction. So you find names that are either correlated, or if you want to go in the opposite direction, you go uncorrelated, but still, you look at this for a general consensus of where the pressure is going to be coming from, and then you just go into the stocks and do that thing, do whatever it is that you want to do. relative to that. So if we're looking at 37.80 up top and we're looking at 36.90 down below, we're kind of boxed in, right? There's not a whole lot you can do. You either are going to catch a long somewhere through the area that we're at now, right through that orange zone, or a short somewhere through the top end. You play the box until the box breaks, and then you go for the trade up. So above 37.80 allows for the long. Below 36.90, I wouldn't jump into the short right away, but it does open up the short a little bit. It all depends on how it breaks and how much volume comes in through the short side. Why do I say this? Because there's a little bit of flexibility below 36.90. It can go all the way down. Secondary level below 36.90 is going to be 36.65. Let me draw that out. 36.65 is my secondary level. So if we get through 36.90, what I would need is a bounce that fails back towards 3,700 for a short. If not, and we just continue on down, I'd be back into that area where I'd be potentially looking for a long around that 36.65. So here you go. Here you guys go. A box here, 37.80 through 36.90, and then 36.65 as a secondary level. I'm here today. So if there's a trade that shows up that I want to take on the futures and I take it, it won't show up on my screen. It won't be on the position board, but I will tell you guys about it when it does happen. So for the time being, I'm just waiting. I want to wait for the open. This market still has some negative pressure. I want to see what this open brings. If we get some buy side action that brings us back above 15 to 20, that's stable. And I think stability matters because we can easily flush up there and come right back down, right? So I want it to be stable buying, and then if that's the case, then we're going to try to play that box against that 36.90 and see if we can go for a long. Before we go back to Brendan, let me take a quick look at crude. We mentioned this earlier, and crude, to be fair, since it broke through that 84.5 area that we've been consolidating, seems like, for the last couple of days, since we got to that point, we've been using that as pretty much a ceiling, right? So now crude, after being at 84.5, has now fallen to 83.80, 83.50 would probably open up the short on crude. I'm not a big crude guy in terms of trades, but I mean, if I have nothing on the futures on the S&P side, I will go into crude. And if I go for the short 83.50, I would have to use at least 85.5 to 86, somewhere through here as the stop. Why? The market's been rejecting through 84.50 and 85. That means I want to sit above it, trying to use that previous support as resistance. So I would sit somewhere between 85.5 and 86 even. So crude, although it's positive right now, that may not last that long given that we're at the top end of its breakdown range.
All right, let's go. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. Smash the like, guys. Where do you get that kind of analysis on futures other than right here? We send out the watch list as well every single day for you. Right to your inbox. Use that QR code on screen right now. You can get it for free. Join the more than 30,000 getting that every single day. Netflix, top of the list, obviously, off of earnings. Couple of things of note here as far as this report is concerned, guys, if we could. Thank you. 2.4 million subscribers in the current quarter. More importantly, however, they forecast 4.5 million for the fourth quarter. So that was really the number that the market seemed to kind of key in on, was that going forward sub number.
Yeah, and enjoy that sub number while you can, because they're not going to do that anymore. They're not going to guide forward on subs because they want to be focusing on their profitability metrics there. So, I think I've probably said this like 3 or 4 times and a couple of times yesterday. So I'll say one, probably not the last time. But the focus for Netflix now is the opportunity that they have for the advertising tier. Like when you're paying $7 and then you're going to be able to charge for the ads, those subs could end up more valuable for phones and whatnot, because it was about overall profitability. You mature as a business past that point. So we need to start thinking about how they're making fantastic profits in their business and not worry too much about the subs, although the guide was a pretty good one on the sub end. It's a little bit too far, too fast in the last couple of days. And I think that's why you're seeing the pullback here, people taking some profits, because it's not just from 240s or wherever we were at the close, right at 240, 241, up to where we are now. Let's remember this stock was just basing out at 215, 220, and then breaking in the last couple of days, and has been super impressive into this rally. So I think there's a dip coming, and if it was at the open, I probably would have hit the 270 short. Netflix, not really have a great history of trading that in the pre-market. Liquidity probably was good enough here, but 255, you get down in there. Yesterday was about 250 to 252, as Arun was saying, and then on the daily you've got that 255 area. That's kind of like the smash zone. Netflix gets down there on this report, and I'm going to be long in front of it if I even sniff those prices. If it were to pop back to the upside from here, I likely take one shot shorting it in the pre-market range just to see if it has a second salvo into the downside. But it's a little bit farther gone. We talked in sympathy here on Disney, 102 monster level. As this holds up while Netflix goes to the downside, if it can hold the line here at the open and Netflix finds a bottom, I like the Disney 102 long because that sets up great on the daily chart. You're getting into some territory where we've got a pretty decent gap to fill to the 50 period and next resistance. So 102 breakouts on Disney, dip buys significantly lower on Netflix from here.
You know, that's interesting. They're going to not produce as sub numbers, but I would think even if you go to I guess, based model, wouldn't your advertisers want to know what your subscriptions look like? For ad dollars?
You'll get your current, you can still see the current numbers. You know how current subs, it's about the projecting forward. Them giving guidance on future subs is what they're saying they're not going to focus on anymore.
All right. I mean, at the end of the day, the read on Netflix, regardless technically, is going to be pretty much what Neil said, right? It's going to be that consolidation breakout that we had yesterday in the aftermarket through that 252 top end. This is what the chart looked like as of yesterday, excluding the pre-market or the aftermarket session. Now you add the aftermarket session and you get that breakout through that 252. So if you're looking for that next support level, it's a ways down. If you're willing to hold it another $10 to $15, I would even see 250. It could break 250 and still be somewhat positive, because it's a big round number. It could flex a little bit. So it's negative pressure with a ton of space to the downside. Futures market not stable. So I would just kind of, again, wait for the open. There's volume coming in. There's bound to be volume coming in. Everyone who wasn't able to participate, because not everyone can participate on those aftermarket exchanges, right? Not everyone has access to ARCA and BATS and NSB and all the exchanges that were active because the actual book was closed. So you're going to have to wait for the market to open up, and you're going to see a lot of interest. So let's just see what that actually looks like, and if you get strength, then the long is there. If you don't get strength, then we may be taking a look at that 255 to 250 mark today.
UAL looking very similar here in the pre-market, not as big a move, but nice report for them. More importantly, again, the forecasts are talking about pre-COVID levels for the first time as far as revenue is concerned, as far as bookings are concerned, going back to early 2019 as far as this one. Nice look, 5% for UAL.
Yeah, you might get arguments that there's better airlines out there fundamentally in terms of their balance sheet. I'll let the other talking heads talk about that because you hear a lot about Delta. It's about the strength here. You went right into resistance at $41. If we see that again, maybe we've got a shot at a breakout there. I don't love that breakout as much because I always say breakouts and overhead resistance, but if trouble, there's 41. On the daily, you're sitting right at a lower high at 42 on that little trend that had continued to the downside. So I'd rather dip by this. I'm sitting deep right now, sort of in front of 37.50. But if we get any kind of a pullback, if it curls at 38, I'd probably take a shot at this in front of 38. But the first thing I did when I sat down was get a bid in front of 37.50 to try and bounce off of that 50-period moving average. I love the report. Certainly, it closed at 37.25, so I'm kind of looking here. We should be holding out in positive territory on UAL today. The market is looking red, so I want to let it come down to me here. That's the one I'm going to be watching. We're not talking cruise line, so I'll get it out of the way now. On CCL breaking out already at the daily at that 785 level. It's kind of diddling in the middle here. It's got an 825 top. What I'd be cautious about is a bit of a rejection of that high could indicate a bit of a short. As it stands, we're not even challenging that high of the day at 825. But if you break 825 and don't get past 30, I think you could see a bit of a reversal candle. This is what happened the other day, and I was in a long when it was breaking this channel here recently. It was the same channel that it was about 750 or so, 740 to 750. It broke that top at the open, and then flushed right into support and then never got out of the range. So that's what I'd be cautious of on an 825 break. It probably needs to clear 30 for me to like it. As I say that, it's starting to come down anyways.
What are we looking at? Oh, UAL, yeah. Okay, 40. That's all I can say, 40. That's all you can really do. This is like Netflix all over again. Same type of chart, right? Big move up, now kind of drifting down. And all you essentially need is volume to get it back above a break point that would actually get you some more volume to push it higher. And at this point, although we crossed 40 in the aftermarket all the way up to, what is it, 85, the fact that we're spending this much time walking away from 40 in the pre-market and the aftermarket session tells me that 40 is going to be the level to watch here on UAL. So if we do have strength in UAL, it's got to come from above 40 on the breakout, potentially back towards the breakout high. If you get that move above 40, there's actually two trades here. If you get above, well, at least the way I see it, if you get above 40 with strength, you can take a look at the highs towards 41 and look for an extension. If you get above 40 and it fails again, I would even be open to the short. At this point, I know 40 is a lot bigger than I think it is, so why not take a shot at the short 40, put the high in as a stop, and then see if we can't get back down towards that 37.50 where we essentially broke out from, right? So I would kind of play it two ways, but it all revolves around how 40 reacts when the volume gets here at the open. And as we were talking about that is, what is it, 9:15. Let me pull up the imbalance locator real quick and see if we actually have anything coming that's big right now. New York, NASDAQ, let's pull that out. And what do we have? Oh, that's the wrong one. NU, PLTR, sell side, 400K roughly. So nothing big, not even Netflix we don't get until the NASDAQ imbalances come out, which is 925, I believe. So we'll come back again in 10 minutes. We'll check on what Netflix has to bring.
Adobe right now on a bit of a downtick, guys. Just broke through that pre-market support. It was up as well. Aftermarket yesterday on preliminary results that were better than expected. I was going to double check here on when they actually report, but nice look. Again, low volume, big high price stock, but preliminary results for Adobe better than expected.
Quickly pivot to NEO after I talk about this, just because it's not on our board and NEO's making moves. But look, Adobe, another one of these gap downs that could take out the top end of the consolidation here, but until it gets 306, it looked like it was primed to have a shot to do that. I mean, at the close, after market, you were testing that 305. There was a chance we were going to open up at some of those highs, but the market's starting to sell off. So until we get above that price, I'm not that excited about Adobe. If anything, it might actually be a short off of some of those tops. Until you clear that, I think it might not be that interesting. The prelim numbers, they look pretty good, but it was pretty bad on the earnings front, and they still have some of those US dollar concerns that everyone else is worried about. The only reason I wanted to pivot quickly to NEO is you got a big gap down after a huge flush yesterday, right into Friday's bottom, 1170, which on the daily chart, this is that low. This is that May bottom that got made. This is the low that got made just recently as well. You get beneath that price, it gets pretty ugly pretty fast for NEO. There's nothing in between there and $10. But like I always say, when your stock is gapping down like this and everything looks pretty nasty, if you don't break that low, understand that NEO is the type of stock that can jailbreak. So if at the open we hold the 1170, and there's a shot at that $12 clean long at a 12 break without that low being taken, or let's say the low breaks by like 3 cents and then immediately comes back, suddenly you get a shot at a jailbreak long and the stock has been beaten up. All of the Asian names are downside because Hong Kong was down 2.5%. There's some political reason for that. It probably would take me too long to get into it too much. XPeng is the other one right on those same bottoms. I don't like the breakdown at this bottom at 8.15 because $8 is right beneath it. So I'm looking $8 breakdown on XPeng. But if there's a trap at that bottom, it's kind of the NEO break back through 12 where I'd be looking for the long on these two names.
Going back to Adobe, this doesn't look good. Technically, this looks horrendous for Adobe because it actually had a chance to get going through that 305, and they've just been slowly walking. Every time we get to 300, we walk back a little bit, and then we try it again, we walk back a little bit, and then we really had a chance to actually get past that 300 in a very good way, taking out highs going back to the, what is this, the 10th or so of October, and again, we fail again. We just need to get it past a central level where you could argue if we get under this level, we're going to run into a lot of resistance or caught buyers that we're trying to get long up through that 300, right? And for me, I think it's pretty much where we are right now. It's around that 295 area, 296, 295 area, somewhere around here. If we stay underneath this after the open, you could very well argue for a long against the high. The issue here is the risk. The risk has to make sense. 295 against the high puts you at a $10 risk. That's extremely high. So can you find the right set of entry points? There's a few things that have to fall into place. We need to stay down below a specific price, and then we also need to get the risk reward in check to go for the long or to go for the short. Why? Because once you get into that 290 into the 288, there's going to be some pockets of support there as well. So it gets set up after a certain price, but then you got to figure out where the entry is going to be for the short if it does set up. So Adobe, I'm looking at that 295 as a rotation price. If we get above, or if we stay above, or we get underneath, it opens up one or the other trade.
Some of the chip names moving back to the downside here, similar to Adobe currently, AMD, NVIDIA, both kind of chopping around in the pre-market regardless. Here's ASML out with a Q3 beat. Yeah, record bookings for ASML. I mean, what do we do with these chips here this morning? Yesterday was kind of quiet for this group overall.
Well, I want to say that, like, yeah, the market, when showing strength, the chips were weak all day long. I was short Intel pretty much the entire day, and it's just been free money when you find weakness in that stock. But ASML, if you look over in Amsterdam, where it trades primarily, has been giving back some of their gains. We're up at like 7-something%. It's pulled back about 10 euros here, so trading down toward the opening lows. Looks like 420. I opened at 430, it looks like, but 425, some of those bottoms. As it comes back down, and keep in mind with ASML, like, they sell a very specialized machine that basically every chip maker has to buy if they want to make some of the high-end chips, which gives them essentially a monopoly. So they may not be as susceptible to some of the I guess it's the headwinds that come from the U.S.-China policy might not affect ASML like they do the rest. So when I look over and see that pulling back in, it kind of makes me like the Intel at some lower prices than before. Now, 25.50 never broke. That's a pretty big level on Intel, but I'm still shorting in front of 26. And if it takes out that low, I mean, that sets up for. I mean, if I'm not shorting 25.50 on Intel, and I like to short on Intel right now, then I have no idea what it is that I'm doing. So I'll be shorting a pop into 26, but that 25.50, almost too juicy not to take a shot at there, because again, the gap fill to the downside is pretty tremendous. The other thing worth watching here, and I know a lot of people look at NVIDIA, it's diddling in the middle a little bit. AMD, I love this $60 break. I had it. I got 2/3 out in front of that 50 level and then stopped out the rest. I was short Intel, but if you just shorted this, it was basically the same story. It feels like 58 is going to be resistance, but it's got some room to the low as well. I don't really like any breakdown trades per se on AMD. It would probably have to get up to 58 to 58.5 for an initial short, and the 60 level is the big one for AMD. For anyone watching NVIDIA, maybe not as clean and clear where it's trading right now. You can see it did the exact same wick high, reject 125, and then flush. You're sitting way too far away from support. And then you're like $7 or $8 away from those tops. NVIDIA is in a no-fly zone for me, unfortunately. AMD probably a little more realistic. Intel 100%. I will be on the short side of that. If it breaks 25.50, if it pops and gives me a shot at 26, I think you have to be above some of those resistance levels before I get confident in these chip makers again.
I actually don't mind the chart on ASML. The only issue I have with it is the risk. The risk associated with just catching the trade is stupid high, right? So like right now we're trading at 415. We would need to get at least to 410, this range here or so, where I can justify a long wide because there's potential support and whatnot around previous highs acting as now support. So I would argue for the long potential around that 410. But then if I take the 410, I need to use a proper stop. I don't get to use tight stops. I need to put the stop where it needs to be. So I actually get to participate and let the trade work itself out. And where does that happen to be? It happens to be under 400, closer to 395. So that you're looking at least $15 in risk if you try to catch the long in ASML. And that's the issue with names like this. When you have stocks on the, the 13th, when we were able to go from 365 all the way up to 405, 40 bucks, pretty much off the open. If a stock like this has that kind of potential, you know this could be very aggressive very quickly, right? You could get a great price and this could take off, or it could run right through you. I am not ready to go in terms of risk alone. I like the setup, but I can't justify the risk, not here, not at 415. Definitely it's going to be tougher to take around these prices. Even if we get to 410, risk is high. If we get into that 405 area, 405 to 400, It's still a long in the way I'm looking at it. So I would just say we would have to wait on this one to get going on ASML.
Amazon, guys, downside as well here, pre-market 1.17 right now. There was a move after market yesterday on this note about UK insurance. You can now shop for insurance products through a website that they've launched as of today, in fact, over in the UK. So interesting look for Amazon. There was a few analysts suggesting this could eventually come over to North America as well.
Yeah, like, you know what, I don't necessarily know that the story might not be the thing here. The price action, as usual, as a day trader, the price action is going to rule the day. It just broke 115. Ignore that wick. It didn't print 113. That's a late print, probably from some time in the last couple of days. But 115, there's a pretty interesting line in the sand. The last time it was at this level, it was a pretty solid short. It then broke out and found support yesterday from that price. So beneath 115, it's like look shorts beneath there. If we hold that level, then there's some chance you get a bit of a rally. I know you might want to talk about it, if you do want to talk about it, Arun, as well. I'm going to jump over to Tesla quickly, because I know there's people that are interested in this. They are reporting aftermarket. We do have to wait till aftermarket to get the Tesla numbers. And maybe we're diddling in the middle a little bit. But from what I saw in the afternoon yesterday, remember, there was that news on Twitter, which didn't seem to hurt Tesla that much. And the news being they suspended the stock accounts of employees, seeing a pending deal possibly coming in. Elon sold a bunch of shares. He might have to sell some more if the deal goes through. I don't know exactly how many that might be. We're sort of running some math. I know Sharif was talking about it as well. It wouldn't seem to be as many as he sold before, but I'm not going to get into pretending I know the exact amount that he would have to sell there. But 225 is back on the radar, that 224, 225 area, as I try to zoom in. There we go. At 224, 225 on any kind of strength. I think if it starts to roll over there, I do like some shorts into that. You don't want to get too caught off base. If we start breaking out and have a strong day, that could be another $5 in a hurry. So that's a pretty hard stop in and around that 225 on any kind of a pop. And you can see that line in the sand down at about 217. You get beneath there and you've got a gap fill in line on Tesla. It feels like before any of that happens, NIO and XPeng are going to have made their move. And that's the first place I will be because those have much more significant levels that they're dealing with. The way I see it is like if I'm going to lose shorting something in the EV space, then it makes like XPeng at $8, NIO breaking that bottom. It feels like those are going to be more worth it. Like you take a hit on a level like that, and it's like that's fine because I want to have it every chance you get because I remember what it was paying you when you got a 9 short on XPeng. Like that's the opportunity to get levels like that and breaking to the downside. It's entirely too good. Let alone when this thing was failing at $10. Like this chart has been feeding you every time you take a breakdown short. Like whether it's $11.50 here, whether it's $11, the next day breaking 11 to the downside, breaking 10, rejecting 10, breaking 9. You just got until it stops working. I'm going to keep hitting these. The last time, obviously, at some point it's going to go up, and on that day I will lose shorting XPeng.
All right, go back to Amazon real quick. I'll take a look at the imbalances on NASDAQ as well after. Amazon below 115. If you stay below 115 on Amazon, I think I would want to kind of work with it. The reason being, it's a previous resistance level. It's starting to dip into that, but it's a matter of, are we going to snap back up and respect the strength, or are we actually going to work our way down like we are now? Now we're cracking here at 114.5. Let's take a quick look at the Amazon, our overall imbalances. Not that big. NU still there, 546. NIO close to 500K sell side. The largest NASDAQ is going to be almost 300K on KTRA. Big name, the biggest name on the NASDAQ that I can find. I mean, we have XBEV there, Neil, at 144 on the sell side, not much there.
It's not much.
You're not getting much action in any of the large players here. I don't see Amazon, I don't see Apple, I don't see Tesla, nothing at the top, so they're probably somewhere further down with very small imbalances. So you're not going to get a lot of action off the imbalances, it seems. But Amazon is breaking through that 115 and starting to dip its toes into that previous support or previous resistance. If we keep doing this and this market decides that it wants to take 3,700, Amazon could be the first one to fall in the group of 3 that kind of control the NASDAQ, right? So Apple, Microsoft, Amazon are the top 3 names in terms of weighting in the NASDAQ. So Amazon could be the first one to go. We know Apple's at 140. That's one we're looking at. We haven't looked at Microsoft just yet. And Microsoft is range bound as well. The range bound on Microsoft towards 235, that's going to be probably the third one to go. But Open's coming very, very soon. We'll all find out whether this is going to be a sharp bounce or a nice drop to start the day.
Exactly, and look, I'm starting out with the EVs, NEO on the bottoms, XPeng on the bottoms, to be sure, shorting any pops over there in Intel. I'll be on the bid of UAL, which is heading to the downside. UAL is always on the NASDAQ. I always say New York because it confuses me. Someone said it was tanking, it was a bad bark pool wick, but I'm way deep on UAL in case there is a bigger dip to the downside. Netflix still giving up a little bit of those gains. It's Wednesday, it is hump day. Got to make sure we get that one out of the way. And Tony's going to be on the belt as always. At some point, might have to change that bear, bull, I should say. But want to see how that open comes in 3, 2, and 1. Tony, my man, ring it. Okay, casino open, and that did not take very long. Immediately, NEO already hits to the downside. XPeng also triggers into the downside. So remember what I said about getting potentially caught at some of these bottoms. You've always got to be very careful. If you take a bottom break, I've already scalped some out of NIO here. XPeng broke that 8 even. It's still at 8 even as we speak. So I got 98s on that. NEO, the short was in at 66s. It popped down to about 58, 59. Don't want to get trapped at the bottom. I'm short Intel as well. Amazon still below that 115. I don't know if you're in that one.
No. I'm actually looking at the opposite side. Potential longs, maybe trying to play the range here. And I'm looking at Microsoft on the buy side, actually, potentially. Not yet. I'm still waiting. I've got a bid out on PG as well for a long here. Damn, I'm going to miss on Microsoft, I think.
It's a trap.
Oh, no, I couldn't get PG. I had a bid on PG below 131. Didn't get that one yet. Microsoft's stalling out around that 237. Potential long, not ready to go. Waiting for the market to clarify what it wants to do, right? We said, market, if you can get above that 15 to 20 mark and stabilize potential longs, I'll start building up my longs. But right now, we're still in that kind of dead zone where this market's still trying to figure things out. So we'll just wait it out and see if we can actually find the longs. I've got some decent long setups that are far out that I can potentially get filled on. But for the time being, I'm not committed either way just yet.
Yeah, and just quickly there, I showed you NEO, but XPeng as well breaking that. I could have taken the bottom end break, and it would have been just fine, but I wanted that 8 to actually go. I have taken some fills for that scalp initial portion of the trades. Intel I'm already into, but I know a lot of you are going to be watching AMD as well. Whoops, AMD on the NASDAQ. AMD did not really get up to that 58 level. That's not a real wick. It actually held 57.5. So for now, AMD holding a bit below that resistance. UAL, which I've been kind of looking for that one to maybe dip down to the downside. Not really happening in a big way. It's actually trading right here, 38.60. It's getting close on that radar, but watch out NIO. Remember what I said? Take some profit out, which I have done, because if this ends up a wick bottom, this could end up a jailbreak long. I don't necessarily favor the XPeng jailbreak in terms of a reversal, but NEO, that can be a very quick reversal if it breaks at 12. For now, I still like that short. I might try to add to it on a curl. I don't know that I would have taken 90s there. I probably would have waited for like 90 to 95. And then just if you're watching Tesla, they are going to be reporting this morning, still diddling at that 219 level. And Netflix, wow, I hit enter. I hit it like 3 times. Netflix, it's still Tesla. Give me a break. Netflix did challenge that 270 and now rolling back over. So a bit of a pop and fade in Netflix. I want to be deep in front of 255 for any longs I grab.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost here. Somebody was earlier was asking, Luisa was asking, it's like, which direction? Like, what do we do here? Kind of lost. Yeah, me too. I'm waiting for the market's kind of solid. Yeah, Amazon's falling off, but it's falling off into a support zone. That's my only issue. And the market's not solid enough for me to go for the long. I would go for the long on this if the market was solid, but the market itself is struggling here a little bit. It has come up, yes, off the 10s and into the 20s now. Just a little bit more action and I'd be a little bit more confident with the long. But for the time being, I'm just looking for candidates that I can potentially work with. Microsoft's still there. Amazon could be along as long as we get the market to cooperate as well. So because it's in the zone, that could potentially bounce it, right? And Microsoft was sitting around that 237, so Microsoft's still on deck. Netflix starting its move now to the bounce. Okay.
Apple bouncing.
There you go. Apple, the big index name. So we'll take a look at Apple real quick. There goes the market up to 23. And this is the thing. Once you get the setup, then you can start kind of laying things out and start building everything that you want to build. So for the time being, we're just going to wait a little bit more. Then we'll start throwing out some borders and we'll go to Brennan.
Okay. I don't know if you...
Talking about the notable weakness, some of the Chinese names. Here's Alibaba trying to bounce as well, guys. The market heading higher, just to get 74 there for Baba.
goes.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was sort of talking about. The first thing I looked at when the market came back into the upside there was what's happening with NEO. It's still sort of trading at that low. So for now, the cover is okay. Intel, which I'm going to be shorting pops. I have scalped them out beneath that 26. I like the short. It gets above it, and you're waiting around for 27. So I will reload some Intel up here just to take a shot at it. What I was trying to get at there is Apple got close to green, which will be at about 30 pennies from now. If Apple goes green after what I saw yesterday, then you really have to think about dragging the market to the upside. And Apple, I mean, you can always just trade Apple if you want to. Tesla as well, looking very, very strong, above that 220. The only fade I like in Tesla is up at that 224, 225 area. So I want to be very, very patient for that. UAL, I keep on hitting New York instead of NASDAQ. UAL, I wish it had done this dip, but that's not real. It's now only going into the upside, so the dip buy might have to get thrown out the window if we do just end up taking out that 40. I like dip buys better than breaks, but you got to trade what you can get instead of what you hope for.
Yeah, that's all you. I mean, trade what you can get. Right now, I can't get anything because now the market's gone, but at the same time.
Disney 102 is coming.
Which one?
Disney 102 in like 20
Disney, there you go. That's a potential one. So again, I'm going to start layering some orders and see if I can't pick up a long fairly soon. And I see you guys talking about LMAO in the chat. Yeah, it has halted now. I'm not sure the exact timing of the halt, but if it's a typical halt, it should be open, what is it, 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes.
5 or 10.
5
so
or 10,
it's one or the other.
5 minutes, check in 5 minutes. If not, it'll be 10. 1114 is the opening price right now, projected opening price with 5,000 to trade. So there's not much volume going on. It's 500,000 shares traded so far, and it's about to trade about 2 cents higher from where it's at. But again, that changes as we get closer to the actual open. Right now, it's barely moving around. We'll come back to it once we do get to the open. Right now, UAL coming back up, futures market bouncing strong. So let's find some long candidates. I know Microsoft was, we were looking at 237. It's already at 238. So that one's gone. Amazon was the one that was weaker. So let's see if we can actually see along an Amazon. Amazon back above 216 would open the door for me. So I'm going to mark off 216 as the break point to the upside on Amazon. That should give me enough strength from the market. It's bouncing in a support zone. It should clear any sort of resistance above 115 that they may have put up already. So we'll do that on Amazon. Microsoft's gone. What else can I potentially get? Yep.
So we did get to a 110, 101.87 on Disney. So real close to that breakout. Looks like it is going to have a shot at it if the market just went green. So I think we have a shot at it if it does make that break. But I'm kind of eyeballing this 101 as well for a potential opportunity to buy a dip into, like fading into that level. Like if it gets there, great, fantastic. Intel's going to come under some pressure here. If I'm going to short it every single day, if it's going to break that 26, we have to take the hit. I have scalped. I then re-entered it in front of the 26 level. Disney just gave me that dip buy. NEO's still, even in the market strength, NEO's hanging around these lows. So I still think it has a chance to go. XPeng, on the other hand, at that 8 level, is retesting that 810. So, I'm kind of have my bids beneath, trying to take 10 cents. When it goes 10 cents out of the money, I'm not terribly worried. If it gets 20, that's a different story. But just found my way into the long on Disney on a bit of a dip buy. I will still take a breakout at 102. But I want to see if it can hold this channel, and then I can start working longs into that break instead of just simply waiting for the break. Brendo?
Nice move up here for UAL, guys. Worth noting, 10:30 is the earnings call, which is kind of strange because they reported aftermarket yesterday. But 10:30 earnings call for UAL.
You know what? I'm really glad you said that, Brendan. Thank you for reminding me when the earnings call was on UAL, because I got burned by trading Goldman Sachs when they had the call on. And you guys saw, if you watched it yesterday, that was a mistake on my part. It was stupid. I even said all morning long, don't trade during the earnings call. So I'll want to get out of any UAL trade, or at least have some stops in place if it happens. Disney just got that 101, a bit of a dip. It's not a home run, but it's trending up. I took some out in front of that 102. Now I want to see if it can bounce a second time off 101. If it can't, I think you're waiting for 100 for any potential dip buys on Disney. Strong for now, but when I see what's going on in Netflix, it's trying to break 270. Maybe Disney can't take out the highs unless Netflix gets through that 270 and holds it. So you've got to be watching these two in concert. I reloaded my Intel because, I'm just, until it breaks, I'm going to keep on getting back into it in front of those levels. I haven't scalped any out on the new re-entry. I'll go ahead and do that now. I want to be taking some profit on the way down to the low of the day on Intel. The market is trying to go green. So even though the chips have been relatively weak, at some point you're not going to be counter trend forever. these trends can hold up. And yeah, it looks like not Netflix, Amazon. I'm already in 4 things, but Amazon just ticked 115. Got up to like 20s, and then a bit of a rejection there on Amazon. So it looks like that's still headed southbound. And just to give you guys some cover, Tesla didn't quite get as high as I was looking to fade it. So I wanted to fade it at 224s. Got up to 222s and turned. I'm not trading that one in the middle. I got enough that I'm working with.
Yeah, so I picked up some Netflix. You guys might see it on the board there. 268.53 is the entry. It's already $2 and change in the money. I'm trying to get some out. Actually, I'm not going to try to hold on too long, but I am going to try to get some out, try to use this 270 break as an exit point on something. I'm just trying to give it a chance to get going. If you can go a little bit more, I think there's some more stops above 271 if you can actually trigger some more. So I'm being a little patient with it, but I am looking to get some out above this 270. There we go, 271 and change. Can we? All right, I'm going to pay close attention to see whether I want to get some out now.
You'll get it.
No, I can't do that. All right, fine, I'll take it here if they can give it to me. So I'm going to take some profit here on Netflix as we come up a little bit. Okay, while that's doing that, Disney got close to that 102 mark and then decided that, you know what, no, we're going to back off a little bit. So 102 is still in play. So we're going to keep watching that one. And there goes Netflix. Okay, all right. I see you, Netflix. I got my fill, though, on Netflix, so I'm good. I made my money on that. So there's your
still
entry.
going up. So
no, it came down now.
So you see that?
Yeah.
Netflix just took out that 270 on the way back in, and that's exactly when I trailed out of Disney. So first shot, we're able to get to 50 cents. The second time, it's not going to work out. The 102 break is still very much in play, but I did want to come back over to XPeng here because I'm still shorting these names. It rejected that 810. I've added back into XPeng. Look, the market might be trying to go, but these shorts are. The levels are too big not to just give up on them willy-nilly. NEO didn't really find enough strength to put a curl back into 1150. Or 1180, I should say, so I didn't really add to that one. Intel's still going to be working for me here. And yeah, Tesla, here you go, Tesla. I mean, now it's starting to come back in. You have to adhere to your price levels. I broke a rule yesterday and ended up paying for it on Goldman Sachs. So chasing Tesla and shorting it at a level I didn't want. While it would have worked, I'm not sure that's what I should be doing there. Apple, which was dragging the market higher, is starting to find a little bit of a slowdown here at 143. It tried to go green. Just going to quickly show you, if Apple sniffs 145, 146, that's certainly resistance. If we're gonna hold these lows, I need to see Apple going green, and then I'll be more concerned about hanging on to some of these shorts. And if you're watching AMD instead of Intel, which I'm trading, I know Sean will be all over this one. Didn't get to 58, ignore that wick. Still weakness on AMD, can't seem to break that 58 level. And for those of you looking at the crypto, Coinbase now below 65, and I obviously did not get filled in Silvergate. Yeah, because Silvergate's only going straight down again. So Silvergate weakness. I want to work back into a short on this again. I might not be able to catch that 56. I love 56 because it was that sort of previous higher low that goes back on the daily chart there. Not sure I can even sniff that price. I might just have to short it a little bit closer to the 53 level. If it breaks 50, the stock is kind of screwed. XPeng starting to come back down, so I know we're looking for some timber action there. That daily looks absolutely putrid. I just got a fill at 790 on a reload at 8. I'm thinking you could hit 750 on this today. So hanging on to my shorts until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just deciding whether I want to get more out on Netflix or not. My whole thing with Netflix right now is there's a lot of sell-side volume where we don't have the market to support the buy-side strength, but it's up above 270, and they're struggling above 270 with the volume. So now I got some out at 271 and change, but I don't know about this 270. I mean, here's the thing. If we do crack through this top-end resistance or this distribution area through 270.5 into 271, and we do crack through there, you're wide open all the way up to 275. And that's my only hesitation. Do I want to get it out now? Because I've already locked in some profits, so even if I move the break-even stop, I'm going to come out ahead. It's just a matter, at this point, I'm just kind of doing the math in my head. I'm like, does it make sense or not to kind of let this one play out? So kind of trying to figure out whether 271 can go, and if it's, you know what, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to give it a chance. I've already made my money on it. So let's just see if we can get it to 275 to the top end. And you know if we get to 275, it's at 271.70 right now. If we get to 275, you know it's going to take a look at that 280, right? That's bound to happen above 275. Brendan.
There was a volume spike there, guys, on Carnival. Once again, coming back into this support level from yesterday. Trying to hold right now, 780, 785, but big volume on CCL.
Oh, goodness. CCL, look, that's definitely one I want to watch. But Twitter, and thank you guys in the chat, guys, for reminding me about Twitter in that 52 level. I was shorting it, then got trapped into a long late in the day, gave back what I made short. You're now above that 52. So it is looking like it wants to challenge this. It has been having so much trouble getting through this. It holds above. I think it could glide higher. You're not going to see 54.20. You might want to just get that one out of your heads. We're not going to see 54.20. It's not terribly realistic, guys, because the deal is not close to done yet, even if there are some signs that it could happen. Here comes another pop in NEO. So I have taken a little bit out of NEO, probably not as much as XPeng. I have taken a few more shares out of XPeng than I have out of NIO. I just feel like the downside potential is still there. On this last test to the upside, I was kind of looking for it to hit 75.80 and give me an entry. That has not happened just yet. So I'm not at the point where I'm adding or taking anything off on NIO. I'm in a bit of a holding pattern looking for that bigger flush. Apple just put a bit of a wick down there and looks like it wants to try to hold that 143. If the market's going to get driven up, I do think that's going to be the case. And Amazon was a missed opportunity. That 150, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not mad because I am short overall here, but Amazon 115, that was the level. Looks like I don't want to be chasing it down here. It has to try to give me a pop before I can get into that one again. And Disney, I wanted that long to happen. I tried fading into it at 100, in front of 100, took a scalp trade out, was willing to take the break, got back in, and then immediately stopped out beneath 101. Now it's testing 100 even. You can't hang on to these things forever. If we don't hold 100, there's just too much potential for a gap fill to the downside on Disney that I have to see it bounce before I go into any longs, guys. And CCL, once again, I wanted the pop and fade. Super SPAC man, I know you're in the chat. You like the short on CCL as well. I like the short off of that high. It ends up failing right at $8. If it pops, I want to be fading that one, shorting any pop until we get to 825 on CCL, if I can even catch it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. You guys may see me flat on Amazon, not Amazon, Netflix. I kind of had to walk away. It's just that distribution that I thought that I was seeing above 271 never left. And so with the market coming back down and the distribution still being there, I don't want to be long against that. It's just going to be a dangerous thing to do. So I've already taken my profit. It's about $3 or so that I walked away with on Netflix. Good win. So we'll come back to it. Brennan.
There was that earlier halt that just popped back up on volume. I was checking on the ZYME as well. Big move up today for Zymeworks. Cancer therapy licensing agreement. Oh, there we go. So that's positive. For this one, it was up a lot more than this morning before it did fade. Most of that gap, but trying to tick higher here for Zyme.
Yeah, there was that. There was also this MNTV very quickly. I want to get to NEO, but this MNTV was another gapper on our watch list. It's holding 750, but if this takes it out, that's kind of the one level I was watching, 750 to 760. If it cannot hold this and start to break higher and make some support, this could be down at $7 in an absolute hurry. NEO just came right back up. For the first time, I'm adding back in off the pre-market lows, 1175. So I've been kind of backing off, being too overly aggressive, but I just took it now to get some more shares in. Look, if this jailbreaks 12, I am out of it. UAL just popped in, not the dip buy, but UAL on the break. So I would have loved if this was a real wick because I was all over this if we even sniffed that 37.5. UAL now taking $40 out. I got slipped to 40.10, so I am long in here. If it gets to 41, remember that post-market high on UAL is also resistance on the daily. So that first dollar can always be tricky. I'm scalping into that first dollar and then looking for 41 to break on its own. So this is kind of like two separate trades I would make on the break of UAL because it is into some overhead resistance on the daily chart.
Yeah, okay. LMAO, you guys were talking about that. We were looking at that before the halt. Thank you guys in the chat for putting this up. LMAO opened at 1225 apparently after halting. Remember we were talking about it was like 1114, if that's going to change as we get closer to the open? Yeah, apparently it opened at 1225 and now moving back down. This is the 5-minute chart. It's going to be very hard to see the action in the 5-minute chart when it starts halting like this. So we'll move it to the 1, and that's all you got, right? It was pretty much this until we got above 10 and then stopped at 1114 and then opened at 1225, and now we're back to doing nothing. Just pay attention to this. Clearly there's some action here that can be worked with. It's just a matter of how do you play it. I honestly don't know. There's so many names to work with. Netflix is still going. Amazon coming down, futures market coming down. I got Google coming down. I'm looking at the indexes going, where are the longs at? Do I want to be long is the question. I think the short, for the time being, is going to be where I'm going to look. I'm going to build up the candidates, right? So I'm not set entirely. Remember I said we need stability on the futures to potentially look for longs? Well, we never really got much. We got that move up to 30, and we fell right back. So not enough to go long just yet. Amazon, big thing with Amazon, we were stalling on going for the long on Amazon when it was, going for the short on Amazon because it was at the previous resistance. Now it's really starting to work through that area. And for me, if we get through 112, and we're going to lose the market at 3,700, you got to look at the potential short as Amazon as a first name to go for to the downside.
Yeah. So Coinbase finally took out that low at the open, that 64.5. I was just watching Silvergate as well, but I wanted to shorten Silvergate. Silvergate just there's no liquidity on that thing. It was better yesterday because they had earnings, but I know hopefully Prad got this. Trader Prad was just talking about this. Yeah, he's got the breakdown of that low of the day. I don't have it. Most of the shorts I have are kind of working in the money right now. I got the UAL long. That breakout, I'll give it to 40s. 30. I'll give it 40 cents, like 39.60s, I should say. I'll give it to that level. That's about 40 cents from the breakout. I got 10, so it's exactly 50 cents. I'm now in Coinbase on the break, kind of on the way back upside. Wasn't able to get the break down. And this is the problem. Like it got to 73. Look at how far a move it made yesterday's trade, but it's now breaking that 65 level. So into that short. It was Silvergate that I preferred if I could have even grabbed it, but Silvergate done 400,000 shares. I mean, 400,000 shares is nothing, so liquidity not there. If it does any kind of a significant pop, like if Coinbase goes against me too far, that could give me an entry into Silvergate, which I do like a little bit better for the short.
Yeah, futures market bouncing. Okay, I appreciate this.
You know what's just sorry, I want to update here. What's not bouncing is Intel. So I just got some 75s on Intel. That continues to go timber. NIO, which was sort of going sideways for a bit there, got to hit enter twice every single time. That's coming back down into 1150. So patience pays off in NIO as the market tries to go up. NEO continuing to head down. XPeng as well. This is heading down toward its low of the day. One of these days, these are not going to be a short anymore. But until that happens, I just want to be leaning in that direction every single chance I get. I just jumped into coin, and immediately it makes a little bit of a pop. Maybe this gives me an entry point into Silvergate, but for now, Coinbase, you hit those lows. It might work in NEO and XPeng, but sometimes you hit that low and it tests you. If it gets back above like 65.40, I have to get out of it. However, if it stays within that dollar, then I can roll back into some shares around 64.80, 64.90 in front of 65. But Coinbase could be taking that L when you hit that low because Apple is breaking out here. There's Apple going. Apple now green. This is the one you can take for some longs if it wants to hold that long. And watch out, Disney if it catches, but I still like Disney.
Yeah, I see you guys saying Netflix. I also see it on my screen, unfortunately. Like, damn it. Oh, this is what happens. Okay, whatever. You see the entry, you see the exit, and then you see this thing go another $6. So, okay, we're going to move on from that. With the market bouncing off the 3,700, okay, are we starting to find stability around this 3,700 is the question now. We bounced here once. We're going to bounce here again. I actually would have preferred if we took out the 3,700 low because that would have opened up the stops down below. But I mean, this is, I guess, half decent as well. Potentially, if this can stay like this and we actually continue with this buy-side action, I would actually might go for the long here on the futures. And if that's the case, Neil, you mentioned Apple taking off to the upside. Apple's at 144. That's too far away from the 140, so that's out the door. I can't go with that one. Microsoft was the next one up at around that 37 mark. It bounced off the 37 and now back to 238. Was that?
I mean, Netflix 270. If it dips to 275 on a clean break of 80. There's some opportunity to get into Netflix, I still think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do it. I made my money. I don't want to give it back. I see how it I see how it trades.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm being facetious with that. Like, you got to trade your setups. Only take trades that make sense to you, right? So I'm kind of seeing this trend in Netflix to the upside and saying if the market goes green, like, where do you want to be? You know what? I just got trailed out of UAL there. The breakouts have not been that kind to the upside recently, and there's UAL taking that 40 level. I'm not going to hold it past the consolidation because I did favor a dip buy. You don't want to give back. You don't want to give back what you've made. So I'll take the L on that one and just sort of walk away from it. and find some better opportunities to the long side with some patience. But all was sort of saying with Netflix is it's strong enough. I loved the quarter and everything about it and the story. I wish it could have been Disney at 102. I thought that was a much better technical break. But Netflix holding above 275 looks pretty solid as well. The dip buy wasn't nearly as deep as I thought it was going to be. Brendo?
I saw this note in the pre-market, but it wasn't really doing anything, but I'll show you anyways. ESTA, Hindenburg, out with a note on this one this morning. Down big time. There wasn't a lot of volume again in the pre-market, but trying to rally back here for this one, down 10.8% for ESTA.
ESTA. Okay. Anytime Brendan brings up names, I got to look at them now because it moves big time after he stops talking about them. It comes up before because he starts talking about them, and then it just continues its move. So now Brendan says 50. Okay, I see you at 50 on ESTA. Let's check the volume on ESTA first. What the level 2 looks like. 3-cent spread, 600K traded. Okay, you probably can't size up too much on that. I'll keep an eye on this.
Give me a sec. Just guys, Neil right here, 1150 has now hit twice. It's not like there's a huge amount of size here on the bid, but it's significant enough. It gets maybe 100,000 shares the first couple of times I saw it get to that level. But it's on a 3-minute chart, it's going to look like it hasn't done anything. I did get some out at 51s. If I see a big bid at an even dollar level like that, I'll just, it's kind of like, not shaving it, but just jump in front of it to take some out. So I took another leg out in front of 1151. And then similarly speaking, we'll go back to Brendan in a quick second there. But similarly speaking, on XPeng, it got down to 785. I did not get filled on the bid, and it's bouncing a little bit up there. So even these EV names, as much as the short is working out on both of them, they're catching a bit of a bid off support. Brendo?
Another one moving here, guys. For those so inclined, it's a penny stock, but hey, 40 million already on this Red Hill, RDHL. That's $1 right there. So a COVID note, positive COVID-related note out for RDHL.
All right, you guys may see me on the long there on Google. I just picked up an index. Well, I'm trying to kind of build up somewhat of a small index long here. So Google is the first name. It's a tight risk. Google is going to be 150 against 100. That pretty much is my trade. And it's coming down pretty quick, so it's probably going to be a quick loser anyways. But it's worth a shot. The risk reward on that was high enough or very good enough that I would actually take a shot at that as I get my stops in. So it's why would I go after Google or why would I choose Google? Well, one, the market looked like it was stabilizing around that 15 area. And it looked like this 100 bounce would hold up well. So, wait, what am I doing? I'm on Google. Wrong chart.
Yeah. The charts would be the same.
It's the same chart. It's just I just entered it wrong. So we were hesitating around that 150 quite a bit. And I'm like, okay, market's starting to go sideways at that 15. Obviously, it fell off now. But the fact that Google bounced off that 100, I'm like, put up 50 cents. If I'm right, I'm getting a 3-to-1 payout. So might as well take the shot here on Google at 150. Because if you get the market to go, then you know this one's going pretty quick.
I'm going to do this for a second, but the bears are kind of working. I said if we failed the 65.40 level, which is VWAP on Coinbase, I wanted to add on a breakdown to 65, so that's what I did. But I am going to scalp a third of it out at that low, because if you go sideways from here, then I want to rinse and repeat this, keep taking that 50 cents to $1, and then work for lowers. These shorts are all working out for me, but it is worth mentioning. I'm just going to do this. I know you're the futures guy. I'm going to ask your opinion about it, not to put you on the spot. We just bounced once here at the open off 3,700 on the ES. I'm sitting in all shorts right now because the continuation, if you break those bottoms, I think could be tremendous. But I know you're thinking about longs. That 3,700 break,
it's gonna be. You
always talk about giving these things some room. How far does it have to go before you're convinced?
For me, I actually have a level down there. It's 3690. So for me, 36,700 isn't as big of a deal because I know there's going to be some stops that are going to get taken out and whatnot. That's fine. But at the same time, the only reason I'm looking for longs or even taking longs is I'm taking longs in very specific names with tight risks, right? Google has a chance. It's a 3-to-1 payout, 50-cent risk. I can afford that. I'm not going to go into large-scale longs here and give them a ton of space because I'm not that confident that this level will hold. In the event that we break 3,700, we could still go another 10 points or so and still be positive, right? So I'm looking for potential snapbacks below 3,700 that can open up a long there. If this market breaks 3,700, a lot of names that have been struggling are going to get cracked. The first one that's going to get cracked is going to be Amazon because it's been quite weak today. Even with the strength that you're getting on that market earlier on, Amazon barely bounced. It bounced all the way up to 115, and that's where you were talking about potential shorts, right? So, like, I would just hesitate on like large-scale longs until we get solid action on the futures. We could be getting that in the next little bit. Right now, I'm seeing if we can get back above that 37.15, I might have enough to justify the long on the futures, and then that means I can probably justify some longs in some other index names as well. But for the time being, I'm just going to take the shot on Google and see if I can actually get that 3-to-1 payout. 50 cents is 50 cents, right? I'll take that win. Or 50-cent risk for a $1.50 payout, I'll take that win anytime, right? Sometimes you got to do the math, and although it may not look the greatest in terms of like reads because of where the market may be, risk reward says it makes sense.
Yeah, risk reward, this is what it's all about. Like, you're getting reasons for why you can hit a home run on those longs, but also how you can take some short side trades. That's what we're trying to do for you guys. NEO, look, it's continuing to hold 1150, so I'm bidding beneath this price to get any more out. I have taken some profits on this. If I hadn't taken profits, I'd be taking more right now. And the next pang as well, look, 780, I don't know what's going on here at 785, but the last time it flushed, I feel like I fell for this trap. When it got to like 90s, it goes like 10 in the money, it goes 15 in the money, and then I keep seeing buyers step up, and I'm like, the futures are holding a support level. I'll keep trimming out of it. And the last time this happened, I want to be able to show this to you when it broke 9 even. This is that same moment. And I remember it was at 875 to 880, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, I'll take a little more out, take a little more out. And next thing I know, it was $1 lower. So I'm done bidding out shares on XPeng above 780. We either break this or retest that 8 even again. And if we break it, we're headed to 750, and I want to hold it. You got to give these things some room to run. I thought like I did a better job with that on Intel yesterday and on Silvergate. Coinbase, I think, is a bit of a similar story. I have gotten an average into it once. I'm trying to get out off of those lows on Friday if I can catch them in front of 63. But I'm holding short and strong. If we break 3,700, I've already paid myself out, and these should go gangbusters. If we don't, fair enough, I can flip to some longs in like a Netflix or an Apple. But I'm giving these bad boys a chance when they're in the money for me. Brendo?
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on what is happening now. Chart Prime bringing you happening now. As per usual, they provide and offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and more. Use TLive, the code TLive on checkout. Get yourself 20% off. Here's a red board to show you this morning. Right now, unfortunately, back to the downside we go. 1.25% for the Russell 2000 there among the leaders. 0.7 almost for the S&P, a quarter for the Dow. There's the NASDAQ, the composite, and the 100. Better part of full percent for both. 0.6 there for the 100, faring a little better. A few things we were discussing in the pre-market. Netflix, the big one. Great report for Netflix, still rallying on that. Currently, I'll show you in a sec. But United up, good day for them. Adobe as well on preliminary results. Moving around this morning. Also, here we go. Apple, we were wondering what was going to happen after that move down yesterday on the iPhone 14 Pro production cut note. Back to the upside we go for Apple so far this morning. What a monster Netflix is. Right back to that high from after the close yesterday, guys. Back to you.
Netflix going to be, well, we said this, right? After the morning, after the open, there's going to be a ton of volume that comes in, and Netflix is showing you exactly what's happening with all of that volume. It looks aggressive, but clearly the direction is to the upside. I've made my trade on Netflix, and I don't. The problem is with Netflix and moves like this is there's a certain pocket where there's a ton of volume and it's directional because everybody wants to get in on that direction. And then once it slows down, it gets very whippy very quickly. So for me, I try to play that as good as I can. Clearly, I didn't capture everything, but at the same time, do I want to step into Netflix again? Because now everyone's looking at that 280, right? That's going to be the next up move. But at the same time, if we don't get the market to support it, although Netflix has its own reasons for moving, I would feel more confident if I had the market support behind the trade. Although Netflix is not as heavy in the indexes as it used to be, it's still nice to have the support from the market. So I think I'm done with Netflix for the time being. Maybe in the afternoon after we traded quite a bit, I'd come back to it. But for the time being, let it do its thing. Let it settle down a bit because there's a lot of people that still want to participate that may have missed the move earlier, or maybe even shorting this, opening up the potential for stop runs above 280. So I'd wait on this one. For at least that's just me. I'm going to wait on this one. And answering a question from the chat, how far back do I go to look at support resistance levels? Okay, so the way I would do it is, this is a 60-minute chart. I try not to go any bigger than a 60-minute chart. And for me, about 1 to 2 weeks, everyone has their own approach. This is just mine. I try to go 1 to 2 weeks or so worth of data on the 60-minute chart. And the reason I do that is because after a certain point, although the relevance may still be there, it doesn't have as much weight. I mean, like, I guess the level still may be there, but the relevance kind of loses value over time, right? So for me, I think 2 weeks is going to be the sweet spot. And anything within 2 weeks, I'll look at. And everything after that, I mean, it's not on the chart, so why should I really care as much? It'll be a step in the road that we're gonna, a checkpoint in the road as we get there. But more volume, more recent volume has more weight, right? So for me, ES, 2 weeks or so should be good enough. I'm looking at up top here, 38.25. You know we were there not too long ago. If you're looking for more levels, 38.25 just sits above that high. And then we've also got 65, and I can probably mark off some levels down here in the 80s as well, below 3,600. But for now, we're just working the range, trading within the range, and we're just gonna focus right here. That's all we care about right now. Once we start moving through those zones, we'll start opening up some levels that we had a few days ago, and then that's it. Once we get past all of those levels, we just create new ones. And you guys may see me in the mornings when I come on and give you guys levels. I may say just let it trade and let it develop its own levels. Just let it work itself out. Because it's kind of, for me, the levels kind of have expired. They haven't really expired, they're still there. They just don't have as much value anymore. So that's all it really is. Now, that's on the 60-minute chart. That's as an intraday day trader. If you are trading a different time frame, this completely changes for you because you're probably looking at the daily. At that point, you're looking quite further out, right? Your time frame is different. You're swinging longer. That means you have to go back further, right? So in this case, 1 year, whatever. I don't really look at it that far away. I quickly look at them, but then I'll just kind of go back to it. I'll go back to looking at the 60 because I'm trading today, not swinging this around. So for me, it's just 2 weeks on a 60, and then if you're trading swings, then just figure out what works for you, but it shouldn't be too long because the more time that you look at them, you're gonna see so many levels, that's just gonna interfere with your reads. So I would just let it be and just kind of work with something that's recent. Google now up 20 cents.
I don't have the new position alert thing on my board, but I did just get one. I talked about CCL on a pop looking for a short. I'll have to be cautious with this. I'm going to give you a reason why here. Yes, you were challenging pre-market high. That's not pre-market high, but the opening range high. I usually like to short off levels like that when I can. So you break at 8.15, you can get out of it. But look where this bounced. 785 was a pretty big level on CCL. In a lot of respects, not just because it was previous resistance, go to the 15 or the daily, and you can kind of see there's your resistance, it broke out, now it's turning into support. So you got to be very careful shorting something that holds that as support. It could stay inside the range all day, and then the short's good to those lows, but if the market can jailbreak up, that is still a valid break with a huge gap to fill. So you got to have you got to have a stop on something like that. And I do have to respect some of the strength coming into this name. Now keep in mind the market is trying to get green. He bounced off that 3,700. I am still holding out on the shorts. I had paid myself on XPeng, which is working downside, but it's starting to come back in. Wow, the scaling on that chart's crazy. But it bounced off that 70. I said I was done getting shares out until it broke or tested back in the high and went against me. It's the same thing with NEO and Intel. Coinbase putting in a bit of a similar story as well. I was able to get one reload back in here at 65. If it pops up here again, I have my 15-minute charts up just to slow myself down. If it does break out this 65.5, I'll just get out of the trade, start looking for some potential longs. But guess what just took out 26 even? That's Intel, so it paid me down to 65s there. Good shorts, but once you break that 26, 27 is the next significant level over there on Intel, Brendo.
There was a note this morning on Uber, guys, on the advertising side of things, an advertising division coming for Uber specifically. But I just actually saw this one pop up, Lyft on a volume spike back to pre-market highs here. But both of these seem to be moving on that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a quick correction here. My Intel did not break 60s. I see 26 as the current high of the day, which is crazy. I'm like, why did that even happen? So I'm just going to get out. I did reverse into a long. It's not above 26. If it goes above now, I'll actually be a little bit more patient and wait for it to trade above that price. But that trigger happened. I still saw high of the day 26 even, which means I don't want to be getting into too aggressively. The other thing about that reversing into a long is AMD is still southbound of 58. That's when I see AMD still southbound at 58, I got to respect the fact that that's not showing strength either. So no reversal on that level of 26 for me on Intel. I just got in and out of that for a penny hit when I had reversed long. I know you want to talk, maybe you want to say something there, my bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, Google's up 40 cents or so. We're still working with that one. But the thing I wanted to kind of point to is Amazon. Even with the negative movement in Amazon, I was looking for 3,700 breaks in Amazon to take out 112 because we're sitting in this little zone here that could potentially still be support. Amazon's finding a bid still. So, Neil, if you missed that 115, you may want that 115 again the second time if you're looking for the short. For me, though, I'm just looking at, like, can we get above 116? Because above 116 with this action that we're getting on the futures right now, that could be a great long on Amazon. So that's still waiting to happen. Tesla, we talked about Tesla, you know, later on, it's going to be a dangerous game to play. Right now, it's going to be a boring game to play. Why? We're locked in. 225 up top, 217 down below. I mean, if you want to play the chop right in the middle, if you here's the thing, you gotta, I think one of the very few things, we'll talk about this when we get back. Brendan.
Another one just popping up here, guys. Apparently, the Biden administration looking at $2.8 billion in further grants to 20 companies specifically for EV battery and grid projects. So this one just popped up. MP on a volume spike there to 29.
Oh, MP material. That's always a good runner. But like you mentioned there, MP materials. I mean, I'm buying dips on Apple because Apple looks like it's a strong one. It just turned green on the session. They're basically shrugging off that news, so I kind of like that to buy the dips. And then Amazon, to your point, the question with a 115 short is always like, where do you get out? Like, it's easy to say opening range here at 115.15. So 25 or so, and I don't really mind playing that game if you want to zoom in instead of zooming out. But if it's going to be this strong off those bottoms, I want to see it round off there, fail that so I can get in on the way back down. That's not a setup where I would want to jump in on the way up. That initial pop at the open you can be more aggressive with because you get a little bit more whipsaw action. But I actually want to see it reject this 115. Maybe even break it and fail to break. That would be pretty solid for it as well. So if we can get that, that's what I'd like to do. I don't want to be ignoring Tesla. But you know, Tesla inside of a $4 or $5 range never really excites me. I want to see it breaking out of said range, and that's just not happening. CCL, which was the latest entry for me, I jumped into it. I haven't actually added to this on the way down just yet. It just now rejected that 810, which was the opening range consolidation. So this is where I'd be looking to add somewhere between the 8 and the 810 area in the 05. It hangs out sideways. I can jump into some shares to the short side. But Netflix is the other name. You know, Tesla is boring, and Netflix has not been boring, and I haven't even made a single execution on Netflix yet. I got in Disney for a hit. Actually, no, it was mixed on Disney. Won on the first leg, lost on the second. I consider it a hit because it wasn't the 102 break that I took. You're now southbound at 275. If I'm not going to take this, if it's beneath 275, then I'm waiting for 270 or 265 in any kind of a long in Disney. Like, I'm not chasing it up here. I want it to come back to me if it can. The futures are caught in a 20-point range on the ES. Yep. So what that's telling me, if it's an inside day, then my shorts have been working. I should just be hanging on to them and trying to work those same shorts. And that does lead me to Amazon. It did just do a wick top. So that's, to me, like any kind of a wick high and then consolidation lower, that's an entry point. That's what I was waiting for. Would I have a better price if I simply took the short in front of 15, I could have 114.80 or 114.90, and then I have a better price or an entry. Or I can take the setup that I like better, and the setup that I like better is rejecting the level I like and then grabbing the consolidation. So that's what I end up doing here. If it breaks out through that opening range top, I'll get out of Amazon. But now I'm into it, Brendo.
There's the shareholder vote here on the Save Spirit Airlines merger with JetBlue. So they have voted in favor of the $3.8 billion deal. So there's a monster volume spike there for this one, Save, but not really doing much.
Yeah. And so, like, just remember with that deal, regulatory, that's the hurdle they have to clear. It's the regulators. There's just way too many, there's too much competition, lack of competition when they have so many regions that overlap, and that'll be a problem. They might have to divest some, which, in order for the deal to go through, it's like you have to give up this region, sell it to somebody else, and then it'll be eligible to come through. So I think it's a bit of a formality. Of course they're going to vote yes. They should be voting yes for it for the shareholders. It makes some sense to me. But you got to wait for the regulators to give the okay on that particular one. If Amazon's going to come out and potentially stop out there, and I'm taking that risk, then I want some exposure to some of the longs if we break the top of the range. Netflix, at this point, it's going to have to be a 270 level. Apple, which I'm sitting on the bid of, we might not get that dip into VWAP. I love VWAP. I'd love to get that dip in there. If Apple doesn't oblige, then I might be chasing this one on a 145 break. It's diddling in the middle at 144. So as of yet, not really going to be chasing it. But here comes that 115 on Amazon. I don't know if you said you were going long break on Amazon. Or you're waiting for 116.
116, yeah. I'm still waiting for the futures to firm up a little bit. We're getting really, really close, but I mean, it's still kind of up in the air a little bit. Going back to what I was talking about Tesla, when we're in a range, right, you got to kind of be honest with yourself as a trader. What's your strength, right? What's your strength? What's your weakness? I know for me, I'm not a very good range trader, so I try to stay away from range type of days, range type of trades, and for me, I'm not going to step into this. Regardless of how great it was to make money inside the range, and some people are really good at it, some people are not. I fall in the category of not, and I'm just going to be honest about it. What's your approach? If you are a breakout trader, or if you are a trend follower, or whatever, just stick. No, I don't want to say you shouldn't learn other things. You should definitely learn other things, but you know where your money's being made, right? So that's where you would kind of spend your time and your money while you're learning other things. For me, Tesla, range bound. I know I'm not good at ranges. I do well in other names. I have so many names to look at. There goes a Gould now 50 cents. Futures market back to 23.
Now it's going.
Now going back to futures here, I'm comfortable throwing some orders into futures to catch some longs. So I am going to look for some longs here on the futures, but not at 20s. I'm not paying 20s because we've been here before. I know what the prices look like. I know what the volume looks like in this high 20 into the 30s. So I'm going to see if I can get some high to mid-teens, but that's going to require a dip to happen. So we'll see if we can get that fill or not. But if we do get a dip, that means I'm going to have to place some bids lower in a lot of these names. The first one that comes to mind is Amazon. Why? Because we're still, although we haven't cracked, there goes 27. Damn it, that's moving fast.
It's going.
Yeah.
And I just got, not trailed out of. I got stopped out of Amazon there. Looks like it's jailbreaking upside. I'm going to be out of coin. The ones that are going to continue to hold here, I mean, it hasn't broken yet, is the last of what I have in NEO and XPeng. Still holding on to a quarter of each of those. And then CCL. CCL is now trying to take out that 815 top. So this short off the high looks like it's going to go. Apple is now accelerating to the upside. It looks like it's going to be that 145. I might move my dip up, obviously, at this particular point. But the one that's still, it's now back above 275 is going to be Netflix. So Netflix definitely on the churn. I like the long in front of 275. It might just end up being a clean break of the high of the day here. That, oddly enough, it's 277.50, so you are getting a round number-ish, I suppose, on Netflix here, for lack of a better term, every $2.50. I'd rather be buying in front of the 75 area just to get a bit of a better price. But now we are through that 20 handle range into the upside, so I'm only going to hold on to the best of the shorts, which has been the EV names per se, and then trying to get into some Netflix. Chasing Apple is going to be tricky at this point. It's so incredibly strong. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get it. The other way I was looking to play this was Qualcomm, but it's nowhere near any of the levels I liked. I mean, I loved Qualcomm down to that 110 yesterday, but it's kind of foregone now. It's too far away from my entry price to be able to grab the Qualcomm. I don't mind chasing Apple, but not QCOM.
Yeah, I see you guys in the chat talking about Microsoft. And Microsoft, we started with Microsoft on the day at 237, but the market wasn't stable and it's too correlated, right? I mean, it's got too much weight in the index. So if the index isn't stable, taking a trade in Microsoft is going to be a very hard thing to do. That was the entry point, right? If you had to essentially be comfortable taking that shot down there against the 235, now you're sitting at 238, 239. I mean, you could still take a shot, I guess. You're still in the lower part of the range, but then the upside is going to be somewhat towards 241, capped, right? 241 to 242. So I'm putting up, what, $4 in risk for a potential $2 upside before we hit resistance. So although I may like Microsoft on the buy side and I like the futures on the buy side, I need specific prices. It's not going to be at 239. If I can get, let me break this chart down a little bit further. If I can get maybe around 237, I don't know, I somewhere between 237.70 and 237.50 and 237.75, somewhere in that 25-cent range. I'm okay with the risk at that point, but not at 238.5 or even 239. So that's not happening. But I do have bids out on the futures. I'm going to pick up a long if this market dips one more time. Where we kind of, our pride has established that this is going to be an inside day, and until Tesla, it very much could be, right? Tesla will move this market regardless of the direction. So whether we're breaking 3,700 or 3,690, or we're going through the top end, it's going to be Tesla. It's got the weight.
Yeah, just someone asked if I had a plan with the chips showing strength. Absolutely. So Intel, shorting in front of 26s, that definitely paid off for me. I did have a reversal on that long. Remember I told you I got triggered in, out of the short and into the long, but it hadn't really broken 26. So I did cover it flat. I'm like, let's see what happens at that level. So it put a wick bottom. It got back down to 95, held it. Now you're holding above. And the futures had broken the channel. So now I have a little bit more confirmation of this trade that it wants to try to put in this essential, like look at the size of the gap fill. That was a short yesterday, and then look at the room to the upside. So if we break 26.10, suddenly I have a long setup for me here, or I can be buying dips into 26 even and give it to 95. So a couple of ways that I can play this. It is Intel that I'm focusing on. I will, after I get my orders sort of locked and loaded here, I can go over some of the other names as well. Like I have no issues with AMD. The only problem with AMD, it's only now breaking that 58 level. I just got into Intel on that break. But AMD's now above that 58 level, so a very similar setup. It's testing the pre-market highs. It has some overhead resistance closer than Intel, which has a much more clean gap fill. And if it is NVIDIA that you're watching for the chip names, this is now breaking out. So NVIDIA is showing probably more signs of strength now that I look at it than the others. And I'm sitting there going longs in Intel. NVIDIA through 122 looks pretty juicy, and this looks much better on a dip buy. Whereas I'd be hesitant to buy dips on, if it goes too much lower against me on Intel or even AMD, unless it is that 58 holding. You could fall all the way back $1.50, and NVIDIA looks good at that 120 level. But I was looking for confirmation above 26 on Intel before I did jump into that long. So that's why it wasn't so much hesitancy as looking for the actual setup. I was in it, got out of it for a penny loss, saw the setup look a little better, and actually jumped in at a higher price. Sometimes it's more about the setup than anything else. Netflix, it hasn't really broken that high of the day yet. I feel like it's a matter of time. As a matter of fact, there it goes. It just broke. Just give me a break. So I don't even get the 277.50 breakout on Netflix there, and then it immediately takes the even dollar higher, so I get the break of like 278. Like I know it's 50 pennies. But to me, like that's 50 pennies that I would rather much have in my pocket. So a bit of slippage there, not really getting that fill. I am in the long here on the break of the high of the day on Netflix. We'll cover some in front of 280. But if we break 280, remember, this stock has not a heck of a lot of it between 280 and 300. So as much as it's up 15%, it's like Silvergate. That was down 10% and ended up 20. This is up 15. You could still see 20 if it takes out 280, Brendo.
Hey guys, quick look at small cap land today. Bit of a quiet morning so far as small caps are concerned. Here's a couple we mentioned in the pre-market. If you joined us, Sober, S-O-B-R, Sober Safe is the company. Stuck in a range here a little bit, 330, 340. This is the one I was kind of focusing on, which is just that level from the daily chart, 330 to 340. So just fading this in front of 330 after the open did give you a nice bounce up to that. There's a buyer down here at 3 though, so just be aware if you are trying to short this. A lot of strength around 3. So as I said, just kind of stuck in a range for SOBR. MNTV, I was a little cautious with this just because the company said they were looking to sell, or they were exploring the possibility of a sale. So if you missed this breakdown here from the pre-market, so support breaks, gave you a trade down to 730. That was really it. It wasn't much to do. Otherwise, volume dying off on this one already for MNTV, guys.
Yeah, this market now taking off to the upside. Yeah.
I'm gonna hit this one because we got some new graphics and refreshed them, and I lost some of the old ones, and this has nothing to do with an ape thing, but it's just a bullish one that I can throw out there. So I gave you the reason why I could have been long in the 26. That was a key price for me on Intel. I ended up with the 20s, the break of consolidation at 10s. It runs 10 cents in the money, 26 to 26.10. When it goes to 20s, I'm going to be taking some profit out there. But I'll show you, I'm still in some of those shorts, but only in the best of them, right? And oh goodness, don't do that to me, Xpeng. There we go. I'll wait for that one to load up. But Xpeng still holding. The breakdown was at that 8 level. It's still holding and now consolidating off that level. I did pay out a bunch on the way to the downside, but we're still holding the lower end of the range. It's valid to about 815. NEO is a very similar story. NEO, in fact, as I will try to load that one up. Yeah, that one loads just fine. Same thing, it breaks that 1170 to the downside. I short that. I shorted on the pop in front of that 1170 again. I got a 69 price, and it's still holding the bottom end of the range. So I don't mind holding on to these because they're working, but at some point you got to look for those longs. It is Intel, it is Netflix. Am I long 75 on Netflix? No, I guess I could have had that one. But sometimes you grit your teeth and take the break of the high end of the day. If it gets to 280, I will take a leg out in front of 280, and I will then look to hold for a 280 break. If 280 breaks, I'm probably going to be adding to it on that break if the size is there. You never know. It could be one of those traps like I saw on Twitter there yesterday, but it's too significant a level to ignore. So once we're through that resistance on Intel, I had to flip to the long, but also Netflix showing too much strength. Had to take that breakout.
Yeah, going back to the futures here, somebody was asking me in the super chat actually whether I trade the NQ as well, or do I stick with the ES? I've traded both in the past, and I found that I have much better reads on the ES than I do on the NASDAQ. So I try to just stick with the ES as much as I possibly can, except for specific situations. Let's just say Tesla comes out with earnings and I want to participate in the futures. Well, Tesla has a much larger weight in the NASDAQ than it does in the ES, right? It has a much more of an influence. So I go directly there because the NASDAQ futures are going to move that much more, are more sensitive to something like an Apple or an Amazon or a Tesla coming out with news, or Microsoft even. So I would go into the NASDAQ specifically for, I guess, news-related or index-related symbols that are moving aggressively. Then in that situation, I'd step into the NASDAQ. But overall, I try to stick with the ES. So I have found my little thing that I want to trade, and for me, I'm good with the ES, and there goes 116 on Amazon. Futures market goes through the high. My bid is still waiting there, clearly not getting filled. To the upside we go. At least we've got Google here up 60 cents, but that's been somewhat slow to get going. And Amazon now accelerating through that 116 and at 116.30. So we know that level that we marked off on Amazon held up well, and we can actually use this level now in a good way on a dip. So now it's just a matter of getting a fill on a dip and using that 112 as a stop.
Yeah, and so one of the things I was showing you guys, Tesla now challenging the pre-market highs. It broke the high of the day at 222.50 or so, somewhere around that range. It looks like that's the high. But you are seeing it not quite at that pre-market high, or the 224 that I like. But just to go back to AMD and some of the chip names, I'm in Intel. That's working. It's a distinction without a difference. They're both making a very similar move, whether it's 58 break or 26 even. You are seeing them both break out. NVIDIA still churning as well. If this is the dip on NVIDIA, this is going to be an opportunity to get into the stock as we're jailbreaking to the upside. And I'm still looking at that 120. I don't think I would trade Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD. It's going to be one or the other. I'm already in Intel. I'd probably add NVIDIA to the list here over AMD just because this feels relatively strong at this point. But watch out for this potential. I mean, Apple got to 145 and is starting to back off a little bit here. So I'd be very, very careful with this. I'm still looking to buy dips in that, but that could cause the market to turn just a little bit. And I'm not ignoring you, Snapchat. There's nothing new that I see with Snapchat, but it is strong, up 5% on the session in the midst of a big breakout potentially. This is Snapchat getting through this 11 high, up 5%, and room to fill in some of the gap here. But much like Intel, I want confirmation above this gap, a consolidation, and then the break. There is time to be patient for this move. We can still capture it if it does happen. And then checking back in on the 3 shorts that have still been valid the whole time. Like, this is CCL. It did turn green, but I'm just sitting in the short. I got a price of, I got my $8. It's $8.05 I'm short here, but they call it $8, $8.05 into the short. If we take out these tops, I know I'm wrong on CCL. I can get the you-know-what out of Dodge on this stock. But if it does fall back down, that bid shouldn't be. The order shouldn't be there. If it does fall back down and the market reverses into that strength, this couldn't take out the high. So if the market reverses here, this could flush. And if it breaks 85s, the stock is probably toast down into the 50s or 60s. So I want exposure to some of these shorts to take some profit on them when they have shown they're still valid. And that Apple 145 could be helping me quite a bit. To come back to what is reporting after market, Tesla, not really yet at that 224, but showing a lot of strength. I would add this to my list of longs. If it can clear through 224, or maybe give a good consolidation off 220, not going to be playing the 222 level as much as I like that old 666. It used to be resistance. I think that's kind of come and gone. 24, 25 is a bigger level for Tesla here.
Yeah. Man, the window's like so tight, like especially in a market like this, the window's so tight to catch the trade. I'm still looking at the futures going, man, I would have, like, to be fair, I would have preferred it somewhere between 10 and 20, or not 10 and 20, 15 and 20, and then it just accelerated through 20, and then we were at 30. I was like, damn, really? We're gonna move that quickly? But that's what happens when you're in a range, I guess, and you're playing off the bottom end. So now I'm trying to catch some longs. I'm obviously got Google. I've picked up some CRM. Missed on Amazon, so we didn't get that fill. So we're still waiting for Amazon around that 116 and change. If I can find, let me take a look at some other index names. AMD through 58, that was an option. That went way too quick. Apple still on deck here, close to 145. But we've been here before, right? 145 round number. You're looking at 145 half, 146 even. There's going to be some pockets of resistance going on up through that 145. So do I, like Neil said, do you want to chase into this right now? I mean, like, you're running into resistance. We could easily come back, right? So Apple has had a good day, but I think I'm going to take my wins with, I've got 2 wins. CRM 50 cents, Google up 90 cents. We had Netflix earlier, 3 trades overall. I'm happy with that. That's a good start for me. Right, for the type of day that we were looking at initially, 3 wins so far, 3 trades, 3 wins, looking like it's gonna do well. Then yeah, why not? Let's play the entire range if we're gonna do this. And when I mean entire range, let's actually pull up the other chart. The market's been in a range. Obviously, we've been here before to the top end, and now bouncing off that 3,600 or 3,700 a few times. Are we gonna go back towards 50 and 60? That could open up the shorts again. So we've got some space to the upside, but right in the middle, you're not going to, the safer thing to do is not do anything at all.
Yeah,
right?
that's fair.
If you didn't catch it at 37.10 or 15, somewhere where the risk made sense, it's probably a dangerous thing to do, trading this right in the middle of the range. If you miss it already and you haven't caught the trades that are setting up now, then it's probably better off wait and see if it fades out through the 37.60 and 50 area.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, right? Like I said, even with Netflix, it's now testing that. It keeps trying to test 279 here. So I was going to get out some in front of 280 anyway, so I end up taking it in front of that 279. But at this point, like, it's either going to break this channel to the downside and I have to get out of the trade, maybe hunt back in for a long there, or it's going to continue and I'm adding on a 280 break and holding. Inside of here, when it just sits there back and forth at 278, there really isn't a heck of a lot to do. It's more just about being patient with the stock. So that's what I'm going to do over here on Netflix. It is working. I don't mind it. I just adjusted my order for that long breakout at 280, where I will be adding the position and then monitoring the shorts, which most of them are still working. It's against me on CCL, but it's not breaking resistance. Intel long is going to be working out as well. Apple 145, still a bit of a challenge. No challenge to get a crypto update when you want it from Brendo right now.
Hey guys, as we said in the pre-market, if you joined us, pretty quiet so far for crypto markets, back to the downside. Currently, we are seeing a bit of a bounce though. It was a soft start to the day. As far as some technical analysis here from FX Buzz out this morning on not only Bitcoin, but right across the board, everything just kind of hanging out here. You can see a bit of a pop right now. This is an hourly chart, 19,100 ending up being support here, coming into some of these levels from last week. But back and forth we go. That was the CPI move, if you remember, huge wild rally off the initial lows for Bitcoin as well as equities. But 19,000 continues to be the main focus as far as Bitcoin is concerned. Still holding above right now, as I said, 19,200. Down slightly on the day. Same story for Ethereum. Trying desperately to hold on to 1,300 right now. Pretty quiet though, top to bottom, guys, for crypto today.
That'd be a good trade.
Look, I was just sort of saying to Arun, it's like, you know what we want to have happen. There's no question what everybody wants to have. Whether you're long or short, what you want is the futures to... Why do I still have a line drawn here on my ES chart at 37.40. Thank you, Arun, because you gave me that level. I draw them when you make them sometimes. Yeah. But I want the continuation to break up so that we can dig into some of the longs. I don't mind getting stopped out on some of the shorts. We paid ourselves out a bunch, and then we can just work into some more aggressive long positions, and we can test those highs, maybe even break back up now that we've gone green. But if we reject here, head back down and eventually break 3,700, what I was kind of getting, I was saying Neo's screwed if that happens because it's already down 5% and trending lower. CCL is in a world of hurt if that happens. And if we are rejecting this level, I should be, you know what? Forget it, I should be adding to this. I'm just going to add right here, right now to CCL, because if this does roll over, we don't take out those highs. Some of these shorts just get all the better. And I know I'm talking about the same ones, but relative strength is what it is. That's what I just sort of tweeted about when I've been kind of busy looking for opportunities here. Hit enter twice. Looking for opportunities here. Look at XPeng, down 7.5%. The market can't break out from here or hold green. What do we think is going to happen to a stock like this? Back below $8. This is another name. I'm adding into XPeng here beneath these prices. I'm not waiting around for 8s or 8.10s again. We're rejecting those highs. I'm just going to get the heck out of Dodge. And then some of these longs, Intel pulling back. I'm not saying I won't add back into this at 26. It is a valid level. That's where my reversal was going to be. I'm shorted to that level. If we had broken 25.50 of the downside, I would have shorted that breakdown. It never happened. It never got there. I like the longs in front. But I'll be very cautious with buying this dip and adding back into it if this market does not hold red. And if you're trading AMD instead, look, I still think it's good off the 58 level. But if we come back and pull into it, you don't have to rush into that trade at 10:30 or at 11 o'clock. You can respond to what the market is giving you. See support, see a consolidation, and then think about getting back into that level. There is no rush, guys. No rush at all. Netflix, I'm sitting here waiting for the break of 280. I already scalped out when I got the breakout here of the high of the day. And I'm holding some, and I want to add in a 280 break. If it doesn't happen, this breaks 267.5, you could be seeing VWAP. And I'm not holding, even if I think we can go on Netflix, I'm not holding this back to VWAP. That's reckless, it's nonsensical, so I'm not going to do it. I will stop out in the second half and be down on the trade. Apple, I will be buying the dip on Apple. If it can hold that 143 VWAP, I'll probably adjust my order just so I can get closer into VWAP or just wait for it to bounce. But that is one that I am looking for the bounce plan. Intel, AMD, Apple on a bounce. Netflix will have to give it up and reassess if it gets down to VWAP. But I just basically saw us reject that 37.4 and then double down on the shorts that are still valid and not breaking out those highs. That was CCL and XPeng. NEO was maybe a little bit too deep in the money. If I caught NEO here, maybe, but NEO was already back down toward those lows. So I'll just continue to say, there's home runs out there, and these aren't even home runs yet. This could be 10% to the downside if the market goes red. That's what I'm talking about. But I missed the double down there, was able to get the double down. Not quite a double down, but able to add back in on XPeng, double down on CCL there, Brendo.
Is it a buyout or isn't it a buyout? CANO back to the upside here today. Just popped up on a volume scanner back above some levels from yesterday. But CVS did come out and say they are not pursuing a possible acquisition of this company. But more volume coming back in, guys, to the upside.
Yeah, if this market can just come down a little bit, that would be very, very helpful because I've got a ton of bids out trying to catch a long on a dip here. Well, if I can get a dip. Including Amazon, by the way. Amazon has, where was it last? It was underneath 136 last I checked. What did I get filled on? UAL, okay. Amazon, I see you. Keep coming down a little bit more. This is where I'm trying to control the risk on the trade just because I know the stop is going to be 112. I don't want to put up $4 in risk, so I'm looking for a better price so I can actually adjust the risk, something that suits what I want to do. So now we have 3 longs, and we're waiting on a bunch more. So CRM, Google, and UAL all long. UAL finally took that 40 and actually is trading above there, Neil.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, well, it's not the first time we got above there, though.
This is sort of the problem. You saw the way I treated Intel above 26, where when it broke it initially, I ended up punching out flat and then taking it when it actually consolidated above that level. Well, that's exactly what I should have done. It should be a New York stock, man. It should be a New York stock. Yeah, but anyways, that's what I didn't do with UAL. I just took the actual break of the level, then I'm getting stopped out in the range. Now it's a bit of a different story because you're above that price, you're holding consolidation, the market's coming back down, which means it's going to test this bid here at $40, and when it tests that bid, maybe we get a sideways consolidation. I want it to look good on my 15-minute chart, get a nice consolidation to 40, play it to that 41 level like before, but now that the market's coming in, I can be very patient with that move. I don't have to rush into the long like I did before on UAL. CCL, as soon as I'm No, the market wants to reject 37.4. I'm going to get more shares in. I scalp more shares in. It's already testing that $8 level. And I got some bids down to 785. Have to pay myself this time on the way down to 785 because this is what needs to break. It's not a home run. It can be a winning trade, but it's not a home run until 785 goes, and then you're testing some bigger levels to that downside. Similar thing with XPeng here. I got the reload. I will take some more shares out in front of 780 because, again, this stock is not a home run until 780 breaks. This is a trend. I know what this can do. Dollar moves, $1.50 moves to that downside. But until it actually breaks 780, none of that's going to happen. It's just your nice little 15 to 20 cent wins, which are great for an $8 stock. But I want more. That's what we're looking to grab here on XPeng, on NEO, on CCL.
Yeah. If this market can just cooperate, it can never seem to cooperate. It'll just come down a little bit so I can get some more fills here. CRM, 26 cents, Google, 80 cents, and UAL now up 14 cents. And I'm still looking for a bunch more to get filled. We may run out of time, but I'm still going to give you guys the entries that I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at NVIDIA potentially. Well, I actually got the bid out on NVIDIA. NVIDIA above 122 is one I'm looking at. What else am I looking at? Amazon. We're still looking for that long on Amazon, closer to that 115.5. Keeps bouncing around. I may actually have to come up and pay up to get this trade, but I'm going to be doing that very hesitantly. So that's one option. Boeing is a very strong name. It finally took out that 140, but I actually don't want to pay 140. I do want to pay a little bit lower, below 140, so I'm going to sit closer to that 139.5 area. So that's one option, or that's the third option. AMD, obviously I see you guys talking about AMD. AMD above 58 is definitely still in play. 58's a far way to go. At this point, I'm waiting for 59 to go. If we get above 59, stay above 59, that could open the door for another long here on AMD. That's one option. What else we got here? And then Google. Oh, Google's just my offer. Google's, I'm actually trying to get that. Remember we were doing the math earlier, and I was like, it's a 3-to-1 payout, blah, 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 50 cents, trying to make $1.50. We're just offering our way out of the initial position on Google, so we're trying to lock in some profit. That's all that I've got on the board, and that's probably all I'm going to get for now. We'll go to Brandon.
Hey guys, yeah, back to flat for the S&P. Here's a look at the overall sector breakdown. Few individual big movers here today, offsetting each other more or less, leaving the market overall pretty flat. We are green, but only just. ISRG, we talked about in the pre-market there, big move to the upside off of a decent report for them, 12% still for ISRG. Down here, UAL on the watch list this morning, 7.75% to the upside off that earnings report. 3% for AAL as a result, dragging them along as well. This one, though, GNRC, big move down off of earnings. Bit of a miss for them. So offsetting all of the strength in the industrials group is that GNRC. There's Netflix, 15%. This is actually the lead group right now, the communications group, I should say, because of that move. Nothing else really to the downside. Meta having a nice day, 2.5%. Disney having a nice day, 2.5% as well. Back to the upside. There's Procter & Gamble, tough to see, but 3.5% to the upside for PG today. They reported pre-market. Yeah, oil bouncing here, so some of the energy names back to the upside, but enough negativity as well to offset, guys. We are exactly, look at that, flat on the day so far.
Yeah, we are exactly flat on the day, but I can tell you, the reason, like you get an inside day and you get a trend, I'm kicking myself for not adding to NEO, but the reason I added to CCL and XPeng was I just felt if we go back red, you got to give it up. So Netflix, which as much as I liked it, you know, it broke the channel to the downside. We took the high break of the day. We looked to add at 280. We were able to scalp some out, but then we'll have to take the L when it looks like it's challenging that to the downside there. But you know, part of that game is if you have something that's relatively weak, then when we're going timber like this or heading to that downside, you can take advantage. I said double down. The second I saw that consolidation break in CCL, it's already starting to pay. It's accelerating through 790 to that downside. XPeng and NEO, you guys know about those. Well, you know what? NEO broke 1150 just now. Why am I sitting there? I want to sit. Sorry, just adjusting in order. So yeah, broke that 1150, just threw a bid in front of 1140. I'll probably take one in front of the quarters, and that continues to flush into that downside. I still like a few things. They're still holding up on that long side where Intel's above 26, so it's okay. UAL's trying to hold that 40 level, so that might be okay. I keep hitting New York, and I'm sorry about that. Like every time I try to pull up this stock, I think it's a New York stock, and it's not. UAL, I like this entry much better than taking the break because I'm actually trying to grab it as it's consolidating above, but it still could turn into a losing trade. I want exposure in both directions, but the whole idea is hold on to the winners, give them room to work, but have stops that are reasonable for risk to reward. So I'm not going to lose more than 30 cents on UAL a second time here. I actually gave it 40 the first time. I'll give it about 35 the second time here. Got to have some room to that downside, or have some room if you want to get it to work to that upside, but cannot ignore the fact this market wants to continue to come down. NEO absolutely flushing. I gave you CCL and then mentioned XPeng. I just got to fill back in that 785. I'm going to continue to give Gates a hell for this, but until it breaks 780, it's got a chance to hold these lows and try to jailbreak to the upside. If it holds 780 again, there might be some longs in XPeng. It's down 8%. But I think it can go 10% with that 780 break and even further than that. That's why I keep going over towards it. Apple had been leading the entire day. Here comes the test of VWAP. So if there's something I want to still buy dips on at VWAP, Apple is definitely one of them. I'm already in Intel in front of 26. A lot of you are watching AMD. That can head back to that 58 level. I could have gone long 58s or 26s, that 26 area on Intel. I chose Intel. AMD probably just as good at 58. As it dips back in here, that's valid off any kind of consolidation at those levels. But once again, the shorts just printing off of those highs. If you got them, hold on to them. And even Snapchat, like Snapchat super strong, it's holding the top end of the range. It's where you don't have to rush into a trade. This little dip that we're seeing on the market, Snapchat could resist that dip. That's why I wasn't rushing into the long before. We could resist the dip on Snapchat and then hold this breakout above 1110. And then suddenly, if it takes 1120 into some market weakness, you have a 10 cent or 20 cent stop for a chance to fill in this gap on Snapchat. You don't have to get into it the second it breaks that level. You can see how it trades. Okay, right now holding relative strength as the market comes back in. That's all systems go. 1120 breaks. Now I want the Snapchat long. Don't have to rush into it, but if it's not going to fall with the market and it's breaking out on the higher time frame, I like the long now on Snapchat through the high of the day where I didn't 5 minutes ago.
Snapchat, that's a stock I haven't looked at.
And there's no news that I can see on it, by the way. It's just strong, that's all.
Okay, so like I try to go a little bit more in terms of volatility and also in terms of price. I try to go with names that are moving around a lot more. If you were to trade Snapchat, right? Yeah. Like, what are you really reasonably expecting? Like 10 cent risk, 15 cent risk against 10, 50 cent winner, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so it's like your stops are either conservative, you can go actually half and half on. So the other way you can play multiple stops is you could stop out half at 11.10 and give the other half to 11 even, treat it like two separate trades, where the first half with a 10 cent stop, you're working it into this range, like 30s to 40s, that's your target area. And the one you're giving a 20 cent stop, you want to be only getting out once it gets to 40 to 50 and then looking to see if it can take out that high or at least get to that high from a couple of weeks ago. So I'd almost lean into that. Like there's two separate kind of ranges you see here. I'm into it now. And you know what? It's not a bad idea to just treat it that way. I will throw a stop at 10 for half of it and a stop at 11 and then try to play those two separate areas for targets to the upside. It's not to say that I'm making two trades at once. It's just that I don't think it's completely done if it breaks 11.10. It might still be worth it to hold to 11 even because I think the upside is there. This market has volatility, and if it holds green, here's a relatively strong stock that you could see higher. There's a Twitter. I mean, anytime Twitter shows strength, that can be good for Snapchat. Advertising space has been good. I haven't checked in on Meta. If the Meta looks strong, then I might like this even better as well. But yeah, I like Snapchat here for a couple of different stops. I'll throw two stops on this: 11.10 and then 11 even.
11.10 and 11 even. Okay, I'll leave that to Neil because I don't know what to do with a chart like this and with this kind of action. I guess it's just volatility for me, right? I'm looking for more volatile names, but not too volatile because if you guys remember, I don't trade above a specific price. What used to be Google and Amazon and even Tesla at some point, now they've all done their splits and now they're within a range I can work with. But this market, I've got 5 longs, all of them in the money. Actually, 4 of them in the money, one of them's flat. So I'm not going to do much more here. I can't. When the market's right here in the middle of the range, or I'm looking to catch longs that have just either broken out or set up well, then those are the trades I want. Am I going to be able to capture anything in the market? Not at these prices. I don't want to participate in the mid-20s. If you bring it down to the teens or so, I'll trade down there, but not at 20s. for the time being. So we'll stick with the longs that we've had in the equity market, and we'll just go from there. Brendan.
It took some digging, guys, but there was a Citibank note on Snapchat this morning that was very positive. So there wasn't much of an upgrade or a price target increase, but they were just talking about what's coming up for the company and then going forward as far as their current quarter, next quarter, a little bit better than expected, again, from Citi on Snapchat.
Okay, I mean, good to see there's at least something there. And thank you again, Brendan. Like, this is the value of not just watching the show, but I mean, for any trader out there, I could be sitting there ear to the ground trying to trade 5 or 6 positions at once. Now, granted, a few of those I'm just holding in the money and then just working out of them. So I'm not really in the moment having to worry about something like a CCL or a NEO. But when you have someone that can give you that news like Brendan does, it is an advantage here, because I was kind of looking around, didn't really see anything on Snapchat, so I'm glad he was able to do that. Speaking of which, I'm just taking a quick look. We got about 10 minutes to go. I see Trader Prad's ready. Actually, that's a nice shirt. Prad, I'll give it up for that. He's dressed
He's
dressed
his
to kill.
game up.
He's stepping his game up. Yeah. We got 7,000 watching, and we got 1,400, so we're barely above the Mendoza line. I'm a big baseball guy, so the Mendoza line is Mario Mendoza. He was a baseball player. He couldn't hit 200. Okay. And if you hit below his career average, it's a Mendoza line. Basically means you stink. Hate to be that guy.
How long was his career?
He actually played a long time. I don't know exactly how long. He played long enough that you got to respect him. But we're below the Mendoza line when it comes to those likes. If we're below 20% of the people watching, liking the show, I feel like we're not doing well. This is all for free, right? Like, I'll tell you right now, like, we basically try not to take any time. If the market is open, U.S. market's open, we are here. We do our best to always be here. I know Sean's not here today because he's not feeling well. That's about the only thing, plus taking vacation because we have to spend time with the families, that we try to do. So we're here every single day. Just hit the like, hit the subscribe, grow the community, because quite frankly, did you see me talk about Snapchat? Not really. Did Snapchat show up on a scanner? Okay, yes, it showed up on my Trade Ideas scanner. But you guys were talking about Snapchat. I looked over and found a trade. Whether it works or not, I found a setup that I liked on Snapchat, and I jumped over to it, guys. So that's one of the values that we have over here with this channel, and why we want to keep growing it. Apple, on this dip buy, I'm kind of watching these futures here, trying to pull back in. That means the shorts are printing. That's great. But Apple pulling back into VWAP. I want to see this consolidate off here. If it can do it, fantastic. Intel could break back below 26. I'd have to take that long out. So it did work back up to the quarters, but Intel might be giving it up here. It's Apple that is still valid for a potential dip buy. Yeah, there goes Intel. Just stopped out on Intel. Somehow UAL hasn't really stopped out on me just yet, so it's kind of holding up the top end of the range. I got my price right in here at the quarters. If it breaks down below maybe like a 90, I think I have a 95 stop, a 94 or 95 stop on this. If it breaks that, you could see VWAP, but it's holding the top end. So for now, still some relative strength over there in UAL. But you know, the others like NEO, CCL, XPeng, we could come back in the afternoon and I'm in each one of those shorts, paying myself on the way down. But if we turn red on the day, or if we could hold red on the day, I expect to still be in all those shorts when you see me back at 2 o'clock. Brendo?
Hey guys, quick look at currency markets. Pretty red right across this board so far today because, as we mentioned, if you joined us pre-market this morning, the U.S. dollar back to the upside today in a big way. 0.5%, in fact, right now to the upside for DXY, 112.5 or thereabouts. We're back into this consolidation again. This is a daily time frame. So if I zoom out a little bit, you get a better idea of what a year it's been for the dollar, obviously back to the upside. That is a euro, 0.5% downside. Canadian dollar, about 0.25%. Pound, 0.5% at 112.75. More tax discussions going on over in the UK once again today. So putting it under a little bit more pressure. Swiss franc, Japanese yen, both same story, red on the day as well. Russia higher, New Zealand holding on to gains as well. There was positive data on the CPI front over in Australia and New Zealand out overnight, along with Canada as well today. That was a little bit better than expected, but still downside. So red board for the most part on dollar strength, guys. Back to you.
As you guys got the like up to the 2K mark, based on what Neil said, I know nothing about baseball, but we don't want to be at that 2K mark because then we're matching Mendoza, right?
Yeah, we got to be better than that.
We got to be better than that.
But
so
I mean,
keep on going, guys. Come on.
I can't let that comment stand.
Wait, which one?
I know nothing about baseball, but Arun, you played baseball in high school.
Yes, I did.
I know nothing about sport that I played in high school. And I've heard the stories that the guy had a cannon for an arm, the pitcher, the team wanted him to pitch, but he played center field, best position on the diamond, by the way.
But
so I know you know something about baseball.
But that's the thing. I played because I could throw the ball, not because you wanted me to understand the intricacies of baseball.
So he's like, I'm so good, I didn't know the rules that he
No. You just put me, go over there. When the ball comes to you, throw it in. Cool.
Okay.
That was it.
Like
that was it.
I guess some people are just that good a natural athlete. They don't have to know the rules of the game. I'll leave it at that. But we had a good conversation. Actually, while Brendan was talking there, Prad was like, man, where's liquidity? There's all these spreads. And what I was going to get at here, I wanted to say to that, is if we get follow through to the downside and we hold red, and the spreads hold up and liquidity is still potentially poor, that's just more room to fall to the downside. So I'm going to hang, like I said, I want to hang on to some of these shorts. I'm also so you guys know it's been hot in the studio the last couple of days because for some reason it's just they can't control the temperature. I'm now boiling. I did a solid and moved the fan that was blowing in just our faces here. We moved it back so everybody could benefit from the fan. I don't know if I can be that nice about it because I'm dying in this studio. It is ridiculous. It's got to be 28 degrees in here Celsius, which is absolutely insane. But either way, we're putting on the show for you guys anyways. We'll see what happens. And yes, if you strike out 4 times in a row, JF Trader, that is called the golden sombrero. Because you usually get 4 at-bats in a game. I don't know where that comes from, but it is a golden sombrero if you strike out 4 times in a day or in a game. I just struck out on the UAL long, so I'm 0 for 2. If I go long 2 more times on UAL and lose, I've got the golden sombrero. But if this is happening on UAL, and by this, I'm going to pull the chart up, show you the tight stop out there. Again, there's the breakout range, doesn't break, I stop out, try the long again, stops out. If that's not going to work, then you know what is going to continue to work. NEO, 1140. It is broken. The stock is headed to $11. From there, it has a chance to see $10. It's down 6.5%. It just continues to fall. I'm going to have bids on the way down here, but my goal is to try to hold these and still be in them. If the trend holds to the downside, then I don't have a reason to be completely flat. And we're impending the break of the low of the day on XPeng. That's almost 10%. The market tried to go up. And I'm like, I'm not getting stopped out. I'm not stopping out at 8. I'm not stopping out till it breaks resistance there. I did miss the ad on XPeng up at 805, but I was able to grab it when it retook 8 even. So these all systems go to the downside. Only 5 minutes to go here. You traded some CRM 5? I like that stock.
Yeah, it's moving with the market. Market's coming back in. Everything's going down. I mean, that's kind of expected. If you're trying to play the dip, you're going to have to deal with this, right? So, I mean, we'll find some more names to trade, but Brendan's got them for you.
Yeah, there you go. Look at what's to come tonight after the close and before the open tomorrow, guys. A number of names on here that could be interesting for earnings.
Tesla.
Like what an absolute, like Tesla, I don't know. Like it's on earnings day. Tomorrow's going to be, we'll be all over Tesla. But we talked about ASML today in the chip space. Lam, probably, I would say Lam is a little bit more important of an indicator to the chip space with the U.S. name because they'd actually be affected by the China-U.S. relations. Whereas, Lam and AMAT, Applied Materials, those two far more affected by the U.S.-China relationship than you will see with ASML. So those are big names out there. But it is Tesla. That is going to be the big name that we watch out for. I know some people are going to be looking for AT&T because that big dividend name has been able to have volatility in the last little bit. So I wouldn't necessarily sleep on them. But this is all about Tesla. Maybe not giving the entries for trades. I'm proud of myself for not trading Tesla and breaking rules. I was waiting for 224. It looks like it's turning at 223. So if I jumped in early on this thing, I would have won. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do because there's been plenty of times as wow, did I just get Amazon? There's been plenty of times where I've gotten this on Tesla at a price that I don't necessarily want, and then I'm just getting blown out. So I'd rather stick to my rules, miss a few trades here and there. In order to make the trade, you got to be willing to miss the trade. Amazon bouncing off VWAP, this happened faster than I thought. So this could be a quick little scalp trade. And Apple, by the way, as well. Like Apple trying to get into VWAP, but it's not really bouncing. Amazon bounced shy of VWAP. I get the long in front of 115. Apple's breaking it, so this could be a pretty quick in and out. And that's the thing. You've got to be willing to take the tight stop trades, and then if it goes for you and works, be able to hold on to a piece of it. That's how it works out. That's my style of trade altogether. So we'll see how long Amazon holds out. Snapchat on its break. That's the other one that we've been holding on to the long. I've got my take profits in the two ranges I'm working for. One stop at 11.10 for half and the other one at 11 even. It's got some relative strength in it. So as the market pulls in, Snapchat pulls back like 5 cents or so. I think that's relative strength. Still worth a shot at that long off that high today.
Man, good thing I made some money on Netflix earlier because this does not feel good. 6 longs, all of them out of the money as the market falls off. But again, this is the area that I actually want to work with on the market. So we're still going to, I mean, I'm not backing away from this trade. I've kind of committed to the direction now. It's like it took me a while, but now I've committed to the direction. I'm good with it, regardless of what happens. As this market comes back to this area, the teens, right? The 15s, the 20s, this area, this is where I would like to participate in the market. I did the equity side to get involved because they were setting up well. Those were the relatively stronger plays that I wanted to go for. But now I'm actually looking at the futures market. Now we're in an area that I can actually work with. Again, potentially catching a bid. We just need to solidify a little bit, right? And the last thing I want to do is, on top of the longs that I have, grab a futures long that actually continues on down. You got to keep in mind, 11:30 is the European close. That brings not a ton, but a little bit of volatility to the session right around that 11:30 mark. So keep an eye on that as well. But the market is coming back in. We've been here before. We've done a ton of movement around here. So we'll see how this one reacts this time, or the market reacts this time around. But this is what you're dealing with inside of a range. When you get trades inside of a range, you're going to get these sharp moves that look like they're going to go, and then they turn around, and now we're back to the bottom end of the range. The easier trade, obviously, is through the bottom. The thing with the bottom, though, is that even if we break through the bottom, there's 2 trades there. 1, the break holds. 2, the break fails, right? So we can snap underneath 3,700, come right back up. That's still a long. You break underneath 3,700, hold up well, then you accelerate. That's a short. So you got to be open to both sides of the trade around a specific level. So we're just going to wait for this market to figure out what it wants to do. Maybe the European session brings something, maybe it doesn't, but we are kind of locked into a specific read, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and that's all. Look, that's all you can do. Like, get yourself a read, get yourself an edge, and then work within that edge. So that's what we're gonna do. I like it in the chat there. I didn't see who it was. Oh, Trader Gorno was like, CCL pay us. I mean, it is paying, but I know what you're talking about. Like this, when you break major support levels, you get a double bottom like this, and you're in a short. You know, you don't want to, like. What I would say is, like, I wouldn't bid 780 to take any profit when 785 is a double bottom and it holds up at such a big level on the higher time frame. Like this is 785 since that gap fill. Resistance on the first day, resistance on the third day, and then we tried to break out and hold support there. So beneath 785, it's floodgates. So there's no point bidding 781. If we break 785, I think you're going to 775, and then you're going down to 750. So my next bid is going to be, you know, not 5 or 10 cents from here. It's like 15 and 20 and then 30. But you're looking for that kind of a move. Because we have an inside day, you always want to pay yourself inside the range, because if it doesn't break the range, you've made nothing with your good call. So always make sure you're making something out of your good calls. But as I say that, it's 11 o'clock, past 11 o'clock. It is Trader Prad and Luca on the midday show. Go get them, boys.
Yeah, Sharif looks a little smaller today, but way smaller today.
Unfortunately.
But you know what time it is, guys. It's Midday Market Movers Mayhem time with your boy Trader Pratt, and we got Luca, the main man Luca himself, on board today. Luca for sure looking for opportunities, so as am I. I'm in a couple positions right now. I'm in a Tesla short and a Microsoft short, just waiting to see if this trades will work out for me. Something that I've noticed is every time Tesla pops up to 220 and 10, there's about 100 lots there. They actually fill that 100 lots every single time. They pop up to 220, 230, or 220, 20, and 220, 30, and then they stuff it back down, and then another 100 lots pop up on 220, 10. So I'm just waiting to see if this level will work out for us when the market pulled back. But there we go. Now that the market's bouncing a little bit, Tesla getting ready to bounce with it, Microsoft getting ready to bounce with it. So time to manage my trades over here. Don't want to take too big of a L on these positions, and don't want to fight the market's move. Market trying to hold 3,700 and doing so very good job at doing that. The holding of 3,700 today, and NASDAQ is also holding 11,100. So you got to be very careful, as we have been mentioning multiple times throughout the day today. Sounds like an inside day, and maybe Luca can expand on what an inside day is.
Yeah, for sure. You know, sometimes, obviously, everybody knows markets aren't always going to go in any direction. They might just chop around waiting for big moves. And I think, you know, Tesla being a huge weight in the NASDAQ, everybody's waiting to see what's Tesla going to do. Is it going to, you know, kind of follow what Netflix does? And, Netflix, I called it yesterday. I said, look, Netflix after hours, this is going to be trade of the day. It's going to have the move. And it was just a chop fest after hours there. So, definitely got to be careful on your orders. And today, a little bit challenging, right? And I'm waiting for this chart to load here. But basically, everybody knows kind of challenging. No real clean breaks to the upside, to the downside. I think if you were favoring the long, obviously, good earnings report. The approach that you take there is maybe buy the dip and hold, give it a wider stop, take a little bit less size if that's your thing, because it is going to dance around and very rarely do names like this with high spreads, give you a clean free money trade to the upside, to the downside. Sometimes it's challenging, right? So had a couple trades on it, but wasn't too convicted. I just had a bad feeling about it. So as you can see, I just had 2 fills here in ghost territory. I don't know what's going on with these charts here. Brad, maybe you want to pull it up and I'll just fix this over here.
It looks like you're frozen over there. Everything on your end is just completely frozen. So maybe try relogging in on your end, buddy. But yeah, we can cover that while you're doing that. The market looked like it wanted to go up for a second, but we're still debating on what to do around the VWAP area for the NASDAQ market. So that puts my Microsoft short once again in the money territories instead of burning me zone area. One of the trades that I did have off the open was UAL, almost the same setup as your main man Neil on the other end on the morning show. And I got burned once, got burned twice. I just completely gave up on this trade. Don't want to be fighting this position anymore. That $40 level pops up to maybe 40.10, 40.20, and then just gets stuffed right back to the downside. So not having fun with UAL today. Market is in the red zone, so we're down 0.4% on the S&P 500. NASDAQ doing a little bit better today, only down 0.15% at the moment, but both of these markets are at pretty key levels. 3740 to the north side, 3700 to the downside. That's the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ 11,300 and 11,100 on the downside. So just got to be patient, guys. There is no real reason to get chopped up in these areas for anybody. We have to just look for the breakouts when they come, but if there is volume behind it. I mean, the number one most volume leaderboard of stock today was AMD until recently. BEKE came in as a leader with 44 million shares traded on the day. Very, very illiquid type of day, honestly. No volume being pushed around in the markets. I mean, look at your 3 times leverage ETFs. SOXL only at 65 million shares, and SQQ's at 62 million shares. So a lot of the reasons why maybe a day to cut down your size today and just sit back and relax and just really study the levels, study the moves that the market's coming in with. And as Neil did mention, if that 3,700 level breaks in the market, maybe some volume does pump back into the market and we see a big extension to the downside. Because of the lack of liquidity, we might see a bigger move to the downside.
Yeah, for sure. I have no idea. I mean, my thoughts on today are, I don't even know, right? I don't even know. That bottom that was made on the ES, and this is just kind of zooming out, trying to gauge what's to come, what's going to happen next. Everything is up and loaded here. Yeah, my Netflix positions, I was kind of like, we're below VWAP off the morning, and we started to run above VWAP, and I just said, it's a positive catalyst. I don't really want to short this. I want to favor the long. But, I was like, let me take, more size here. Let me try to get a free money trade, clean break to the upside and hold. And so this nice move to the upside, I was hoping that it would just quickly run into the money. As soon as it faded back, I was like, I've seen this before. The spread is nasty. I'm not holding the size. I'm just going to get out for a small loser. And then here I just kind of small size, but really no follow through. But yeah, overall market, looking at the daily here, and I think this has ESU2. Yeah, this is correct. Or Z22, sorry. So anybody using Day Trade the World, it is a Z22 for the contract. So let me just pull this up very quickly. And before these bottoms, like earlier in the year, everybody knows we had like pitchfork bottoms on the daily, which was interesting. We'd have like these sort of pitchfork bottoms on the daily. Then you have the very strong move up, sort of small pitchfork bottoms to the downside, and then strong move up again. This is a little different, right? If you're looking at this, it's like we're not really getting the wick-off bottoms. We had one day with a wick-off bottom, and this was CPI day, which everybody remembers CPI day. That was absolutely insane. Tapped 3,500, ran to 3,600, triggered like billions worth of stops, and run back to the upside. And now we're just in this range, right? So it's kind of interesting. It's like I want to believe that we're actually going to test 36 again and even break it, and then are we going to flush, or is it going to give another type of wick-off bottom? Kind of hard to, push the long when we're at these levels. It's like for myself, it's just less size if I'm looking at these things. But a lot of the times I feel like, going into earnings, the bid is strong, and, everybody's waiting for Tesla, Tesla, Amazon. Like Arun was mentioning this morning, Netflix, a little bit important, but not as important, not even close to Tesla, right? So we got Tesla after the bell today. Definitely going to be interesting. Hopefully get a trade going on that one. But today, yeah, just kind of dancing around inside day. Mean reversion has been working. This thing is spending a lot of time at VWAP. Nobody really wants to buy this above 223 from what it looks like. And then there's no real sellers coming in at the bottom, right? Low a day, pre-market low, nice wick off bottoms. I actually wasn't watching this, but that's a really clean setup, wick off bottoms for a pop through VWAP. But yeah, we'll see if, what happens there. But yeah, definitely going to be an interesting day.
Yeah, I like this comment in the chat. Inside day, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. Bad's not the right word, but sometimes maybe good.
I love that. I love that. I use that all the time. That's like my go-to meme almost.
Yeah, that was a good one over there. Question for if I don't have VWAP, is it similar to 50-period EMA? No, it's not. There's different indicators. They have different math behind it. Not the same indicators over there. VWAP is usually... You'll see the 50-period EMA sometimes far away from the VWAP and sometimes really close to VWAP. So they're not the same indicators. They're completely two different indicators over there. What I'm watching right now is the UVIXI popping up to VWAP from the lower days and rejecting VWAP at the moment. So UVIXI being your volatility ETF, your volatility index, or no, not your index, but your volatility ETF. It's a good gauge to see what the market might do and exactly what the market's doing at the moment, which is popping up while UVIXI rejects VWAP over here and pushes back to the downside. I'm looking at a stock on my scanner as the market was weak today, or at least it's red. I don't know if you want to say weak. We're pretty much flat on the NASDAQ, and I'll also say flat on the S&P 500, only being down 0.35% at the moment. But a stock popping up on the scanners, here we go. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted the $60 to break, so we're going to take short on the break of 60 over here on ELS. What is ELS? Equity, lifestyle, properties with a relative volume of 1.68. Only trading 325,000 shares today, though. Usually you want to see more than that. But like I've been saying before, NIO and AMD only have 30 million shares traded on them today. And BEKE, which is down 10% or more, has 45 million shares traded today. And the volume's not really there. So you want to be a little careful with how much size you're taking on any stock today. Today's just not the type of day to hit those home runs and hit those bangers of trades, right? You got to be a little careful. Look for your right opportunities at the right spots, and then maybe you could try to take some volume behind it. But keep in mind, you're not going to get the follow-through that you're looking for most likely unless that stock has a strong catalyst behind it, such as Netflix. Netflix going into the close yesterday had a monster move and also had a crazy reversal off that north side direction. We popped up to 265, we dropped down to 230, then we go back to 275 and close around 275, which was monstrous. And here we are on Netflix today, basically trying to stay above 275, 274, which was around where we closed yesterday with the after hours move. It was a monster beat, right? What was it, 46% beat on their EPS alone. They got a ton of new subscribers without even having that ad-supported tier out yet. Now, only imagine if they had a bounce back like they did in quarter 3. Once quarter 4 kicks in, well, we are in Q4, but once that new ad-supported tier kicks in Q4, which is November 10th or 2nd, I forget. I think it's November 10th, actually. When that ad-supported tier kicks in and they start bringing in more and more subscribers onto their platform, I think they predicted about 4.5 million subscribers to come into Q4. That just means the next quarter, Netflix is getting ready to go close that gap all the way up to 300 where was the gap at? Let me quickly pull it up over here. I want to say
340 is the top. I remember looking at that.
So the 328 gap right here. So 330, yeah, 330 gap. We're expecting it to pull up anywhere close to that. So when we see this 300 level come into Netflix, maybe sometime this week, maybe sometime next week, or even next quarter, that's something that I want to take an advantage of to the north side.
Yeah, I see Frank in the chat was asking me, Luca, what are your thoughts on Tesla earnings? Do you think we replicate it similar to Netflix? That's a great question, actually, because I don't know. I was thinking the same thing. I thought Netflix being one of the names from earlier this year that really trends, right? If you're looking at the daily, it just falls and it keeps going. Obviously, they were missing subscriber growth. Things were looking bad and stocks were going down and they were near the highs. And now you have this situation where Netflix actually went up on the day off the earnings move. but the move itself was very choppy, and I think it was like a 12% implied move. So that would mean that 270 was the top, and this thing literally touched 270 after hours. It just ran to like this was the move on earnings, and it wasn't actually a clean move to the upside. It was like up, down. It actually touched 228 down here, then ripped back, then eventually went to 270, and then kind of leveled off over there. So I want to say that the options market was correct in their assessment. 12% implied move, and this thing was basically at 270, and then was at 270 today, right? So Tesla's implied move is going to be 10%. So call it a $25 move expected. I want to say 250 is a significant level. That's probably where a lot of big money is short. There was a lot of volume traded over there. It was post AI day when Tesla was up there, and then it kind of sold through 250. Never really had the steam to get back above. And now we're at 220, right? So you have 200 on the downside, which hasn't been breached. That would be a 10% move. And you have 240 on the upside, which we've been there before. That would be a 10% move to the upside. So my take overall on Tesla, it's a tough call. I want to say that my gut feeling is telling me this is not going to sell through 200 and just like tank to 280. Like I just can't see it. I could see a similar setup to Netflix where the initial number comes out. Maybe they beat. I'm not 100% sure. A lot of people talking about China, how they're in lockdown. So how could Tesla possibly beat if they're selling less vehicles over there? Not a lot of people driving around. Doesn't really matter how you look at it. I'm going off my gut, and I'm telling myself I think whatever numbers come out, if they're even slightly better than expected, this thing is obviously going to move up. But I think it's going to be choppy. I think it'll have an initial move up. It'll dance around, maybe come back down. But for myself, if I have the opportunity to get long on an earnings beat anywhere close to 200, so call it 205, 210, then I think it's a no-brainer, and you just use 200 as your out because we've never been below that. And I want to say that 183, the price now, 183, pre-split was around 550 or 500. So that is a significant level. It is a psychological level. That level will probably be respected. For now, 200 is holding. So yeah, positive beat. We ripped down. I like the long for the move back to potentially 230, 240. And then, I'm going to say it now, like we're opening tomorrow, Tesla's going to be, below 240, but above 220. Like I think it's just going to stay in that range. I think it's very easy that all these options get burned, expire out of the money. And then, maybe Tesla trends and whatever. Obviously, if it's a good beat, the overall market will be strong. And, market catches a bid, stays strong, and continues to move to the upside. But yeah, we're going to have to see, Tesla, Apple, Amazon, like what are these names? Are they all going to beat? Do things look good? I mean, guys, we had the news from yesterday where Apple's like, okay, we're cutting production of our new iPhone, which to me isn't, I don't want to say it's really bad news. Like, I didn't take that as like really bad news. I just said like, look, this is expected, right? Like call it, approaching a recession. We're in a recession, they're cutting production. You had to anticipate that was coming. That was actually a serious flush yesterday, though. And there was really no liquidity on the book. And I think Neil was speaking about it, and he covered it very clearly. It was like this move down had no real liquidity, and bots are just pulling their orders. And so it's like it's whipping down, it's whipping up. But this whole move got retraced. Like it started at like 145, and it literally closed the day near 145. And this morning in the pre-market, I think it was at 145. So it's crazy that it's like, oh, bad news, cutting production, selling all the way down, and then retraces the whole move. So clearly the market is like, well, this is not really that bad of news. 140 held, and now where are we today? We're at 144, right? This thing did not sell off. It did not get anywhere close to 140. I was actually hoping for a 140 bounce just because of that, but we didn't, right? So the market kind of has the feel that like it doesn't really want to sell off below these levels. So all things considered, this is why I'm sort of taking the long biased approach in this earnings season, and I need something to tell me or show me, oh yes, these are reasons to go short. These levels have been broken. There's a lot of selling that's coming in. So yeah, those are my thoughts there. And people in the chat are actually talking about Mullen, and I'm not really sure. I guess Mullen's moving today. I haven't looked at this in so long. Wow, that's actually a crazy move to the upside. 23 cents all the way to 33. Nice move there. I have no idea if there's any news on this.
Yeah, I was going to talk about Mullen. Mullen's, honestly, a hot garbage stock, guys. Let's be real. This move is insane, though. I'm not going to deny that. This move is pretty insane, but you should be very careful if you're investing in this stock. Nothing wrong with using it as a day trade, but I want to urge people to use, caution if you are investing in the stock. Look where the stock was not too long ago when it got pumped. and then it got absolutely dumped, made a new all-time low, and is now trying to bounce off that all-time low. Once again, as a day trade, nothing wrong with it. The reason why we might not be talking about Mullen too much is because it doesn't pop up on our scanners. Most of us over here scan for stocks higher than $2 or more. All my scanners are set up to scan for $1 or more. If it's not above $1, I don't look at it for the most part. And I don't even trade stocks that are not above $1. So no trade setup for me. I'm going to stay away from this one. Congratulations to anyone who killed it on the Mullen long. You are probably up 20% or more. I don't think if anyone did punch the pre-market lows, then you're up almost like a ton of percentage today. So make sure you're taking your profits. Don't give back your profits in case Mullen does get rugged. We've seen this happen time and time again. The short float of the stock is 12.4%, not 20% like those GME and AMCs were when they were getting squeezed. But, tons of volume coming in, 142 million shares for a penny stock. That's exactly what you want to see. Relative volume of 4.66 on this bad boy. I just got a push notification on my phone saying Novavax got approved for FDA. Actually, let's quickly bring it back to Mullen. Mullen continues acquisition path with purchase of ELMS assets, including factory in IN. What is that, Indiana? What's IN? Indiana or something, so another state in America. For anyone who knows what IN is, please help us out. Indiana, okay, thank you. Yeah, so Indiana, they are acquiring another company in that state, and obviously helping them out with their move today. But the push notification that I got to my phone was that Novavax, FDA approved Novavax for their drug as a mix and match with Moderna or Pfizer. So I saw the move coming into play. Moderna popped up to almost 1960, waited for the pullback at the 100-period EMA, punched long at the 100-period EMA, and now getting ready to see if the profits roll into our pockets or not. 19 cents in the money on that bad boy. Also, another brand new position happened to be JD. I got triggered into the break of 42 on JD, but not really pushing down as much as we wanted to. I told you breakouts might not be the best setup today. You might want to be sitting at levels and waiting for those fills to come through. Because of the lack of volume in the market, there's not going to be much follow through behind levels. So you'll see a stock breakout and maybe just quickly come back into that range the same way UAL did today. Looks like most of the volume in the market just happened to go into Netflix. I don't know if you took any Netflix breakouts today. If you did, were they good by any chance?
No, not. I mean, 270. You could have scalped it for $1, but it's Netflix.
For the most part, they broke out and they came back in.
Yeah. Netflix is a buy the dip, and I think somebody in the chat was even saying they're like, just buy low and sell high.
Yeah, like today was a buy low, sell high day for sure. You could not take breakouts, and it was a little painful. But what's not going to be painful is going to Brendo, because he's going to hook us up with some stocks from the social sentiment board.
Hey guys, an interesting board to show you once again. We are seeing a little more red creeping back in with the market back to the downside here. Overall, there it is. Mullen jumping off the page right now on that news of that acquisition for them. So big move up for MULN. A lot of people talking about that on social media today. There's Netflix, obviously earnings, Tesla. To come aftermarket tonight. The big reports aftermarket if you missed it. AMC, ABCT, Comms, NIO among a ton in negative territory, including the chip makers, AMD downside today, Amazon downside today. Tough to see up there, but that's actually SoFi. It hasn't been on this board for a while, but SOFI, a little bit of negativity coming in. But there's the market. Yeah, it was green in the pre-market. No longer, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, people in the chat making little jokes about Mullen over there. I find it hilarious. Coming back to the market, though, however, Chinese EV sectors, or not EV sectors, Chinese stocks are getting kind of hammered to the ground today. Part of that is also Baidu. So really quick, I want to go check out what FXI is doing. FXI is your large cap Chinese ETF. Around the lower days for this position with, let me quickly go see how much volume this is doing. FXI is currently doing about 10 million shares, which is less than one relative volume. So not really doing too much relative volume on that side. Novavax popping up to the north side, giving us a 30-cent move. So we're going to take some profits on that. JD still hanging out at the 42 area pretty much, so no reason to punch out. I do see that Baidu is getting pushed down to the south side, so maybe Baidu bleeds into JD, which bleeds into BABA, which bleeds into NIO, which bleeds into XPeng, and then bleeds into Li Auto, and then bleeds into all other Chinese stocks to begin with, and takes it to the south side. So here's Baidu near the low at day, creating a new low actually as we break 97, and I'm hoping that it will put some damage on JD also.
It's kind of funny. Somebody in the chat, TH, has anybody ever noticed that Prad, Arun, and Brendan don't blink? And somebody was like, yes, they have trader eyes. I don't know what that means, but I just wanted to say.
Prad, Arun, who?
And Brendan don't, yeah. And that, I don't know. I found that funny. I was like, how do you even notice that? But that's pretty.
Well, there's too much stuff to not do on the market today, so you can notice that stuff. You know, it's like, what are you gonna do when you're not really trading on a day like today? I know a lot of people who are probably just sitting hands off. I know one of our mentors who always makes us cry at the bars and so on. He always goes. You know, on a day like today, it's okay to not trade because it's easier to come back from $0 than it is to come back from minus 100, minus 200, minus 300, whatever it is that you might be, you know, taking an L on. It's easier to come back from taking 0 losses on the day, coming back tomorrow when the market might actually have a move behind it. You know, we are waiting for those Tesla earnings. We're waiting for all of their earnings reports to come out. Netflix had a banger killer report to the north side. A lot of stocks actually had a killer report to the north side. If you're signed up to our watch list on Trader TV Live, you will see exactly, oh, ignore that Raptors tickets over there. That's right, we're going to go watch Raptors, baby. What's that? Indiana Pacers, pretty doo-doo game, but you know, game's a game and the free tickets are free tickets. Last time, I was lucky enough to have Neil bless me with my first ever Raptors game in my life. That was the Brooklyn Nets. We saw, well, Blake Griffin and everybody. I was pretty surprised to see Blake Griffin on the Celtics yesterday. Yeah.
Really?
He's on the Celtics.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I was pretty surprised to see him on the bench, and then he
NBA's
played
back.
for a second. I was like, what? What is this guy doing on the Celtics? Wasn't this guy on the Brooklyn Nets? Real quick, since we are on the topic of sports, or at least I brought it up, and for anyone who's not interested in it, I'm sorry about this. But your boy Pratt is on an absolute win streak, man. I just can't lose. I made another bet yesterday that LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Joel Embiid all to score 20+ points, and I actually hit that bet. And today I have a bet that KD will be making also 20 points on the Brooklyn Nets today. So you know, DraftKings over here paying me. I turned $5 into $400 on DraftKings. I think it's time for me to start an OnlyFans account with the sports betting subscription.
That's pretty legendary, actually. It's tough, man. It's tough. That's actually impressive. So guys, I started an app along here. You know, market retesting that VWAP area. I'm not super convinced on this, but you know, doing some type of channel in front of VWAP here. If we break down, then I think I'll get out of this one. But kind of feels good. I think my gut's telling me get out at 144. So if we get there, maybe I'll take a little bit more here too. And yeah, if we break down from here, I mean, we break down and then it's probably going to be clear. But I don't believe it yet. So you know, let's add to that. Let's see if we get a 144 test, take some out there, and then pop up. If this breaks VWAP and breaks this low here, I think I'll just have to get out of this. Yeah, some orders are stacked. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about NEO because this was actually, it's down 7.9%. Obviously, you know, Asian markets were down, it's very weak. Look at this horrible trade over here. Okay, I literally take the breakdown of 1150. I'm like, okay, this is going to go. But it was having those wick off bottoms. And for the most part, what you tend to see is it will be very weak off the open and flush. I should have known better. I did decrease my size on this, but you know, go figure that it wasn't actually a clean break. It was just a fade play VWAP, not really getting above there. And I think I'm long Amazon here too as well. And I trust my levels that I put out there from before. Yeah, 115 VWAP. Let's see if that gets tested and breaks. So long here, and you know, not really expecting this to go anywhere crazy, but you know, if we can get back up to 116, 116.40 at any point, you know, maybe hold for that and see what happens.
Yeah, Mullen, people still talking about this one, so I'm going to have to pull it up because, you know, people are looking at it in the chat. Someone said in the chat it's going to $1. I would love to see it go to $1 because that means a lot of people are going to make some money on it. So, yeah, exercise some caution on it without doubt. Use proper risk management, and good luck to anyone actually trading this position. I'm going to quickly go to some of my positions on board right now as the profits are being offered. It's going to be ELS on New York. I'm going to have to cross up way more than I wanted to catch that fill, apparently. So we're going to cross up, take that fill, Take the profits at 28 cents in the money. Novavax still pushing up to the north side. Let's go, Novavax. 40 cents in the money now and getting ready to go play with those levels again that it previously played with, which is $19.68. I actually need to go confirm if it actually did that. So let me pull up my Trade Ideas scanner over here. If you want to sign up for Trade Ideas, make sure that you're doing ! Trade Ideas in the chat and get that link to use it for yourself. NVAX is a stock that I want to go to. This is the daily chart, and we did hit that 1967 on the day today. So it looks like that candle is a legitimate candle. Let's see if we can push back to that level and give me more profits on Novavax, which is now 52 cents in the money. JD.com, however, still stuck at 48 when the market is creating somewhat of a head and shoulders pattern over here. I mean, I don't really use these patterns to trade, but there's a left shoulder, there's that right shoulder, there's a head, and technically that means we should go to 3,700 and then maybe break 3,700, much more to the downside. I would love to take the short on the break of 3,700 in the market, and if what Neil said actually plays out, then I'll be very happy, which is because of the lack of liquidity. Maybe the bids dry out or people pull their bids, and we just keep on cratering much more to the downside. All of that will depend maybe on this level right here, around 37.50 or so. Do we bounce off this level again and move back to the 100-period EMA, or do we actually break that level, go test 3,700, break 3,700, and keep on pushing south side on the market?
Yeah, that 3,700 holding up very well there, and it'll be interesting. I mean, are we going to break it? I mean, maybe not now, but towards the end of the day, it'll be interesting. But again, yeah, I think it depends on, earnings. Let's see what happens there. Somebody was saying Tesla moving to the upside. I kind of want to fade this. Like, if we get to close to 223, I'm going to take a fade play on that. And same setup on Netflix as well. I think if we get to 280, scalp that. I'll take the short, and it's very clear to me. If we break 280 to the upside, I'll get out of that trade. Maybe I'll try it twice if it breaks and then kind of comes back down and then wants to flush. And before I forget, somebody was saying, please take a look at Twitter from before. So everybody knows the news that came out, was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Anyways, they locked employee stock, so they cannot sell because the deal's going through. Market kind of anticipated that, like, okay, positive news. So this is the daily, right? Very strong move to the upside. And 52 is an interesting level. But the thing with Twitter that you got to remember is who's really trading this stock? It's just a bunch of robots. That's my take on it, and that's why it's trading like this.
Calling Adam a robot?
It's yeah, basically. It's very robotic. There's going to be a lot of icebergs on the tape. There's a lot of fills going off, but it's in a very tight range. 52 was the previous level, and this was on the daily, and I'll just drag over my daily chart on Twitter. This is 52 right here, this horizontal line. So as you can see, upon the news being announced back in April, runs and it just spends like 52, reject, 52, reject, 52, reject, then finally falling off, thinking, okay, maybe the deal's not going to go through here. And then, back up. Where does it stop? Right at 52. So a good example here is, if you have prior levels that are mapped out, try it again, right? Try it again. If it makes sense, there was size on the book from before, so it was good. And now, was above 52. This is on the 1 minute from today. Was above 52 for just a little bit of time, now back below. And I almost want to say that 52 might act as some resistance. It's maybe something that I'm not going to trade just because I kind of feel like it's going to be very robotic, so I don't really want to get involved. But, if something pops up there, then, I definitely won't be shy using that 52 level. I'm just not really sure that, it's going to give, maybe you scalp it for like 10 cents, 20 cents. But again, it's very robotic, probably challenging to get those fills. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. And I'm just looking at this Apple. I added a little bit more below VWAP, kind of showing its hand, staying above VWAP, bouncing, holding trend, overall market running up. Now the market back down, Apple just below. Are we going to pop again? If we get over this 50 period, I think, not to say off to the races, but I think, the overall market's going to bounce again, test VWAP. We're going to run to the upside. If we get some more wick off bottoms, maybe I'll add a little bit more there. And yeah, using kind of not 143 as a stop, but just very discretionary. If we break down from here and sell off, then okay, below VWAP. But I don't actually believe it right now, so I'm going to hold on to this one. And yeah, Amazon not really doing much, and Tesla still not close to that 223. Somebody.
What the heck?
What's
yeah,
up?
Apparently our positions are not showing up on there for some reason, not sure why, but we'll deal with that in a second. Market actually breaking that low that I was talking about, the first bounce that it created to move to the 100-period EMA, created that that neckline or the head and shoulder line, sorry. Let's see if we actually manage to push way further than that. If that's the case, then I want to get my order ready for the 3,700 break. I mean, markets are already red on the day. NASDAQ down 0.15%, S&P 500 down 0.5%, and UVXY up 0.7%. But UVXY continuously not managing to get below VWAP, sorry, above VWAP. That's what I was trying to say. Not managing to get above VWAP. So there's a good chance that this market just holds that previous high, and which is a lower high than before, right? So we made a higher high and a higher low, but then we made a lower high, and we're testing the same low, creating that neck and head and shoulders pattern. So my expectation is obviously 3,700 breaking today at some point later in the day. With the lack of volume, that means lack of buyers, also means lack of sellers, right? With the lack of volume in general, it could also be the market doesn't break anything. Brad, market just trades sideways for the rest of the day, like we did on the last few days ago around 3,700. I'm just trying to pull back the chart to that level right here. Was this the day where we just consolidated at 3,700 all day? Yeah, right here. So it could very well do this, but to the downside instead, which is on this day we went up and then we just could not break 3,700. On this day, we could go down and just not break 3,700, which means that 3,700 level is really in play. And then all we need is a catalyst for that level to break on either side. Either we bounce off of that in a drastic way, move all the way to 4K that I predicted about 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, or maybe we actually break that 3,700K with a negative catalyst into it and then go much further. A conversation that I was having with a buddy that I watch, NFL with, he was getting excited that the market took out 3,700 in the after hours, and I was telling him, listen, that break of 3,700 in the after hours doesn't have a lot of value to me because of the lack of volume in the after hours. A lot of traders who probably had their order at 3,700 might have pulled their orders at 4 o'clock, because that's what we do as day traders over here. We pull our orders at 3:50, 4 o'clock, and that's also because we are not allowed to hold our positions past 4 o'clock. But if you apply the same mentality to other traders who don't want to be trading after 4 o'clock, a lot of them might have pulled their orders, so the market does go a little bit above those levels and so on. But what's important to me is how the market reacts with these levels during the actual opening hours, and what we're seeing is a beautiful hold to the downside, and a few days ago was a beautiful hold to the upside.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a good rule of thumb. You know, it's in the after hours. And I think this applies to small caps, but keep in mind that sometimes what you see is small caps are doing their thing, and then they approach after hours, and then, liquidity dries up, and then they have crazy moves like post 4 o'clock, accounts get liquidated, they make new highs. And you gotta keep in mind, like, players know this, right? Players know this. So it's like, you have a stock, it's $5, it's $6, then after hours comes and it runs to $9. It's like, to me, that's not really a tradable event. And a lot of the times it just sets up a really good short opportunity for the next day. But, sometimes what you see is it just fades the entire move in the pre-market, and then there's really no trade, and it's almost as if it never happened. Even, what was that stock from last time? iLeg. Like, this thing happened intraday, but that was, this thing was insane. Like, it ran up to like 10, and then reversed the whole move, and that's it. It's just back down. And this is the daily on this thing. From 5 to 12, back down in the same day. So it's just like doing its thing, not doing anything, and then margin call, back down. All right, back to doing nothing. So, just keep that in mind. A lot of the times these games can happen, included into the after hours because of that lack of liquidity. So, as Prad was mentioning, some of these levels, if they get broken in the aftermarket, then it's not really like super, super important. I'm still nursing all these longs. I actually took a long on NEO as well, but I think I'm just going to get out of it. Actually, I'm going to get out if we break 11.15, which probably will break. This was just for a short. I was thinking maybe short pop back to 50 period over there. But no, NEO I think just wants SSR. So yeah, let it get SSR, and I'll just get myself out of that one. And for a second, it was actually looking really good on these longs here, but it kind of feels like now maybe we dump. So I'll probably just get out of these and reevaluate.
Yeah, we're going to send it over to Brendo right now for a quick Euro close update.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just wrapping up the European session here, waiting for some final prints to come through. But I can show you a very flat board here. We were higher and then we were lower with the U.S. market coming off a bit, and then back to flat essentially for both England and Germany. You can see France not really doing much. Downside a bit, same story for Italy, 0.2 there for Spain. Sweden a little bit more negative along with the Swiss market. Turkey doing its own thing. A full percent to the upside for Turkey today, as it typically does. But yeah, pretty uneventful session as we got going over in North America for European markets, guys, ending the day basically flat.
So just a little update here. Yeah, that market flush coming in there. So I guess, European session now closed. Do we make a move? Is this going to be a fake out and then we rip higher, or are we actually going to sell off? So that's what I'm trying to tell myself. I got out of NEO just because I don't actually love this trade. I'll just take the L there, no big deal. And, Apple, the add, but we're still at this level. We're still holding, right? Amazon looking a little bit worse, but it is at VWAP. I think if we get below, it kind of feels like selling is coming in. Market really wants to go for that 3,700. I'm going to use a time stop here. If this cannot bounce from here in the next, call it, couple minutes or even maybe 20 seconds, then, I'm just going to get out of this one because I'm not going to hold it too far against me. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just cover Amazon here. I feel like even if this bounces back, it's not really. You know what? I'll give it a couple minutes. We'll see where it goes in a couple minutes. And same with Apple too. Hold on to these ones. And somebody in the chat was also saying something else that I'm just trying to remember. Oh, Luca, do you trade crypto intraday? So I do not. No, I don't trade crypto. Yeah, I think it was do you day trade crypto? People do. I personally don't. I think with my take on crypto is buy once, hold for the moon if it ever comes. And that's how you get rich. I'm not going to try to day trade it. The range has been very, very tight. But it's definitely interesting that Bitcoin is holding this level. I spoke about it a couple days ago or yesterday. It's holding the level where it's at, and it's not really selling off. It's not really going higher. People think that as interest rates are rising, a lot of these big holders of Bitcoin are gonna get liquidated. So Michael Saylor over there, or I don't even know if he's there anymore, but his company, if they get liquidated, then that's a lot of Bitcoin that have to be sold. But if they don't get liquidated, then it's probably just going to stay around here, and maybe it's a long-term thing, right? Remember back in 2018, upon the run, it ran up, it ran down, and then it just did nothing for so long, right? So there's a very high likelihood that it could do nothing for so long. So I don't want to get involved when it's doing nothing. I would rather, it looks good, it's going to run, okay, I'll get in and I'll hold for a retest of the highs, just because it's possible with Bitcoin, right? And yeah, these long, see, look at that, gut instinct. I'm I don't believe this. This is there's no way, what, we're selling off, we're gonna break 3,700 now? What a bounce back, now we're back above, this thing's running. Okay, I'm getting some, this is probably gonna be the wrong call here, but I'm getting some out of Apple in front of 144. I feel like that's the right move. And then I'm gonna scale my orders. Yeah, I'm gonna actually send all my orders right now, because I think I canceled them. I think this could retest the highs. It's not too much to ask. So I'm going to hold on to these, and I'm going to scale out. And I'm probably going to scale out way too quickly. So, feel free to hold on to this trade, because it's probably going to be good if we're going to go up, right? And here's the thing. Where's the ES on the 1 minute here? So this is ES on the 1 minute. Oh, sorry, 5 minutes. Let's look very quickly here. At the 5. Yeah, so look at this. It literally fades down and quickly reclaims back to the upside. That flush down, that was a fake out, right? So now maybe the long's in, long's good. We'll see what happens.
I was just having a quick little crash course over there with Neil and I almost said Sean, but Arun. Neil and Arun about yields and treasuries and whatnot. So TLT over here, yields going up, bond prices going down, and for the most part should be the exact same moves are happening over here on the market too. Market got popped back up to VWAP slightly, but looking like we wanted to break below VWAP once again, or stay below VWAP at least on the market. My hands are ready to take the short on the 3,700 on the market. I don't know about you, Luca. But that's something that I really want to look forward to. I think this market really could stay sour for the rest of the day, but then also the market could just absolutely I have to answer you right away. But yeah, this market has
This market is amazing, because I just got the fill at 144.
Nice.
Let's see if we keep going there. That was sick. And this is the thing, guys. When you get a flush like this, if you're in the long, and then it's down here, what are you telling yourself? You're like, oh my God, 3,700 test, it's going to break, I'm going to get smoked on my longs. So the thing is, you want to react to the moves. So even though I was long over here, I'm long over here because I've seen this before. It's not my first rodeo. But I think the best long is the break of the low and the quick reclaim, because you're not out of the money. You could add, over here, you got to take less size because you don't know how low it can go. But once it breaks the low and comes back up, you could take so much more size, because it's it showed you what it's doing. It's trying to stop everyone out, and then it pops to the upside. and then it's just back in this range. So I think, responsible, take some out at 144. It's going to print there, so I'm like, it's going to print there. I want to get out on those prints, and then hold some, if we pop, right? I think we could get back to 145, but yeah, 145 resistance. So I'm not going to be too greedy with my outs up over there. And somebody's saying a lot of snake oil in the chat. I don't know if that's referring to like people pumping.
Probably Mullen.
Yeah, Mullen or somebody was like SOXL. I swear, every time I come on the show,
snake oil in my hair
somebody
today,
is
Ian.
talking about SOXL, and I don't even know what that is. Is that even a stock?
Which one,
It's
sir?
it's on the Amex, SOXL.
Oh, it's a 3 times leverage ETF for semiconductors long side.
Okay. Every single time somebody there is saying SOXL, and I was like, I never pull it up. It's an ETF, so I mean, you're not pumping an ETF, obviously. But yeah, no, that's kind of. And just going back here to my Amazon's out of the money. This is not good. It's not bad, but it's not doing what Apple's doing. So you know what? I'm gonna throw an order out. If I can actually break even on this order, that'll be a gift, I think. So maybe actually I'll put it a little bit lower there, see what happens. But yeah, it's just not as strong, obviously. It is down 1.3%. And yeah, Apple's move was way nicer. This is flat, but look at this, right? Market, fake out, move to the upside. Apple, sick move to the upside, 50 cents, right? Scalper's dream. Amazon, 115, not too much, right? Just kind of dancing. Now it's back down even lower than Apple was. So yeah, I might have to claim this loss here.
MVST, I was going to talk about that because Brando put it in our chat. Apparently a 200 million battery contract for the stock. So it's above $1. Recently got above $1. Did it even get below $1? No, it didn't. So it did drop down quite a bit, obviously. Let me just quickly fix my chart over here. Bang. So it did recently drop pretty close to $1.50, but bouncing off $1.50, getting up to $1.85, up 10% on the day, almost 8-9% at the moment. So pretty clean move off that catalyst. In this market environment, if you get any type of contracts with inflation going up and interest rates going up, did you see the UK inflation today?
I did not know.
So I woke up to, I have like 15 different alarms, right? It starts from 5 o'clock all the way to 7 o'clock.
One of those.
Yeah, and I have to wake up every half an hour, intermittent times or whatever it's called. And then I look at my phone and I go back to bed. And when I woke up, though, at 5:30, 6 o'clock, I saw that on the phone it said, inflation in UK now up 10%. So I was like, if inflation in UK is 10%, then that only means that we're soon going to have a bad CPI number or something like that.
I mean, I could be wrong. Again, I'm not an economist. Their gas prices are insane, right? So if gas is factored into that number, then their number is going to probably be relatively higher than ours. But yeah, I mean, we're not too far away from that. And yeah, Amazon's selling off here, so it is what it is. I'm taking the loss there. That's not pretty, and even if it bounces back, I don't care because I'm not really convinced that it's going higher. Somebody was saying, Luca, where are you selling Apple? I mean, what do you want, my SIN number as well here? No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I think if we get over 144, like everything is a gift above that because it could easily just range, right? But I think not too much to ask that. Like we could potentially get to 145, but I think safe to say, if we break 144, maybe the 20s, maybe the 40s, maybe it prints over there, but I don't really think we're going to break 144 and then skyrocket to 145. So I don't even have orders all the way up there. It would be amazing if we can get to 145. And as I mentioned before, like, you guys will probably be in the long if you're taking it. I will be out of that long. But yeah, you'll see it on the position board there. Yeah, but first stop, let's see if we can actually break 144. And it really does come down to what the overall market's doing. A lot of the times you guys see me trading Apple, it is really just a proxy to the market. I'm looking at the market. I think we're going to flush and bounce. I'm not going to trade futures because I just trade Apple, right? I can kind of scale better. I use size. I kind of gauge it. I got a feel for it. VWAP is their buyers. These are questions that I ask myself. Somebody's saying, Luca, what SMA, EMA are you using? So the light blue line that you can see here is the EMA. It is the 13 or the 9 period EMA. This is what I use for short-term trend just to kind of gauge it. It's like, see how it's like riding the line there? It's like this is the obvious. You don't really need a line to tell you that, but nice visuals to kind of confirm. The dark blue line is the simple 50 period, and I've used that ever since I went on the morning show with Sean, and every time I would like glance at his charts, I would see the 50 period, and I was like, you know what? This looks so nice. I was like, I'm going to add this to my chart, and my P&L has not looked back ever since. So guys, the 50 period, super important. And VWAP is the red line. VWAP is just the average of the day, volume weighted price average. For anybody that doesn't know, you can check out our YouTube video where they explain it very well, and you can kind of create a VWAP strategy. A lot of the times, VWAP is where institutions are trading. They're buying below if they're trying to get long. They're selling above if they're trying to get short. Don't diddle in the middle is a thing, obviously. But the reason that I, diddle in the middle is because I say to myself, look, the market is below VWAP. Maybe there's going to be a fake out bounce potential. I've seen this before. Apple bounced once, not really here, but once, twice, and then ran. Now we're retracing, holding VWAP the first time. So I'm like, oh, once? Okay, I'll try it twice. Because if it shows you something the first time, if anything shows you its hand one time, there's a really good chance that it does it a second time. And then, third time's a charm or whatever you want to call it, maybe it does it. And look at that, right? It's rejecting right off that 144. So people really don't want to buy this above 144. And I really think it does come down to if the market's going to break above VWAP and go, then Apple will run. But if the market is, if this was the first fake out to the downside, and now we're really going to get a move to the downside, then obviously Apple's going to come back down here, and it's going to be a failed trade. And here's the thing. I'm willing to hold it against me the first time because that's the trade idea. But the second time, I'm not willing to hold it against me because I think the idea failed. Like at this point, it should hold the 50 period, give or take, and it should be going, right? So it looks like it wants to start going right now. So it should go. If it does go, great. If it doesn't and fails, going to be out of that one. And I already locked in a win. Maybe it either results in a break even or maybe it results in a pretty sick trade to the upside.
Yeah, what's a pretty sick trade to the upside right now, though? This crazy stock Mullen, man, just can't stop, won't stop, pushing to the north side right now. Absolute insanity. This market's getting ready to go back to VWAP again. Looks like we touched 37.10 to the downside, and the market's pushing right back to VWAP. And that 37.40 level that Arun mentioned yesterday is still coming into play today. We touched 37.40 on the S&P 500. We pulled back to 37.10, and now we're hanging out by 37.20 around VWAP or so. Let's see what happens on the market overall. I think you have the opportunity to watch Arun today and see how disciplined he is on his levels. He knew exactly where he wants to enter, where he doesn't want to enter, and these middle ranges, stop diddling in the middle. It's not worth your time to be gambling on these methods over here in the middle. So just stay off, hands off on for the most part. But MULN, look at that. They're just refreshing the size on 31 pennies. How come it says 31 pennies flat, but it doesn't say 31.01 or whatever, right? Oh, there we go. The bids did step down to 31.01, and the 31 cents bids get smacked down over there, pushed to the downside. I mean, 800 lots, 500 lots for a 30-cent stock, that's not a lot of buying power. So they could clean that out easily. Also, you got to notice how much volume the stock is doing. It's trading 200 million shares in the day. Those 500 lots don't mean anything to that stock at the moment. So lots of people washing it out. Do you remember what the float is for MULN? 406 million shares on MULN flow, and it's a penny stock. So imagine how much buying will be required for the stock to go back into those ranges that it was once at, near $4 and so on. I mean, Palantir is kind of in the same basket. Palantir's flow 1.7 billion shares. A lot of buying will be required for Palantir to go to the north side. But hey, I'm never talking bad about Palantir unless it's regarding to Scuderia Ferrari, because they teamed up with Scuderia for no reason, and they're helping them lose even more. So let's go, baby.
Somebody also in the chat was asking, and let me just scroll up to find that question. Oh, AMD, yeah. So AMD, I actually have orders out to short this, but I didn't get tricked in. The thing is, AMD was weak, and here's my bias. Yesterday I had the trade on it off the morning, and this was an absolute banger for anybody that had it. I actually went long. I went long here. This looks ugly. So I was long, then I got stopped out. Then I was long again, then I got stopped out again, and I was like, okay, and Brad was sitting here actually, and this is when you actually turned to me, and you're like, if the long is wrong, do not abort with the short. Something with the short? Yeah. I was like, if the long is wrong, do not abort the short. So I flipped short, and I thought it was something else. Well, technically you should say if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong.
There you go. That's what
but
it
you
was.
could also flip it.
Yeah, okay.
And so I tried the long. I was wrong twice. And I was like, you know what? I know Arun is somewhere here watching, which he wasn't in the building in the morning. But I flipped short off the 60, and what a banger trade. Cover, cover, cover. That was an absolute monster. And I even said to myself, watch 57 get tested. I'm like, but I'm not going to hold for 57. And I covered here. Then we had a little pop, and I was like, I'm a genius. And then, I went back to my desk, ate lunch, saw it down here, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so dumb. But whatever, is what it is. And then I had a VWAP short in it yesterday. So basically, I'm not expecting that much of a move today. I think it is actually going to be flat. But, you know, if we even get close to 60, which it's not going to go to 60. It's just not. But, like, you know, even this morning, like, look at this parabola, right? Move to the upside, move back to the downside, break VWAP, and no real bounce. I mean, look at this compared to Apple. It's like move to the upside. That doesn't really look like a, you know, parabola to the downside. It just looks like a little bit of a pullback. And, you know, as I say this, Apple is absolutely rocketing to the upside. ES is pushing to the upside as well. See, this is a banger trade. I knew this was going to be a banger trade. That's why I didn't sell it. And yeah, now at this point, it's just trade management.
Sorry, we got to cut you off. I got told in my ear about 5 minutes ago that we got to go to Brando. I completely zoned out. So let's send it to Brando at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, more negativity creeping back in. Here we go. This is the S&P 500 right now, 0.2 to the downside. Still some notable positivity around, but more and more negativity coming in through consumer discretionary, banking shares as well, back to the downside. That's the big one today. Obviously, Netflix, better part of 15% at one point to the upside. There's UAL, 6%, AAL, still nicely higher, almost 3% to the upside for the airlines today. But GNRC, big decliner off report as well. ISRG back to the upside right now, but off the highs. Still 11% to the upside after a good report for them. All of the energy stocks rallying as well today along with crude oil. But bit of a mixed board so far. About 0.2 right now for the S&P guys, downside.
S&P to the downside indeed. I mean, the whole market moving up right now, though. Market breaking VWAP. UVC going to the south side. And someone in the chat said, Kevin, you took at ALLY. Brankles actually goes ally. Yeah, that's a Canadian thing. If you're a Toronto man, you know what that means, ally. But no, we're gonna walk away from the Toronto slang because I hate the Toronto slang. It's ridiculous. What is my opinions about ALLY though? One of our traders on the floor, a trainee on the floor, was talking to me about this trade and they were looking at it. I didn't really get the catalyst why they were looking at it, so let me go find a catalyst for you guys on ALLY. Since it's earnings season, it could very well be an earnings play. It was an earnings play. They missed out on their earnings by 33% on EPS, and they missed out by 6% on the revenue side. So clearly sold off the pre-market, but gained back a little bit off the open as the markets did rebound off the open, I think, right? Let me quickly check the 830 move. Yeah, markets had a nice rebound off the open. They were starting red, but they ended up going to the green side a little bit. NASDAQ's in the green right now. S&P 500 slightly in the red. So ALLY popping up to the 100-period EMA. This is something I've seen again and again and again, but I've never actually traded it. Maybe Luca can also pinpoint the same thing for me. You know, when a stock has negative catalyst or earnings report, they sell off the open, they go up to the 100-period EMA, and then they sell the 100-period EMA for the rest of the day, and they probably go back lower and then make a new low. Have you seen that pattern before?
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that people don't necessarily sell very aggressively into the lows unless there's unless it's like panic. So everybody remembers CCL that day, that it was just panic, rush for the exits, everybody's selling, there was no real bounce. It's like a gift if you can sell, even if it pops like, kind of like, you know, like, and I'll give this example on NEO, and let me just pull it up very quickly. It's like, this is like, not a panic, but this is like, there's no real pops in it. Whereas, you know, something like ALL.
I tripped out. I thought, well, why does it say apneo?
Yeah, no. But yeah, basically, long story short, I feel like, you know, the move happens, then a lot of volume comes in off the open, and that's great volume to offset your positions. But then once it runs to a moving average, it's like people are making decisions, and they're saying to themselves, like, I mean, look, like, this is back where it was. I wanted to sell here before. I gotta sell some, or I gotta sell a lot, or whatever. Like, these are just programs that are selling using these averages. That's why it's good to have these kind of, you know, visual representations on the chart, because, you know, as a day trader, you're not really, like, nobody came to me this morning and was like, hey, Luca, you have to sell 200,000 worth of Apple stock today. And I'm like, oh man, my job is to sell 200,000 and I get a bonus if it's like above this price or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, my job today is to make money. So I'll just come in, I'll be patient, I'll try to wait for these levels, and then I'll look for certain things, and it's like get in, get out, right? So like, as an example, it's like, I don't really think this is gonna sell off. You know, I think this is a good level. I have my defined out, I'll take the trade. Whereas, you know, other institutional traders are like, oh, you have to buy Apple, and they get a bonus if they buy it below VWAP, right? So every time it goes below VWAP, there's a huge bid. You're not going to see it, but iceberg, dark pools, like they're trying to buy below VWAP, right? So it's like goes below VWAP, pop, pop, goes below, pops again. So I'm like, oh, okay, so there's actually, program buyers that are trying to buy this thing below VWAP. So, I'll get long over here, I'll get long here. I actually missed getting long over here, which at the time I was like, oh, I should sell it. But no, the long is correct here. And now it's just trade management. It's going to chop around. I really can't see this thing coming all the way back down. If it does, as a loser. But I already scaled out. I took 144. I took, what was this, like 144.30. And I think my final out on this is if we can get there, like 144.50. But if we get below this area over here, like 143.80, then it's like, okay, we're probably going to, test this again. Maybe I'll sell it a little bit early. But that's the last portion. I'm holding the last portion for a 144.50 test, maybe 60. I don't want to hold for 80s because I feel like this could be the top area if we even get there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. And somebody in the chat was like, yo, Luca, what's your LFT today? And the answer to that question is my LFT is always huge.
Zero
Mr.
today.
LFT.
What do you mean? I see it.
No, I'm kidding.
Zero.
Listen, there's types of traders out there, right? So if you're a momentum trader and you're, taking shots on these trades, so it's like, I'm going to get long, I'm going to get long, I'm going to get long, I'm going to get out. But if it goes back up, I'm going to get long again. So the thing is with my type of trading style, it's like I'm going to take a lot of losses. So I might have LFTs, but then when I take my wins, they're going to be like 5, 10x. So it's like I've accepted.
Risk to reward plays.
And there was actually, I think you might have posted it on Instagram where there's ups and downs in life, right? There's ups and downs, but you just have to remember. Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be not too good. But you just got to make sure that you remember that like the end goal is, look, you're going to have an equity curve. It can either be very smooth and going to the upside, or your equity curve can be up, down, up, down. You're probably going to have a little bit more stress with that strategy, but just keep in mind that, if you're going for 10 to 1s, you're going to lose, and then when you win, just make sure you hold. That's my only recommendation. Because it's you're gonna have ups and downs. It's very difficult to only make money, right? As you guys are traders, you guys know this. Very difficult. You have to take losses. So for myself, it's like, look, LFT, loss from top. If I make $1,000 and then I lose 500, but then I make another 1,000, I'm up 15. It's just the nature of the way that I'm trading. So obviously you want to make sure. I mean, look, if you're gonna sell yourself to somebody saying, look, give me your money because I want to trade it, then you want to have a very smooth equity curve. But if you're trading for yourself, I mean, pick your poison, do whatever, right? So that's my thoughts there. But yeah, I actually love that question because that's a great question because, traders don't always win. You have to take losses because if you hold massive size against you and you get smoked, like you get rinsed, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. You want to, find good risk to return. And speaking of risk to return, I sold this Amazon and even though it's back up, I don't even think this was the wrong call. Because it's not even moving. Whereas, like, look at this compared to Apple. So it's like a good comparison. Relative strength. Apple is a little bit stronger than Amazon today, for particularly right now using VWAP. So getting out of that one pretty clean, and see if we get any other trades going.
Yo, Mullen really going still. Mullen now back at the new high day or creating a new high day at 33 cents, and it does not want to stop its ascent to the north side. Insane moves coming in. My positions are doing nothing. Novavax 16 cents out of the money. I can hold that a little bit longer. JD is 1 penny in the money, not doing anything. And ELS is still hanging out for me around the same areas where I last took profits. So let's see if we can get a bigger move to the downside, or is this going to consolidate? The market did get back above VWAP slightly, but now we're getting ready to push under VWAP one more time over here. So, a constant rejection of the 100-period EMA, and then we got the pop to the 37.40 area, and then right back to the 100-period EMA rejection areas. This market volume is also going lower. Keep in mind, it is now exactly 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in New York, where the markets are located. Is NASDAQ in New York also?
Sorry?
Is NASDAQ also in New York?
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
NASDAQ and New York are both in New York, and
Well,
then
I think
we
they're
have
in Jersey, if I'm not
New
mistaken.
Jersey?
Yeah. that's
Pretty much New York, right? It just borders away.
Yeah,
the
all
data is New
data's-
York.
The floor is in New York, yeah. The
That's what I was
data is
asking.
in
Like,
Jersey.
you know, the Wall Street floor.
the
like,
the
you know.
optics are in New York.
Yeah.
But the real money and size is in New Jersey. So,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
You know, have your,
So-
if you're
oh.
thinking of opening a, actually I shouldn't even say that. Continue.
Yeah, you're gonna get caught by Citadel over there, and Ken Griffey's gonna come looking for you.
Where's my PC in Jersey?
Markets?
I want to know.
Yeah, we're surrounding you. But market's now trying to push to the downside while we wait for the market to see what it does. Let's send it to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
As we head into lunch hour, guys, let's have a look at where things stand right now, get you up to date on what you need to know for a pretty exciting Wednesday, although the market's flat. Individual stocks, though, where to be today. I wanted to point out Russell 2000 was leading to the upside initially. Not the case anymore. Volatility continuing downside now, 1.3 for the Russell 2000 versus the rest of these, 0.5% for the NASDAQ composite. NASDAQ 100 trying to get back to break even. The Dow about the same, 0.5% there. For the S&P 500, few things to note. If you joined us in the pre-market, we discussed Netflix and a great earnings report for Netflix. United, same story. That's not Roblox, that's UAL. United up on earnings as well. There's Adobe. Preliminary results back to the upside for Adobe as well today. Netflix, the monster, though, coming back in right now. Actually, right here, right now, on an interesting look, guys, for Netflix. Prior support coming into play. Back over to you.
Guys, I sold my Apple because, you know, in the time that I was taking to explain my LFT to you guys, I LFT'd. Go figure. Look at that. Such as life. No, but I'm kidding. I mentioned this before. I was like, if we get below this line, I'm just going to sell it because the thing is this, right? I want to see like a nice, clean hold of trend. And this is why I use these lines, just because it's like it broke the line. So I'm not going to, the thing with large caps is like, you don't really want to get out right on the break of the line because it's midday. These bots, they know what they're doing. They're going to, sometimes they push it lower because they want it to go higher. But this was like red, right? Overall market, look at this. Rejection of VWAP area, back down. Now it's back down into that general support area, but you know, bounced once, the fake out, really nice. It should be going up. Because it's back down, even though it pops from here, like maybe there's another trade to be had on it, but I'm gonna, you know, let it do its thing and then revisit it, reevaluate. So I think I probably made money on this too, but it's not, that's not real. Like that's, I mean, this is like a break even to me. I just got out at an arbitrary price, out of the trade, is what it is. Locking in the wins, that's why I scale myself out, 44, 33. It's unfortunate I couldn't get 55, but you know, whatever, is what it is, no big deal. And yeah, that NEO 11 area is interesting. NEO is weird because this is a 52-week low. And obviously, you know, the Chinese session was down. The bids are stacked on this name because these are fresh levels. And it was, you know, bouncing, right? Bouncing. I told myself I want the short. I don't want to flip long. I don't want to kind of overtrade it and do all these things. But it's kind of weird to me that the bids are super thick relative to the offer, but nobody wants to buy this thing, right? It ran to the 50 period, rejected again. So I think we're going for SSR, which will be down 10%, and that might even actually trigger at around 11. And I'm going to see now if I can see any size at 11. I would expect like I see it.
I love that. Instead of just adding a scroll bar, this guy just scrolls his whole level 2 to the north side.
I'll show you guys here very quickly. So I use yellow. I like yellow. It's easy on the eyes, and I go lighter to darker. But what I do is I'm like, oh, I need to see, so let me scroll all the way up, and I'm just like, yes, there we go. So there's like 100 lots. But the thing is
Can I help you add a scroll bar to it?
No, I don't even want to.
You don't like the scroll bar?
No. Okay. Because I like it clean. Because then the scroll bar, it'll cover the size. I don't like that.
Well, you can make the box bigger like this, bro.
No. I've become accustomed to what I've set up. I've heard crazy stories where people have changed their keys and then they goof a trade, and it's like, why are you changing your keys? You built this muscle memory for a reason. You know, we use hotkeys over here. Maybe you guys do too. Maybe you don't. But yeah, you know, once you do something for a year and you have the same kind of repetition, it's like I'm never changing those keys. That's just a recipe for disaster.
Well, this is what I do,
so
chat, for reference. I just do this. Here, watch. Just grab it, pull it down, and the size doesn't really disappear. It depends on how big your box is, right? You can make your box a little bit bigger to put that scroll bar in there instead of doing I mean, either way, I like it though. Whatever works for you doesn't matter. You know, as long as you can make it work for you guys, that's all that counts at the end of the day. This market's getting ready to push right back into the red territories one more time. UVXY getting above VWAP. NASDAQ is now once again down 0.15%. S&P 500 is down 0.5% overall, but we really need to see that break of 3,700 for me to be ready for an opportunity to punch into new short positions in case I do want to be a part of that. People in the chat talking about UPST. I don't know if you saw this one, Luca, but UPST yesterday was on a monster tear to the north side, and looks like we pretty much gave all of that back again in a simple move to the downside today, almost down 10%.
You know,
we actually triggered SSR. Sorry, go ahead.
You know what's funny with UPST?
Yeah.
I'm sitting at my desk, and I hear, I think it was Sharif who
Sharif,
initially
yeah.
brought it up, and he was like, wow, UPST making crazy moves to the north side. I instantly pulled up UPST and tried to punch short, and it was paid for shorts. And I was like short, like right away. And then you started talking. This was a $400 stock, which it was,
yeah,
or $300 stock. And it's go figure. It's like my gut instinct is like short UPST on any pops. But yeah, it's paid for shorts, and I was like, whatever. I'll just let it go. Like
it's still paid for shorts.
I didn't love it,
That's
but I was just
crazy.
like gut feeling. I got to short that. And what'd you say? It's down actually. Down 10%
it's
on today.
SSR triggered already, so we're getting the SSR bounce right now. It's bouncing off the minus 10% marker. We'll see if it manages to keep on going to the south side, or does it at least pull back to the north side a little bit. Keep in mind, we're watching the market at the same time. The market gives up this 3710 area, then maybe UPST doesn't have that chance to really bounce to the north side. ES/Z22CN, there you go. So 3710 is actually breaking. We're getting ready to go test that 3700 area. The head and shoulders plan is working out, I guess, because we are pushing to the south side. So let's see if we actually break that support and continue going weaker. We can also pull up TLT. Let's see if TLT prices are going down. They are. This is a 20-year treasury on the NASDAQ market. If you are on the P-Pro 8 software with Day Trade the World, this is how you pull up the 20-year treasury by going to TLT.NQ. I want to talk about, darn, I had something in mind. Oh yeah, it was Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin yesterday had a monster move yesterday. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I know you were talking about it. It was a huge
monster move yesterday. I just couldn't believe what was happening. Here's the chart for Lockheed Martin from yesterday's move. Consolidated at 429, 430, and today we are pretty much above 430. Trading, opening around 430, ripping all the way up to $448. They had a banger earnings report yesterday and just kept ripping. Right now, UVXY finally above VWAP. That means the market actually getting, that's not UVXY, sorry. Here's UVXY, finally above VWAP, so your market's getting ready to push a little bit lower, and you also saw the 20-year treasury getting beat up a little bit. Earnings LMT, yeah, that was yesterday on LMT. People in the chat still talking about MULN. Who said they were going short MULN? Guys, keep in mind that don't make fun of somebody shorting MULN. Don't make fun of anyone going long on MULN. If there weren't short sellers on the stock, how do you think you're getting out of your position to take profits? You need them for you, right? So everyone's trying. Keep it positive in the chat, right? I don't want to hear people like, who said going short? Who said going long? And then you guys fighting with each other. I'm going to 300-second time ban you, both of you, whoever's arguing over there. I'm not going to have any patience for negativity in my chat, okay? So make sure that you're encouraging people. Give them the proper notes to maybe get better, improve yourselves, and improve the community together. It's not going to do it with negativity over there. Now, let me move away from that. Look at MULN, baby. The inverse orders are piling in and pushing to the stock to the north side. Now up 60% on the day. As soon as I said inverse order, this guy's ears went up and he started looking, eh? Otherwise, he doesn't even care about the position. As soon as I said inverse orders, he goes, huh? Inverse orders? I'm like, okay, Luca, I see you. But yeah, MULN, new high a day, about to break 35 cents. Look at that size on that level, though. There's about, let me expand this a little bit. Come on. Where's my marker? There's about 3,000, 4,000, 5,500, 6,000 lots on 35 cents for MULN.
Guys, Neo is right at that 11 level. There's basically 2,000 lots at the level. It's nothing crazy. It's probably going to get taken. But it's interesting because I think if we touch 11, it goes SSR. And, you know, do a double check, see where it closed yesterday, do the math, do 0.9 times the closing price yesterday. That is the SSR trigger price today. My gut feeling tells me that it's going to be 11. So this could actually be an interesting bounce. But again, nobody's buying this, right? So it's like I'm like, oh, it's gonna be an interesting bounce, but like, you know, like I don't know, like we'll see if it bounces. But yeah, 11 is definitely interesting. You know, 1150 was not as good as I thought it could be. So yeah, you know, maybe 11 will be interesting. Maybe it triggers SSR. I guess maybe we're getting a little bit of a bounce right now, but you know, hopefully we just go back down and test 11. Maybe get a trade going on that one there as well. And yeah, Mullen, you know, maybe everybody was correct in their assessment. This thing is going to the. What was the one from yesterday? There was one from yesterday. It was
penny stock,
COMS.
Oh yeah,
and where is this today? Can you just quickly check it?
Someone
so
in the chat did mention that today, so let's go
COMS.
check it out. Still
Back at 10
cents.
Yeah. This thing was at 15 cents, and I was looking at it. I was like, man, is this gonna go to $5? I was like, am I gonna miss getting loaded over here? And then it kept going higher and higher and higher. And I was like, I'm not buying the top on this. There's 0% chance. And then it happened. And then I didn't buy it. Like it flushed down. I was like, yeah, no, never again. I'm not looking at this name. And today it's back down at 10. So yeah, you know, go figure. That's how these things work. I think 11's probably gonna test in the next like 5 minutes. So we'll see what happens here on NEO.
Yeah, ELS now more in the money, pushing the south side. Let's go, ELS. I'm going to hold it because the market's going to the south side, so I want to see how big of a trade I can make out of this. It's still 80% of my size left on this trade. Just going to work with it. One of my worst trades on the day today is going to be Coinbase. I took that $65 break. You guys heard Neil mention me trading that 65 area. Wasn't a pretty decent winner. And then what do? I add on the break of 64, which ends up being bad for me. And then instead of getting out for a loser, I just add to the loser constantly, and then I blow myself up on this trade. Very, very upset with how I traded Coinbase today. My risk management absolutely crumpled it up and threw it in the garbage over there, and that's where it is right now. That's where my risk management is in the gutter. But thankfully, you know, we have other trades that could probably come up over here. The NASDAQ market trying to pop back up slightly, and the S&P 500 futures also trying to pop back up slightly. This market today is a little, you know, we need the breakouts to really go through, but we're not there. I mean, look, NIO is your #1 traded volume stock today with 50 million shares, and it's already 12 o'clock.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Up there?
Right here. So you see SOXL with 86 million shares. Usually by 12 o'clock, here, let me actually show the scanner on the chart, on the screen for you guys. Usually by 12 o'clock, these 3 times leverage ETFs such as SQQs and SOXL already have 100 million or 150 million. They're both at 80 million only today. And then you have NIO and BEKE with 50 million, and then you have AMD with 43 million. Apple today only at 28 million shares traded. Like, come on. Where are the traders? Is everyone on the long weekend without the long weekend even coming up? Isn't the American Thanksgiving soon? Luca's busy, so we'll leave Luca for that. I'm actually going to go check over here when the American Thanksgiving is by checking if we actually have a holiday on that. So that should be NYSE holiday schedule for 2022. Yeah, so there we go. Thanksgiving Day, November 24th. Something that I also heard, you know, the CNBC lady talk about it. What's her name again? Silvana Hanau. She's a cutie. Silvana was talking about how turkey prices have been going up. They are now $1.99 per pound compared to $1.15 from last year. That's because bird flu came in a little bit earlier this season, and that kind of screwed up inventory.
Yo, Neo's going nuts here.
Whoa, yeah, go for it.
Neo just broke 11, triggered SSR, stopped for a second, traded like so many shares midpoint in the dark pool. Now it's at 1092. This is 52-week low, 11. Again, there wasn't that much size there. I was thinking maybe bounce play, maybe. And that's why when you just asked me that question, I was like super.
What was the question?
Like, no, you were asking me something, and all I heard was Thanksgiving.
Let you go.
And I'm like, what's going on here? This just broke 11. Oh my God. But yeah, I know there's lots of selling coming in. And guys, remember, it is SSR now. This is ADR, right? So trade like primary in Asia, or at whatever market there. But there is so much selling hitting the bids right now. And you can't initiate a short position when it's SSR. So this is telling me that whoever is long this name is terrified, and they're dumping this. They are dumping this because that was a huge volume spike there. Look at the chart. It doesn't even, this chart is going into the banner at the bottom because like it's just going so low. It's going to the ground here. Yeah, there it is, guys. Look at that. This is at 1090 right now. Absolutely crazy. Bounce plays. Put it on the list over there behind, behind Brankles over there. Bounce plays for Neo, not to be taken. And I'm saying it out loud because I'm telling myself, like, do not take bounce plays on NEO today. It is done. It is dead. But maybe something to be had. You can't really short into the low, but I did not expect that. I did not expect that. That's crazy. Now we have actually 150 lots on inverse, 1091. Yeah, this is going to probably 10. This is going to hit 10 today probably. Not
Which
10.
one?
10 is huge.
NIO?
NEO. No, this could easily be at 1050. This is a loot. This is a low. This is a new 52-week low. There is no bids on the book right now. There's still a lot of aggressive selling coming in. Maybe get support at 10.
What's the other EV stock that has the most market share in China? BKD?
BKD.
Is that the one?
I'm not 100% sure actually.
Can someone in the chat maybe help me out with that? I think it's BKD, right? The one with the most BYD. Thank you, chat. BYD, which has the most market share for EV stocks in China. Let's pull that stock up, see if that one's
BYD.
crashing the way NIO is. Not really. So see, it's holding up pretty well compared to NIO. XPEV, which is XPeng, usually moves along with NIO. So let's quickly pull up that one to see if that one's crashing the downside. And it should be, yeah, it's also down 10%, but not really moving as a wild to the downside as NIO is. Is NIO at a new all-time low right now?
Yeah.
Let me zoom
Or
out
I don't
on
know
the
about
daily
all
chart.
No. NIO.
No.
Well, it's been, but that's the thing, right? NIO was literally a $5 stock, and show Prad's screen if you can, because he's got the daily there. It's very clean. It was literally a $5 stock, and this thing ran to 60. And who was it in the chat just now that was like, I remember buying NEO at 50? I was gonna be like, yeah, same. I remember going long at 50.
$50?
It was a banger trade. I made so much money on that trade, and I was like, wow, this is probably going to 100. And no, it's actually going to 10, and maybe even 5. And yeah, it's maybe a fine support at 10 because that's a psychological level. But no, it's rush for the exits, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's just, you know, negative, it's down, 52-week low. Maybe big funds are selling it, trying to get out of this. Now it's SSR. But keep in mind, like in China, guys, they're in lockdown. They've been in lockdown for so long, in and out, right? So I think a good take on this, which is just like a kind of like an abstract take, is, you know, if they're in lockdown all this time, nobody's buying, like people who were going to buy a car before are now thinking, okay, wait a second, we're always in lockdown. I'm working from home all the time. I don't even know. I'm just talking. I'm making this up. I'm going to say this in advance. I don't know what goes on there, but I'm just kind of, my gut feeling is like, you know, why buy a car? Why even buy an electric car if you're just always inside, if you're working from home and all these things, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe that's reason for it. Maybe that's why Tesla, you know, doesn't have a strong quarter the way that everybody thought. Maybe that comes to light after hours.
In the future, if you want to drive a car, it's going to be with your metaverse helmet. You're going to strap on your metaverse helmet, and you're going to drive a car in the metaverse. And exactly, why do you even need one, right? Something that you did mention, Luca, you said 1050, 1040. Look at this bottom on the 20th of July of 2000. 2000? No, that's not 2020, there you go. On the 22nd July of 2020, the low was 1046 on NIO, so very good call out on that. Maybe we do see a bounce off those levels, and then we have a little bit of a gap day over here. So we gapped from what, $7 or $8 to $8.90 or $9, and then we gap from there to here all of a sudden. It's a little bit of a gap over here that NIO might have to fill. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Also did notice that today morning, all the markets were green except for the Chinese markets. The Hong Kong market, the Chinese markets were red today. So kind of that kind of bleeding into our markets. You know, the ADRs, which is the dual listed, they're also listed in our market. And I wonder how the fear of delisting the Chinese stocks is still going on. You know, we still have the BABA probably delisting, DD delisted not too long ago. Maybe NIO and XPEV and all the other stocks are also in that basket, especially with this. I don't want to talk about politics, but especially with the how the U.S. government's trying to tighten up on the chip stocks and how they move around in China and so on. So it could very well be that China forces these companies to pull out of the American market, or you know, that tightening of chip stocks and the selling of chip stocks in China could just cause some issues where we're now watching people deleverage away from these positions, from NIO, from XPEV, from BABA, from Baidu, from JD, and so on. Hence, these stocks are red on the day today. I already showed you FXI once, which is your large cap ETF to the downside, or sorry, large cap ETF for Chinese stocks, and it's down 3% now compared to 2% from earlier.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat was actually asking, where can I get a Trader TV hat like Luca? So you want to take that one?
Yeah, for sure. Trader TV hat from where the one that Luca has. You can go straight to the YouTube channel right here. Click on that little logo. You see that nice little bull logo? Click on that logo. Go over to the store right here, and you will see that hat. That's a snapback, right? Yeah, it's a nice little snapback hat. Snapbacks back. Snapbacks back. Wait, but yours is not a mesh net though, eh?
No, it's, I have two. So I have two of these now.
Oh, you can get a mesh one. You can
Yeah.
get this one. So you can really pick which one you want. You can get the one with the. How do you have two and I have only one? Bro? They hate me here, man.
Yeah, I'm a hat guy. And guys, just to mention very quickly as well, the sweater is pretty solid actually. But just make sure that you buy one size bigger than what you think that you should be buying. Maybe it shrinks like anything else. But it is like tighter, like a tighter fit.
Before you even wash it, it's actually smaller than what you want. So I'm usually large. I bought it. It looks like a medium for me, and I bought an XL and it fits me like a large. So make sure you do size up. But also, do you just put all your clothes into the dryer?
Depends. No, like the ones that I want to keep good quality, I'll hang dry.
Yeah, exactly. You
But
can't put everything in the dryer.
This black shirt that is like a $5 Costco shirt.
Yeah.
I will throw it in the dryer.
Yeah, you can't be throwing everything in the dryer. You gotta hang dry some of them, right? So be very careful with the clothes that you are buying. Obviously, this is not a fashion shot talk anyway. So we're gonna move
Mullen might actually go to 50 cents.
Shut up.
So initially, everyone's like Mullen. I'm like, no.
Wow.
Now it's like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, but here's the thing though. Every time I'm like, okay, now it's gonna go. It's gonna be the top. So I'm calling it now. I'm virtually punching it in my head at 37 cents, and then it's gonna flush. This is a clear buy the dip. I mean, look how it's riding trend, right? So why would you get long over here and then you're out of the money? Like just buy the dip. So don't get long over here. If you still think it's gonna go up, it'll obviously provide an opportunity, and then you get long, and then you hold for the move. That would be my take on how to kind of approach that there. And there was also one other thing. Actually, let's just quickly check. Yeah, see, Neo is dead. Maybe it does find the support, like you mentioned on the daily, at 1040, like 1040 area. But the thing is this, and I'm so sad about this. Look at this. I was literally shorting a decent amount of size over here at 1150. I'm like, oh, if we break 1150, this is going to happen. But look how they do it. They break it, then they do a little dance, then they go. And no, this was a mistake here actually. But yeah, so why couldn't this happen when I actually took the trade? Was it because I got into the trade and they're like, let's get him? No, that's crazy talk. But that's actually insane how it, it didn't happen. But then it ended up happening anyways. So, I didn't want to short above here because it kind of was giving a feel like wick off bottoms, holding support, run, and then the selling really came in after. But there was no real volume, so just kind of crazy. Like, I really don't understand, right? So it's like I had the right idea, but it was bad execution. So how can I get better, right? How can I get better? Well, if I'm going to take, let's say I'm going to take 10 over here, 10 size, right? Maybe I have to just scale into the short, but I should be taking 2. So 20% of the size that I want to take. And these are just arbitrary numbers. Obviously, find something that works for you guys. But here's the thing, right? Like, if this is going to happen, there has to be a workaround. There has to be a different way. Because my idea on the trade was correct, but my execution on the trade was wrong. I lost money on Neo. I'm not up on the name. But I had the right idea. And this is like you make real money on this trade, right? It's so much liquidity. Like, you could take 100,000 shares, 200,000 shares, even as a day trader, and hold for the move. Because the liquidity is there. It's like you see 100 lots. You see 100 lots, that's 10,000 shares. You could scale in, iceberg your trade, whatever, right? So, I'm not really sure how many people trade like that, but, the scalability on this trade is there. Take 100,000 shares, move 50 cents, make 50K, you're a happy camper, right? So, yeah, there's scalability. I gotta just figure out how to kind of fix that because that might be a recurring issue. Just the type of market that we're in, the nature of the market that we're in. But yeah, it is what it is. I didn't chase, right? I didn't chase. Maybe in this case, chasing would have been the right idea. But when it was here, I was like, well, I'm not chasing. Like, maybe I should have been over here. Is the same thing going to happen? Oh, I'm going to short the low. It's going to bounce again. So I let it go. I'm down on the name. It's basically a break even, but I'm down. Obviously, I lost the trade, but it was, like a few cents, whatever, not too crazy. But yeah, it kind of upsets me there. So it is rattling. I'm not tilted from it, but it's like, oh. Man, so close yet so far. Oh well.
so close yet so far. I'm pretty sure, oh my, this stock, like you said, 50 cents might actually come into play. People in the chat, once again, I just warn you, I want to throw caution out there. Be very careful. If you are day trading the stock, nothing wrong with it because you are scalping it, getting in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. But if you're expecting to swing trade this position, I want to urge you guys to really use stops. Be careful. It could go to $1. It could go to $3, but it could also easily come back down to 10 cents or whatever cents that it was trading at not too long ago. We have seen this happen again and again and again. You saw COMS, that was a stock COMS?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw COMS, what happened to it. I was warning people about MULN back when it was actually doing its nonsense, and it worked out that it actually cratered to the downside. I mean, look at BBIG, right? If you guys remember Winkle Ventures, BBIG, everyone was hyped out about this position to do big things in the future when it went up to $8 and $12. And look where it's at right now, at a new all-time low, hanging out near 90 cents or so. Yesterday, there was a little bit of a catalyst on BBIG that took it above $1, right? We went above $1, but then we're right back below $1. So I don't want you guys to get trapped on it. I literally just want you guys to make sure that you are, oh, my market's coming down. I want to make sure that you guys are applying proper risk management on your accounts. I'm getting ready to take the short on the futures here if 3,700 breaks. Can we do it? UVXY is now making another high to the north side. I don't know if it's a new high a day, but let's see if UVXY, no, not a new high a day. It's still got a good room to the north side before it touches the high. So let's see if this market can actually break this 3,700, at which point, let me get my stop order also ready, just in case 3,700 is a fail break and I get trapped with this move to the downside.
Yeah, Rebecca saying trading is jumping in when you see an opportunity. Mullen, for me, absolutely, absolutely. And stick to your own playbook, right? You see something, it looks good, you want to trade it, you trade it, right? You take the trade. For myself, I was like, well, you know, Mullen, I mean, obviously I'm not too happy. I should have listened. You know, I was like, Mullen, like, no. But yeah, no, it's a 10 cents higher, absolute killer. And yeah, 3,700 coming into play on the ES here. Is it going to break? Are we going to flush? As soon as I heard actually 3,700, I looked over. I'm like, oh, 3,700, I'm going long Apple. Because I'm going to take the flip side here. I'm not actually convinced that we're going to break 3,700 right now, flush lower, and not retrace. So I saw that. Look at this. Wick off bottoms. We're at the same area just below VWAP on Apple. Market proxy bet. I think we could easily bounce from here and get back up. This is not a long where I'm going to hold to up here again. This is a scalp. I'll be very honest with this one. This is however much time it spends here depends on if I'm going to take another trade on it. But if we pop back even to like the 75 areas, I'm out. So I'm long here, I'm out here, I'm long here, I'm out here. That's my plan. And then if we break the lows here, then I'll just get out, right? So let's see how many times this is going to give me the opportunity.
Of course,
and,
Coinbase. Of course.
Somebody's saying this volume sucks. I mean, you know, you pick your spots, right? Pick your spots. It's mid. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about like in general, so it comes and goes, right? It's very sticky. So it's like, oh, volume disappears, then it comes back and it does crazy amounts of volume. Like Neo, like I was mentioning before, like Neo traded 60 million shares, and like it's like you could have had. Now I'm gonna be crazy with this number, but I want to believe that you could have taken 500,000 shares on an iceberg trade around VWAP. You would have got the fill. You take 50-cent winner on that. You put the full size to be taken out on an iceberg just below 11, or you scale out over here. You're making 250K on that trade. That's insane. That's a great day trade. So those events are not always going to happen. I don't actually believe that you can do that same trade on Apple right now. Because it's just random, right? It's like random. It's like less. It's not really in play. Like what I'm doing is like a little scalp play. Like I'm not taking like 500,000 shares here. Like that would be absurd. That's like crazy amount of size. Obviously, I'm like over exaggerating to give an explanation here. But with Neo, it's not absurd. You could have 100,000, 200,000 shares, and this thing moves 50 cents, right? So find scalability, find where the volume is on that day, take those trades. And somebody's saying, is there any news on Neo? Yeah, there's no news. It's just Canary Wharf money. That's actually a funny name. Are you from the Canary Islands? Yeah, no, but there's no news. It's just I think the Asian markets were down. It was down. It's a new 52-week low. Maybe you got funds that are selling it. So you know, all things being said, it's obviously moving lower. And I think Apple's going to be good for a bounce. And I'm going to actually step off in the next few seconds here. And my man Ian is going to jump on. The legend himself. I'll be sad that I can't talk his ear off in the back over there because he'll be sitting over here, but all good is what it is. Let's see if Apple gives the bounce here and scale out of that one, and then definitely go get myself an espresso.
Hey, espresso time, baby. That's what I like to see. Luca, as always, great having you on board over here. And we'll be having you until November. So you're not going anywhere. You're stuck here on the show till November. And I'm sure you guys will enjoy having Luca all the way. And Sharif, have a safe flight. Pretty sure you're going to have a great time in Egypt. Whenever you're back, you will be back. And now Ian will be coming on. Until then, we're going to try to see what the market's doing. Something that I did notice, that NASDAQ is not really at the lower days, whereas the S&P 500 is. So if the NASDAQ manages to pull back to the lower day, that might mean that the S&P 500 could actually break 3,700. But look at NASDAQ right now trying to pop back up to VWAP. So be a little careful, obviously. I have my order ready to go short on the break of 3,700 on MES. But I also have my stop ready to take the stop right away in case it does fail for me. So I don't want to lose too much money on that trade. I'm going to keep my risk management short. Look at this market now moving back up. What is UVXY doing? UVXY is coming down to VWAP at the moment. If UVXY bounces off of VWAP, then that could mean we could have another leg down south on the market. But if UVXY breaks VWAP and pushes back south, then we're still stuck on the inside day ranges on the market over here. Very, very boring type of situations, honestly. I know volume, it's also lunchtime. So volume, if it wasn't there in the morning, you can't expect it to come in during lunchtime. So you got to be a little careful on that. Come on, 3,700, do something. Break for me. Don't keep bouncing. It will be good to see a break, obviously, because that's the side I want to be trading it at the moment. MULN did go up to, almost 40 cents and is now pulling back slightly after consolidating on the first. No, not consolidating at all, but it pulled back slightly all the way up to 36 cents. Let's see if MULN can actually break out of 40 and go all the way up to 50 cents, at which point it will be absolutely insane to me. I will just not, I won't believe this move today, but it's not about what you believe, it's about what you see, and what you are seeing is absolute profits for the north side for whoever is involved in this trade. I would tell them that, says Gordo. Not sure what you guys are talking about, but hopefully you guys are getting along. You two are awesome working together. Thank you. Yeah, that's my boy Luca. So, I can say anything to him, and I know that he won't take me seriously, and the same thing happens to me. But I don't know about this guy, though. I say something to this guy, he starts crying too much. So I have to be real careful. You're so rude, Brad. Brad. No, I'm joking. We love you. Wait till I get my mic on, he goes. Something I did notice, though, is our boy Toto Wolff is not excited for the 2023 cars. He's already being pessimistic about the 2023 cars. So, Toto, come on, mate. What are you talking about over there to the news channels? I'm going to have to crack down on Toto Wolff over there a little bit. Whenever Ian mics up, he can express his feelings. Look at that size on MULN now. 4,000 lots on MULN. Actually, no, that's the same lot just repeated twice. So 2,000 lots on MULN at 385, trying to hold up as support areas. Where's 385? Right here? No. 385 is right there. Okay. They're trying to hold it up in between those candles and trying to push it back up to the north side. Would be nice to see if there's any size on 40 cents. Is there any size on 40 cents? A little bit, not too much. Pretty much the same size that's on 385.
I'm trying to fix this chair, man. I don't know what Luca did to this chair, but
It's too short, eh?
Well, that was one thing, but that's fine. That's easy. That's just up and down. But the way he sits, and I think Neil mentioned this before, he's sitting like this, super close to the computer, super leaned into
has a really good posture.
Where it's no, he does, but it's I'm a little bit taller, right? So I can actually lean back and put my arms flat on the table, and you guys see me on the show before, whatever. But I can't adjust the back. Do you know how to adjust the back? Is it
pick it up, grab it from the bottom and just go, whoa, yoink it up.
No, the tilt.
You want to tilt? Oh, yeah, you can. I think it's one of these levers to the right side.
I don't know what I'm doing with this chair.
You pull the middle one? Yeah, you pull the middle one and then you throw it back. That's it. Pull the middle lever to the right side and throw it back. And that's max back it goes, I guess.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So now we fixed it a little bit. Trying to get comfortable. Sorry, guys. It's been actually quite uncomfortable in here. Neil's mentioned a couple times, the heat, man. I can't deal with this heat. Trading's stressful enough. I just want to, be a little bit more comfortable. So,
imagine how people in India are trading then, huh? Come on, man.
If you see me kind of breaking a sweat, you'll know why. I'm in a couple of trades right now, guys. I'm in Tesla short. I've been on this, it's been holding this range essentially. So, you guys have been watching the whole day, inside day. It's been a range day for sure. Tesla trading that range as well. We got earnings coming tonight, right? So obviously with the earnings coming tonight, do you really expect Tesla to break out of its range? Obviously, 225 to the upside, but it's been holding this 222 area. I know the high is like 223 up there. So essentially that's where I'm risking off of. But that was a good short, right? My best out was a dollar, over $1.50 in the money on that one. Gonna keep looking to add to this one and defend this 222 if it continues to work, right? Like if it's not broke, don't fix it. So that's like kind of my strategy on Tesla. Still holding a couple pieces on this one. Again, guys, I'm probably gonna add to it as well. I'm in Apple long as well, and Luca was touching on this before he came off the show, but essentially, do I really expect, or do you really expect 3,700 to break out as well? And my answer is no on that one. So let me take out a piece on this Apple trade, just because it's about 30 cents in the money now, and I want to make sure I take some of these profits as it's kind of reclaiming VWAP. I'm going to try to take some more out if it pushes above 144 and test this high here. But it seems like for now the market is bouncing off of this 3,700 again.
Of course it is.
So guys, the inside day, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Play the range. That's exactly what I'm planning to do here for the rest of the day, essentially, and kind of take it from there. If the market does break out the range, if Tesla breaks out 223, then I have a clear out. And same thing with Apple. I'm probably risking to the 143 area on Apple on this long.
NASDAQ didn't really push down to low a day, guys. So NASDAQ bounced off of 11,150 and is now heading back to VWAP. So that's obviously helping out the market over here to push to the north side. Trader Prad, what does inside day mean? Inside day means basically you're inside of yesterday's candles or last week's candles or last month's candles. If you pull up the daily chart for the S&P 500 futures, you will see how we are exactly in yesterday's range. Yesterday's high, yesterday's low. We're stuck in that range. When things are in yesterday's ranges, it's boring. No real market moves are happening. But what you can do is get a nice little range trade. So you could have shorted 37.75 in pre-market some point. You could have shorted 37.40. You could have gone long 3,700, a million times today. So you can do those type of range tradings on an inside day. It's just, people are not having the most fun doing that. Let me quickly go over to our like count. We're on at 2.3K likes with 4.6 thousand watching us, though. And let's get that like count pumped up a little bit. Every time you guys help us out with the like counts or even the subscribe counts, it helps the YouTube algorithm push our channel to more people. We would like to get it to 3K. So you got Luca today, you got Ian today. I think that's more of a reason to pump this number to 3K. And for those 32% of you who are not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Oh, look at that. We got the Trader TV and the Trade Ideas partnership right there. First thing in the description. So if you click on that description right there, you'll be able to go directly to Trade Ideas website and use code TraderTV to get 15% off on your purchase for Trade Ideas. That's a software that all of us use on the floor over here. Not on the floor, on the show, sorry. Imagine we all had it on the floor. That would be amazing.
That'd be sick, yeah. But yeah, hit that like button, guys. You're going to continue? Sorry?
I was trying to finish it.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. So yeah, if you want to use Trade Ideas, you can sign up for that. And people are asking for our scanners. I'll maybe think about giving away my scanner. I don't want more and more people using exactly the scanner I'm using, because that means I'm killing my own edge over there by doing that. But it's a completely customizable software, guys. You can customize it exactly to the ways and needs that you want it. We already talked about the merch store. Once again, click on the logo, go to our homepage, click on store, and you can purchase any merchandise that you're interested in doing so. And if you want to learn new things, I actually got a message on right here. No, that's not the message. Hi, Prad, can you suggest any books or anything for me to read? Guys, just go directly to our homepage, click on playlist, and look at all the free learning material that you have. Trading strategies, breaking market news, trade of the days, 336 separate trade of the day videos, and those are not just winners. There's some trades that are also losers in there. Well, if you honestly take your time to study these 336 videos, understand how Neil and Sean set up their trades and even their losses, how they take that loss and how they move on from it and how they flip directions on that trade. I actually have seen Sean talk about a stock one day where he loses on the shorts, flips to a long, and he makes all of that money and some back. That's all the education content you need. Obviously, if you want to read books, nothing wrong with it. There are tons of books out there that repeat the exact same stuff that the last person wrote. So if you find any good book, find it, read it. But all the education material that you want right here on our YouTube. Go to playlist on Trader TV Live and just study for free.
These lights are hot, man, I gotta say. That fan, maybe we gotta get that fan blowing. Okay, the napkins are here, great. Yeah, smash the like button, guys. I was going to say, you know, we're running it back with Luca and I on the midday show. You know, if you guys recall, if you've been watching for a while, we used to run it, you know, Luca and I, you know, trading in and out in the midday show, and it was great. So we're running it back, a little bit of a throwback on that one. Want to call out a couple things here. So Ming, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Glad you can join us. If it's your first time watching, you know, we stream every day from 8:30 to 4. So, you know, tune in every day, and we're live trading, and you know, we're sharing our trades today, and we're trying to make everyone you know, help us be profitable, right? And I also want to call out a super chat as well. This one's from Mariano. How do you determine daily goals, percentage, random expected salary, not being facious? Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. You know, on the prop floor, we don't get salary. It's pure commission, right? So we eat off of our trades. You eat what you kill. You know, I'm sure as a trader, you've probably heard that term before. In terms of daily goals or percentages, those sorts of things, we've talked about this before on the show, you know, Prad and I. For me personally, I don't like to have daily trading profit goals just because, you know, you got to trade what the market gives you, right? If you meant to take a certain trade or, you know, look for a certain setup and it doesn't come, are you really going to force that trade just so you can make like whatever, like $100, $200 a day? No, right? You're not going to trade. You got to be professional and, you know, take good trades, take trades within setup, right? So if the trade's not there, then you have no reason to trade, right? So that's why I think, you know, having a profit goal is necessarily always the best thing, because you might end up forcing trades or taking trades with like outside of your setup, and then, you know, trading poorly and whatnot, or, you know, getting emotional with the trades and, you know, getting emotionally attached to a certain profit or P&L target, right? So, you know, the market doesn't care how much money you make in a day, that's for sure. But, you know, if the market gives you something, you got to take it, right? So I'm currently watching Apple go against me, so that's why I brought it up here. You know, I want to see it bounce off 143. You know, we've seen this happen before with 3,700. Or one of these key levels on the ES here breaks down slightly and then gets reclaimed and bounces. So, you know, kind of just watching this kind of play out. I am still short Tesla, and that's working for me. That's like $2 in the money. So I'm kind of hedging my bets here. You know, one long on Apple and then the one short on Tesla here. So if, you know, either one kind of plays out, if this 3,700 bounces, then, you know, I'll be participating with the Apple long. I'll probably add on that one in front of 143, and it looks like it is kind of giving a little bit of a bounce, right? So gonna, you know, add a little bit of small size here on the Apple trade here to see if it can bounce a little bit, and, you know, we can get this back up to VWAP, and then maybe scale out and manage the position that way, average, you know, better my average on that one. So, you know, it does seem like there are bidders here at 3,700 and one in front of 143 as well. So, you know, I'm liking this trade for now, but, you know, it can quickly turn against me if this 37 truly does break down and, you know, 143 doesn't hold up on Apple.
Okay, well, I'm short MES right now. I don't know about Arun. Arun, are you short? No? Oh, damn it. Let me punch out then, because this is probably going to be a bad trade over here. Psych! I'm going to stick to my... What? They wicked me out of my trade when I threw my stop out at 3,700, bro. What is this? Okay, we're going to try it one more time over here. I jump back into it. Let me actually pull it up on this screen, guys, so you can see it. NASDAQ moving down. S&P 500 finally broke the low a day. I threw my stop at 3,700, and they stopped me out over here, which was in profit. No. It probably traded above there for a second or so. There was probably one print that set your stop off. I'm going to find who took that fill, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to punch him in the face. I got out at 3,700, I think. Let me see. Yeah, 3,700 exactly. So it printed 3,700 and it stopped me out. But that's fine. We're going to jump back into this trade. We're going to see if this one actually flushes. If not, then I'll take that quick loss again because the market clearly wants to bounce. UVXY going to the north side. Market now down 1 full percent on the day for the S&P 500. And the NASDAQ is down almost 0.5% over here. Not almost. It's more than 0.5%. It's so hot in here. Oh, my hands are sweating. I'm not even stressed about my position. It's just ridiculously hot in here, and the markets are going down. So let's out to see if we can get some shorts on board, especially on the futures over here, because that 3,700 level is very key. Even Ian is wiping his face right now, and trust me, it's not because we're stressed about the trades. We're just burning up in here.
I was just going to say that if you see me sweating, it's not because I'm necessarily stressed about my trading right now. It's because it's actually really hot in here, and I thought it was hot back there. It's even hotter up here.
With
so,
these lights?
With these lights. So props to Prad and Arun and Neil being up here all morning.
Yeah, Arun has a nice fan in his face, bro.
I don't feel this fan at all.
Yeah, I have like the warmer things, whatever these are called, the winter clothes. Yeah, the heat gear. So I'm really burning up in here. The cold gear? Yeah, cold gear. Sorry.
Guys, real quick, it does look like 3,700 is breaking down. We're testing lower now, so it does look like Apple is going to break down this 143. I'm tempted to, punch short if this 143 and breaks down and reverse my position here. That would be...
We're going down.
Yeah, that would be like
I'm
low.
yelling
No, we were
timber.
testing like these lows earlier. 141 was the low on Apple earlier. So, if 143 does break down here, I might, have to flip short on this one. For now, that Tesla short is still working. Let me bring that one up. I haven't really showed that one a lot. I know a couple people were mentioning Tesla in the chat earlier.
You have shiny foreheads.
Yeah, it's because we're sweating, guys. I can't say it enough. It's hot in here. There's a bidder there. Just got eaten on Tesla, so this short looks really, really good, I think. Yeah, so just got stopped out on Apple. Let me flip short on that one.
I think the question is, guys, right now, NASDAQ. Does NASDAQ break 11,000 or 1,100? And if it does, I think the next spot is 11,000, right? 11,000 on NASDAQ? It's at 11,100. Yeah, so if we break 11,100 on NASDAQ, obviously your tech basket stocks should start following to the south side. That's going to be your Tesla, Netflix, Microsoft, AMD, all your tech stocks over there. You see your boy Ian right now. Is that a short, my friend? It is indeed.
Yeah, I'm in that
and
Tesla
he is
short
killing
still.
that short. Everyone's watching this 11,000, 1,100. If 11,000, 1,100 on NASDAQ doesn't break, then I'm taking my profits on the S&P 500 future side because there's a good chance that we bounce on the SPYs with the help of NASDAQ. Keep in mind that UVXY is also something that you should be watching, which is now up 2% on the day and is very close to high day at 1250.
Yeah, so I just took out some profits as we're breaking down this 220 on Tesla. Again, just because it made this low around 219.57, and with the market breaking lows here at 3,700, Tesla isn't really breaking those lows or testing remotely close to it. So I want to make sure that I get out some here. I'm still holding one piece left in case it continues to move on, but I'm basically all out of Tesla now. $2 in the money. Chalk it up as a pretty decent trade. I did flip short on Apple, and it looks like that one is kind of testing 143 still. So I'm gonna give that one a little bit of space and be patient with that one. I see people saying short Tesla, short Tesla. Yeah, I've been short Tesla up at that 222. Don't chase this one. Just like I said, guys, it isn't quite breaking those lows yet. So in an inside day, in a ranging day, you got to trade these ranges, and Tesla was trading this top end of the range around 222 today, and couldn't really hold above that. So that's what my thesis was on that one. If you missed that trade, then too bad. Let's keep looking for more trades. So call them out in the chat. Some people were actually trading Mullen today on the floor.
A lot. Oh, people were on the floor?
Yeah, there's a couple people.
Who is this ballsy guy on the floor?
I can give you a guess.
Maxi?
Yeah, you
Oh,
know it.
the
You know
demon.
it. You know it. So it was holding this 30 cents area very nicely, and it's kind of grinded up there. I tried trading. What was that one yesterday? Comms, that one below $1, and I punched into that one and quickly won it out. And Luca was with me on that one, and yeah, that trade didn't really pan out the way I expected it to. So I think I'm going to stay away from these ones. Like Prad, I don't. Oh, that's a decent amount of size there, but again, it's like 40 cents. So is that really a lot of size? Probably not. But yeah, I think I like to stay away from these ones under $1, under $2 and whatnot. It's just not really my forte, and I probably don't trade these.
Why are the Qs following the NASDAQ today? They're the same thing. The Qs are the NASDAQ are the Qs. Arun's laughing right now. Nothing wrong with it, no such thing as stupid questions. If you ask enough stupid questions, eventually you're not going to be asking them anymore. So you're going to be learning, you're going to get smarter. So yeah, it's a good thing. And something that Jordan Peters said, 90% of the people will be afraid to even ask questions like that. So what's that? Why aren't the Qs? Oh, okay. Did I read it wrong, or did he re-put? No, he re-corrected it. Okay, so why aren't the Qs following the Nasdaq? It's probably just a little lag. They should be following it right now. I mean, yeah, Qs are at the low a day. Nasdaq is at low a day. As soon as Nasdaq breaks that 11,100 area, you watch Qs break it too. A little bit of a bounce coming in front of the lower days for the Nasdaq. So thank God that I actually took my first profit lot on the S&P 500 futures over here. There you go. You see me taking a profit at 36.90s or so, and now I'm holding my last few contracts to see if I can get a bigger move of a downside action coming in on the market over here to capitalize on it. All depends on the Nasdaq futures over here, if you ask me. And UVXY rejecting the high a day, man. Nasdaq, which was the strongest of the market yesterday and the day before that, right? If I remember correctly, Nasdaq was up 3% 2 days ago. Nasdaq was up 2% yesterday, and S&P 500 was only up, what, 1.5, 1.25 or something?
Well,
Doesn't matter, but like you get the idea that Nasdaq was a little bit of a stronger basket of stock compared to S&P 500, and we're seeing that play out again. You know, Nasdaq only down 0.65% and bouncing off of that key 1100 area, 11,100 area, whereas S&P 500 did break that key 3,700 level and is down 1% on the day. People in the chat are still talking about MULN, but I gotta go to SOBR. Sober apparently has an ugly candle right now, and look at that. Thank you, Brendo, for pointing that out in our work chat. Big down move flush coming in on Sober, but still up 8% on the day. So congratulations for Sober, I guess, for still, you know, managing to be green on the day. I guess the pre-market move alone was monstrous, probably up 15-20% from pre-market. Held that move all the way into the live market and then sold off over here. A little bit of a selling action on SOBR, whose float is only 5 million shares, so a little bit of a low float stock. Apparently the company is called Sober Safe Inc. Not sure what they do exactly. I'm gonna have to find out about that.
I've never heard of that company. It looks like, you know, I'm going to kind of get whipped around on Apple. I'm watching that one. It does seem like it's bouncing. I want to talk about NIO because I haven't traded it today. Well, actually, that's a lie. Sorry. I did trade it. I tried a little cheeky long in front of 11 here. That didn't work. It turned SSR. It's down like 10% on the day on no news. Like I know, you know, China markets were down and whatnot. It's actually interesting because bids were kind of stacked up in the morning. Bids were all stacked up in the morning below 12, and we were thinking like, is this gonna like run, you know, blow through 12 and whatnot, and just gradually grinded down all day. I thought, you know, 11 might hold in front of this SSR, excuse me, in front of this SSR percentage here, but it didn't really hold, and you know, here it is now below 11 and not really doing anything, right? So I think I'm just gonna leave this one alone and not trade it. Like I said, Apple kind of bouncing on me here. Am I going to get whipped around on Apple? It does look like it's a possibility. Probably just going to stop out in the 20s here. I don't want to hold this one too far against me. If the 3,700 does reject here and we do continue to grind lower, I think I'm going to, you know, potentially try to look for another short on the board instead of Apple, right? So I was thinking, you know, Apple just try to trade the range and whatnot. It was breaking below that range, and you know, I tried the short, and it doesn't really seem like it's working out, right? I was also looking at Netflix, guys, and Netflix is now kind of trading in the middle of no man's land. So again, it kind of made this top around 278. If you guys were watching Netflix after hours yesterday, it made that high around 279 on that big, you know, up move in the after hours off their earnings. And that's exactly where it topped out today. I know the high is 279.28. But you know, it never really broke above that. It's been kind of slowly grinding down lower since then. Netflix has been really tough to trade. I haven't traded it at all. So you know, because it's been so whippy, the spread is large. You know, things like reserves or size on the bid and the offer, it doesn't really work on Netflix for whatever reason. You know, it just continues to get hits and touches a lot of prices, so it makes it very difficult to trade. If you are going to trade this one, I think it's going to be like small size, and you got to give it like $1 risk, which is not necessarily something that we like to do.
He's so sweet, bro.
Prad's breaking his own heart over there. What are you looking at?
She's sweet, man. I love her. I just I wanna talk to her. Let me get her number real quick, or her, or Seema Modi. You know, Slavana Hanau or Seema Modi. If they ever wanna get in touch with me, you know how to get in touch with me. But my buddy in the chat, who I watch games with, he's in there. Aladdin, what's up, Ali? Ali's in the chat. And he said short GNRC on the pop. So I do remember reading about GNRC's catalyst today. The power equipment maker released preliminary third quarter results that fell well below Wall Street forecast. Generac said residential sales were pressured during the quarter, and its largest clean energy customer ceased operations and filed for bankruptcy. Generac tumbled 16.8% in pre-market, add another 16% to the downside. Generac now down 24% on the day and still going to the downside. You said short the pops. Hey man, I don't see the pop to short at all. This stock is just going straight to the downside, into the gutter. and you know, obviously it's a $100 stock, so there should be maybe some pops coming in for me to short it. Maybe 115. If it does come back to 115, look how it's consolidated sideways around that level. So I would love to short that 115 area if it does come back into play. This market is trying to really go up. NASDAQ is helping out the S&P 500 move back north side. So I really would love to see NASDAQ break that 11.100 area. If it does break 11.1K, I think SPY have a bigger flush coming into it and allowing me to take some real profits to the south side today.
Yeah, I think if that happens, I'm probably going to add to that Apple short. It does look like it is struggling here, and it does look like the market is, you know, struggling to find a base here and reclaim that 3,700. It tested like 36.97 and really couldn't push up higher there until sellers kind of stepped up. So, you know, watching this one closely. My Tesla trade, I'm not really managing that one anymore. I'm kind of just trailing my stop on that one. And just letting it ride, right? If the market continues to grind lower, then I'm going to be participating in that short. I want to, you know, be patient with this Apple one because if it can't really, you know, if it reclaims 143, then I think I'm just going to have to get out of this trade, and you know the market's going to test higher and whatnot. But if it can't, I want to kind of add to a winner here, and it's something I've been working on, is adding to a winner as opposed to you know, averaging into the trade, so to speak, and trying to better that average. So you know, if you're in the money, add to the winner and kind of parlay it. Probably like that word, parlay your winnings. And into a bigger winner, right? So that's what I think I'm going to try and do on Apple here. If that you know, 142, like 80, 70 area kind of breaks down, or sellers down there, then I'm going to add to that one.
You know what's funny? When my Twitter name was Parlay Prad, I was not winning a single parlay. The second I changed my Twitter name to Prad Sadamis, I'm on a hot streak on sports betting. So I don't know what's going on over here, but we just can't stop making money right now. I don't want to jinx it though, right? I'm going to be humble, so maybe that's going to give me some more profits coming into the future. Apparently Sober though, Brando put it in our work chat, they make breathalyzer ignitions for cars and so on. And I remember not too long ago we were talking about how this car, they want to make that a mandatory thing. You know, more and more cars out there having breathalyzers to prevent drinking and driving and so on. You know, me having a family member who I lost to a drunk truck driver and so on. I know the effects of you know, the problem that people have. That's why I love Uber. That's why I love Lyft. People are so adamant on drinking and driving sometimes when you can just, you know, take the Uber. So I always want to urge people, never drink and drive, please. And also, never drink and trade. Unless it's 4 o'clock and you can crack open a bottle a little bit, you know, take a couple sips right before 4, but don't really get drunk before 4.
You talk about things trading a range today, and I bring up UAL. UAL had their earnings last night as well. They're having a great day today, up 7%, but there hasn't necessarily been a great trade on it. You know, it's been trading this range 30, essentially 39. It did break below 39 and quickly reclaim that level, 39 to basically 40, right? So and then within that, it's been kind of just chopping around. So you know, no trades on UAL here. I haven't really found a great trade on it. You know, I wanted to see this 40 really break out and hold above, but it didn't really do that.
You traded that today?
UAL, no.
Okay, I traded it. It sucked.
Yeah, it's just like it wasn't really doing anything. So, you know, I just like kind of left it. So that's UAL, but I wanted to touch on it because it did have the earnings yesterday, right? So
Yeah.
you know,
No,
earnings
today.
season. Yeah, no, it was yesterday, last night.
Today.
Was it this morning?
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I think it was last night.
Yeah, last night going into today.
Whatever.
I
This is the
basically see
day
it
after
today.
earnings.
Yeah.
Whatever, gapped up 7%. But you know, exciting. You know, earnings seasons come back around. There's going to be lots to trade and a lot of new setups, or not new setups, but a lot of setups to kind of partake in, and you know, some potential great moves. Today hasn't necessarily been the greatest. You know, I talked about Netflix a bit. I'm trying to get short this if it pops up to 278, but it doesn't look like it will. And I'm not really looking to buy a dip here around VWAP. I mean, you could buy that dip, but where is it really going to go? Like, you know, you're having like maybe $4 upside where it can just kind of trickle down and keep grinding down to like 260, right? So, you know, I really thought that there might be some sellers in this. And it does seem to be like kind of fading that top, fading that move off of those post hours or off of those after hours highs on that earnings report last night. Tesla, you know, continuing to push down a bit. So this trade is working for me. Pretty much the only one that's really working for me right now. Apple's kind of flat. But yeah, Tesla.
Strong, eh?
Yeah, Apple's pretty strong today, but you know, it is what it is. Tesla though now, almost $2.25 in the money on this name. So you know, turning out to be a big midday winner for me on Tesla.
Microsoft is probably the one where you want to put some damage in because Microsoft has been relatively weak today compared to Apple. Apple's a pretty strong stock, man, especially even though they said yesterday, was it yesterday when they said they're cutting down production and Apple cratered all of a sudden, and today Apple playing in those exact same ranges. So let me pull back. Yeah, look at that. Apple trading near 145. They announced that they're cutting down production. It drops down to 141 and then slowly trickles right back to 144, 145. And today we're pretty much around those exact same levels. Almost like that catalyst did not matter at all. UVXY did break the high a day, so the markets are trying to go down, but what I'm watching on the NASDAQ market over here is we're still 20 points above 11,100, and NASDAQ doesn't really want to pull to the downside, probably because Apple doesn't want to go anywhere. Apple being the ringleader of NASDAQ, of S&P 500, if Apple doesn't want to get stuffed to the downside, there's a good chance this market doesn't really want to get stuffed along with it. So you got to manage your risk over there. I'm thinking about just taking my profits completely on the futures over here and just walking away from that market. I'm about like what? How many points in the money am I? 2.5 points in the money on futures. My average price 36.89, and we're currently trading at 36.95 on this market. Tesla, good vibes. Yeah, isn't Tesla earnings today after hours?
Tesla is after hours today, so you know, expect something crazy to happen with that one. You know, maybe if bad that 200 comes into play, we will see. Someone asked, what's up with Meta? And I'll tell you a quick answer to that one. Nothing really. You know, it's not really doing too much. 13 mil volume on the day.
Whoa!
What happened?
Market. We're going to break 11K. Come on, market, break yourself. Go to the downside. I saw a big volume coming in on the S&P 500 futures there, so I instantly noticed that the market was going down on the NASDAQ side. This is exactly what I want to see. Let's see if 11,000 breaks again. We went to 11,098. There we go. We're actually trying to go to the south side. There is some pressure coming in. The volume is ramping up. Obviously, we are now 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, so we could see some good volume coming into the market. NASDAQ making a new low a day. S&P 500 making a new low a day. The shorts are inboard. The bears are here striking the market. I don't know if that's what the noise the bear makes, but the bears are clearly striking the market down right now. I know my boy Dan Iman in the chat out there smoking that shorts too. Brad scared me. I'm sorry. I apologize. But, you know, I'm just getting a little excited because I'm making some money, some cash moolah, baby.
Yeah, we're going to have to spin that one. I added to that Apple short and quickly scalped out 20 cents. So that one's working now, obviously. Something happened in the market there. Some sellers just kind of stepped up and pressed that sell key because you know, a lot of selling just poured in. So you know, I had to capitalize on the Apple short. I wish I added to this Tesla short because now that's like 250 in the money for me. So that's really working nicely. There is a bidder there, 219.25, 100 lots there. Let's see if that gets hit. It hasn't gotten tested yet. I'm watching the time sales. It looks like it's kind of running away from that one for now. But man, I don't know what happened there. But you know, if you catch a move like that, you got to capitalize on it, right? Which is exactly what I did on Apple. You know, Meta, I was talking about that earlier. That, you know, sold off a little bit as well, but it hasn't broken down those
Yeah,
lows.
baby.
The lows are 132.20 on Meta, so not really trading this one. Only 13 mil volume on the day, having an inside day. I'm not really looking at Meta.
Not really looking at Meta. I mean, yeah, Meta was like having a pretty solid day today. So like I said, if you want to look for stocks that you want to short and you're a large cap trader, you see the market going down, you want to look for large cap stocks that are already down on the day because those will accentuate further to the downside. Here's now Microsoft at 235. Low a day of Microsoft. Exactly. There we go. Breaking that 235 area. Microsoft getting pushed down. The market's really pushing down right now. Apple probably making my boy some money for you, right, baby? Yeah, congratulations on that, man. Apple making you money. Futures are making me money. I'm about to go green on the day with the help of futures over here. How low can we go? How low can we go? I'm going to pull up the S&P 500 futures real quick to pull up some levels that I could find on these charts. We were talking about 2 days ago, right, when the market was just, come on, don't do this to me. Give me my charts. We were talking about this day right here. That range low is 36.85. We're already below 36.85 on this market. Maybe the next move down is 36.70, 36.60. Markets are trying to go to the downside. We're now down 1.47% on the S&P 500. NASDAQ now down 1.2% on the day. And UVIXI up 3.4% on the day. That's a Branko's classic trade. I don't know if Branko's took a UVIXI long today, but if he did, he would be smoking it all across the board. This market is helping your boy Trader Pratt today, baby. Let's go.
It looks like we're testing. I was looking at AMD. I was trying to look for things to get short here. I'm actually going to scalp out a little bit more on this Apple trade. There's a lot of selling coming in, so I want to make sure I capitalize on this one. Let me bid out actually on Tesla here. Let me just bid there and see if that gets hit, and just kind of cover that position. Actually,
I'm going to take my profits. I'm out.
You're gonna get. I'm gonna trail my stop on this.
I'm out. I don't have any size left. I don't want to do anything with it. I'm gonna
trail that stop on Tesla there. Let me cancel my other one. Just kind of fumbling around here with orders. Okay, there we go. Should be good on that one. And then let me do the same thing here on Apple. Okay, there we go. There we go on that one. There we go. Okay, now we're all set. So we're a little bit more organized here. But I want to talk about AMD here, just because it's testing these lows here. And this is a 30-minute chart. I'll zoom in here. 5650. 56 has been this range for a long time now on AMD, probably about a week and a half here on AMD. It broke out 60 yesterday, and that was the top end of the range, and then quickly flushed down, right? So I don't know if we tested that today. I don't think we did, but here we are again at the bottom of this range. If the market is going to show weakness, do we break lower here, or are we going to hold support here? AMD is down 2% on the day, so considerably weaker than some other names that we've talked about here. So maybe if the market does break lower, does AMD break lower as well? I might have to punch short on AMD. Good thing I took those profits out on Apple because the bounce here is kind of coming in on Apple closer to this 142.
Stall out at that 36.
Yeah, exactly, right. So I want to make sure that I got some out here. I bid out on Tesla, and that doesn't seem to. No, I canceled. Oh yeah, remember I trailed my stop on that one. Man, I was just like, we got so excited here. We were in the shorts, and all of a sudden they started really working for us. So, but yeah, it looks like Apple did bounce a bit here off this 142. But I'm trailing my stop now. I think if it reclaims 143, I'm going to be out of this one. I don't think, if the market's going to rally and reclaim 3,700, then this could be a fake and we, continue to trade an inside day. But for now, it does seem like the short continues to work. Have you guys nailed any shorts in the chat here? I heard someone talking about XOM might break down. And I saw that comment earlier, but I didn't get a chance to kind of take a look at it here. It is kind of, holding a shelf above this like 103 area and trying to resist that, but it is showing a little bit of weakness here. Now below VWAP, I'm not too sure if this one's going to continue to break down, but it is, kind of fading off of these highs, off of this 104. I want to look at the daily on XOM. Let's take a look at this one. 104 was the recent high, so we could pull back from those highs, but in general, XOM and some of these oil names are pretty strong. So if you're going to hit a short, try not to hit it in something that's up 2.5% on a day. Look for something weak.
cash. JD.com. I punched that 42 short in front of you guys. I had to hold it, what, 20 cents against me? I'm not upset about that. I was complaining, though, that JD wasn't really flushing the way I needed it to. But look at this. Now we're $1 in the money. I took out my profit at $41 right now. I'm holding 50% off my size still on JD. And every time you wipe your forehead, it just makes me laugh. I don't know why. But the ELS over here pushing the downside too. So let's take more size on ELS. Come on, give me the fill. Stop making me chase you. ELS, we still have, I'm going to take a little bit more out, so that way I'm holding 50%, 63 cents in the money on ELS, and $1 in the money on JD. So it looks like that weakness in the Chinese market still bleeding into the Chinese stocks over here. Now down almost 4% for them, and S&P 500 doing a pretty decent job at holding itself up at 3,800. Like I said, if the market stalls out for me and that range low that I was talking about, let the chart load up again over here. Let me show you that range low that I was talking about. There we go. That range low of 36.80s is exactly where I saw the market's tape stall out, and it wasn't going too far to the downside. So I said, hey, I'm not going to work with this trade. I'm going to do what I plan to do, which is quickly scalp the breakout. I quickly scalped the breakout. I made my shutdown times more already on the futures, so we take that profits and we run away with it straight left to the bank. Ha, 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 ha. But it is possible that this market could go even more lower than this, but that's fine. I don't want to be involved in it. I took my profits. I turned my day around on it. Sticky keys. What? I didn't even press shifts 5 times, or maybe I did. I don't even remember. But anyways, get that box out of there. S&P 500 down 1.36%. And let's see if we break the low of day one more time. Arun, now that 3,700 is broken, what level are you looking at?
37.15 up top, 36.65 down below.
36.65 down below, 37.15 up top. Thank you. So Arun just filled us in as to if anyone's wondering why it fell off at exactly 1. The 20-year Treasury numbers came out, and they were to the bad side, obviously. So market following what the bonds or yields and numbers are doing to it, putting some more damage to it. Looks like a risk-off environment still.
A couple things here, guys. Someone said CCL needs to hold up here. I hope you're long on a swing trade. I hope you're not trying to go long today, because CCL's, showing some considerable weakness today, down almost 5% on the day. It is kind of bouncing in front of the 750 area, and I quickly look at the daily, and there was a lot of action. This big breakout here around 750. So you want to look for that to hold. But if that breaks down, I think you gotta call your losses on that one, and it's probably going to start trading the range in the 7 area. So just be careful of that one if you are long on CCL. I think a couple people mentioned it in the chat. Tesla earnings are coming out in the aftermarket, guys. So it's going to be obviously in play tomorrow, and it's going to be interesting. I saw a couple people in the chat saying, should we get long or short some of these positions before the earnings? Here's the thing, guys, and that's why, for one, we can't hold overnight. But for two, it's just good practice to not really build a position in front of big market moving events like these earnings for these names, right? If you guys recall what happened to Netflix last earnings, they dove bombed. They dove bombed. They lost like whatever, it was like $50 a share or something crazy, right? So obviously this time it rips from 250 to 280 almost, right? So you might look at that and think like, wow, if I only went long here before these earnings came out, I could have made a lot of money. Yeah, for sure, but that would have been pure luck, right? Like no one knows what's going to happen in these earnings reports. Always let the news kind of come out first, and then play off of it the next day, play off key levels the next day, and structure your trades that way, right? If you are obviously holding a long-term position, then you don't really have to do much, right? An investment account, you don't really have to do much. You don't have to be too active in it. You can DCA or whatever as you see fit. But if you're day trading, guys, don't swing positions into earnings. That's a recipe for disaster. You might get lucky once or twice, but you might get burned pretty big time.
Yeah, the YOLO setup is actually a setup that I see a lot of people on Reddit play. And something I do say is, guys, if you're playing YOLO, it might actually end up being that way. You will only live once as your accounts get wiped out, and you know, sadly, a lot of people don't use this, which is only bet money in the market that you're willing to lose, because you know, if you have bills to pay, if you have things to take care of, and that money you're putting into the market and gambling it, be very careful. You cannot be YOLOing into positions like that. And that's what Neil mentioned too yesterday on Netflix, right? Someone might have been big into the close of Netflix, and they were early before the numbers even came out. We saw Netflix pump up to 255. They probably, you know, completely got scared of it, dumped their position. It goes down to 230. That's where our buddy actually punches in long, and he kills it on that trade, and he goes all the way to 265. So monster trade over there for I don't know if I could say his name, but monster trade for our buddy over there who killed that long on Netflix. And you know, you got to be careful though. You can't be YOLOing these trades. It's always better to just wait for the number to come out. Thankfully, we have Brendo for you guys, who will be coming on at 4 o'clock. Is it dead?
I don't know. Luca just
put
left
it in your
over
ear.
there.
He didn't put it in his ear.
Sure.
If you want to, you know, I'm not forcing you. The way you said sure was like, stop forcing me, Brad. But no, you know, you got to wait for these numbers to come out. This is what I was going to show you right now. Earningswhisper.com. It's a website that I use almost every single time earnings season comes in. Very, very descriptive information. You know, if you click on the article over here, you can read exactly how their earnings report came out, how their guidance is, forward-looking statements, and their overall balance sheet, not balance sheet, but their overall earnings report, really in-depth and so on. So go check out this website, earningswhisper.com. No affiliation with them at all. According to them today, Tesla, 4:05 p.m., IBM, 4:10, Alcoa, 4:10, Las Vegas Sands 4:05, Steel Dynamics 4:30, WD-40. Okay, WD-40, haven't used that product or even seen that product in a while, but you know, they're still going out there. Looks like those are just the major companies that are releasing earnings today after hours, and tomorrow before market we got American Airlines, AT&T, Nokia, a highly shorted stock, Nokia, we know that one, and Philip Morris, the cigarette company. Is there any more out there that's a big names out there? Not really. Those looks like the few main names. Here's the big day though. On the Thursday, we got 55 names before open, and we got 69 names after close. So big day on Thursday for earnings report. That's next week, Thursday, 25th.
Did something just happen with Twitter here? I see a couple of people mentioning in the chat, and I brought it up. And Twitter flushed pretty hard there, flushed about 60, 70 cents. There, and you know, it's testing back here the same consolidation area of 51.70. So the trade might be done. You know, I'm probably not trying to punch into this trade right now because one, I don't know the news, and then two, it looks like I kind of missed the move, right? So yeah, it flushed randomly like 60 cents. So
Brendo.
Did something happen? I don't know. We'll see. We'll try to find out here for you guys. But you know, if you miss this move, don't FOMO into it or whatnot. At least, you know, hear the news or read up on the news and see on that one. You know, this Twitter stock, it's obviously, you know, so dependent on this deal going through. We saw it rally to 52 yesterday on like a, what was that? Like they said that people couldn't sell their Twitter shares or something. Employees couldn't sell,
they locked
their accounts or something like that. And it ran to 52 again. Yeah, so that was super weird or whatever. I didn't think, you know, that would have necessarily moved it that much, but it did. So,
well,
you know,
no, it was the idea that they think the deal is going through, not that the fact that they locked the account. That's why it went up.
Regardless, I think this is a no trade until the deal finally goes through.
100%. You saw that 52
or if it doesn't.
level yesterday.
Yeah, that 52 level, you know, they might have covered it on the show. I think I heard Neil mentioning a little bit on the show, on the closing show yesterday. There was a lot of size at 52 on the offer on Twitter, and then, you know, there was no volume kind of surrounding it. Eventually it got taken, and then it went nowhere, and it just fell right back below 52, right? So I think this is a no trade until this deal finally goes through, or doesn't, and then, you know, maybe potentially we'll get a trade out of it. But for now, probably no trades on it for me at least. I want to bring up, what was it I was looking at earlier? I totally forget now. I'll bring up this here. I saw a couple of people trying to tag me in the chat, guys. I don't have a handle on the YouTube channel yet, so don't tag. I saw people tagging Ian Chen. I think that's like another a viewer here, so that's not me, guys. So if you want to tag me, just put at Ian. I'm reading the chat, and if I see your comment come through, I'll make sure to mention it.
Yeah, stop console wars in the chat. I haven't seen you in the chat in ages. Every time I want to talk about GitLab, I try to see if you are in the chat, and sadly, you're never in there, and I don't get to talk about GitLab as much as I want to. I know you are pretty heavily bullish on GitLab the same way I am. I've been here, too many people don't notice. I was telling you about GitLab being low today. Oh, okay, I didn't see it. Honestly, for the last week or so, I would go in the chat, I would try to at you, and I would not see your name. I'll be like, okay, I'll wait for him to pop in the chat for me to talk about GitLab. Hey, man, GitLab getting to those levels where I have to add to my position or to my long-term board. Someone in the chat actually made a good 9% on it the last Friday when I mentioned about GitLab. They got long, and they cashed out on it. GitLab earnings coming out soon also. Every stock earnings coming out soon. Brad, we're in earnings season, duh. But December, what? It's not that far away. Looks like September was the last earnings, and the next earnings is apparently around 6th of December. So we're going to have to wait a little while. GitLab has yet to fail a single earnings report. They just keep on monstering through the earnings over here. So that my hope is we come back a little bit lower, near $40, $35. Pratt, stop being stingy about $5, man. Just get into the trade. You know what? I'm going to add more money into my account today. I'm going to try to buy some GitLab today or tomorrow or sometime this week so I could capitalize on something that I've been dying to do for so long, right? I know Stop Console Wars has made fun of me every single time for not adding GitLab into my account. Eventually, I will be doing it very soon. Very soon. Trust me on that.
Can we look at Carvana? Okay, I'll bring those up. I wanted to talk about this quickly here because I know people are talking about it in the chat, and it's the Tesla earnings. So the levels that I'm kind of looking at here, with Tesla kind of consolidating the past week or so, this is a 30-minute chart, guys. Obviously, 200 to the downside, that's going to be a huge level if these earnings are negative. And then 230, going to be looking for that to break out. It was tested yesterday, couldn't break out on that level there. So, going to be looking for that on the upside. So if Tesla trades outside of those ranges off of these earnings, I expect that it probably will. It's definitely going to be in play there. I did just get stopped out on Tesla. It quickly, stopped me out above 220. So, chalk it up as a win here on the midday show. So that was solid. Overall, probably like around a $1.50 average winner on that name. So someone wanted to check out Carvana, was it? Let's take a look at Carvana. NY. Is it really doing anything today? It's doing a 12 mil volume on the day. Bringing up here, let's see, it's down 16%. Was there news on Carvana today? Did you hear anything?
No, mate.
But yeah, down 16% today, so obviously having a pretty bad day.
It's doing actually good relative volume, 2.49.
Let me actually just look it up here to see if there's any news that came out with it today. So maybe fighting, I see here just quickly, fights new legal battles as Wall Street troubles mount. So, probably some, I don't know, something going on with Carvana here, but, obviously getting hurt, down 16%. Downside levels, let me look at the daily here to see if there's anything of interest. It's broken down. Are these new 52-week lows on Carvana? It might be. Yeah, it does look like it. So, if you are in the long, be careful. It doesn't really seem like a bounce is coming into play on this one until it, real buyers step up, waiting for 15 maybe to come into play, 10 to the downside. But these are new 52-week lows, guys. So just be careful on this one. It does look like it's gonna continue to crack lower.
Someone in the chat said, Brad, what does dollar in the money equate to in percentage? Well, that equates to on JD to me as 2.83% in the money, and on ELS, is it always? Probably not always 2.83%, right? When you're $1 in the money on a trade, I'm short at 60 on this position. So if I'm short 60, this is up 1.8% right now on ELS. So I'm basically up 1.8% on ELS and up 2-point-some% on JD. For my profits, I don't really look at percentages, but I do look at percentages when I'm getting into a trade and how much I'm risking on a trade. I'm currently showing you guys MULN, which sadly broke down. Instead of going to that 50-cent area that our boy Luca was talking about, we actually pushed all the way back to VWAP on MULN and currently trying to move back up north. Look at my cover on the futures. I look like an absolute genius because this market's going back up right now. Looks like that 3680 area actually holding a little bit. It might break later on, but I'm not worried about it anymore. I'm happy for taking my profits where I wanted to. As soon as I saw the level stall out on the futures, and by level I mean the tape, right? The tape stalled out. It was sell, 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 sell. Then you saw me going, whoa, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? And thankfully, Arun filled us in on the note that it was a 20-year Treasury yield numbers coming out and destructing it. Our friend Dan Imans in the chat has been educating us about futures move and bonds relation too. So thank you for that, Dan. Sorry. Someone in the chat also asked us, why are the Chinese stocks so weak today? Guys, keep in mind that China has been dealing with COVID issues once again, right? They've been shutting down companies and a couple areas, and because of that, obviously China's getting hurt a little bit.
Yeah, there's been some shutdowns and some closures in China, so I guess some of these stocks and some of these names are getting hurt. Other than that, no real news catalysts or anything like that. So kind of strange to see them down so much, but here we are. Someone said Netflix is moving up. It is kind of grinding up here, but guys, it's basically just trading in the middle of nowhere, right? It's trading around VWAP. It doesn't seem too interesting to me at this point. You guys can see here, there's no real size on the book here. And what I like to do actually is I like to filter for size. So you see this says greater than 3. So that means 3 lots. So that's over 300 shares. And when I do that, you guys see here, there's nothing on the book. So if I was to jump in here on Netflix, I'd be trading with pure algos, and that's something not necessarily like I want to do right now, especially on the midday. Probably just going to get chopped up, right? So no trades right now. I want to wait for this to creep back up to maybe 278 area, and then I'm going to get short. I have this order here pending, so if that gets hit, I'll get short on that one. If it doesn't, then I'll just cancel that order by the end of the day. But I'm just going to be patient with this one on Netflix. I'm not willing to trade it and get diddle in the middle on this one. Asian market wasn't good today or yesterday from time area. So do you read news? Yeah, we do read news. China didn't release the GDP yesterday, guys. Yeah, you guys are still kind of going off on these China stocks. We can look at it here. I actually didn't look at BOBA. Let's take a look at BOBA. I know obviously NIO, we've been talking about NIO a little bit. I like to bring up BOBA. BOBA's down 5%. Let's look at XPEV as well. XPEV is probably down quite a bit as well. This one is down 10% on the day, so that one's going to be triggered SSR2. So, a lot of these names just continue to get hit. Mullen doing, let's take a look at Mullen. I know people are keep mentioning Mullen in the chat here. Is it still grinding up? So no, guys, it's kind of made a top here. So this is why we say be careful with these ones. Obviously, it's up 70% on the day. So when you see that, your natural instinct is I want to get involved. This can go up, 100%. Who knows, right? And we've seen those runners happen in the past. But if you're, not long from down here or long off of this consolidation area, where are you really getting long, right? So, obviously, if you bought these tops here and it pulls back, where does it pull back to, right? So, you just got to be careful with these ones. Like, Brad and I have said, we don't necessarily like trading these stocks that are less than $1. Just for us, the fees kind of add up as well below there too. So, no trades on Mullen today. But if you are trading this one, guys, just be careful on that one. I'm watching this Apple trade that I'm currently in. I still have some size in it, and it does look like it's going to stop me out at 143, and we're going to have to restructure a trade on this one. It was a good trade until the last year, right? So we were able to take advantage of that quick off that sharp sell-off that happened a little while ago, and scalp it out here. Luckily, added some decent size on that one, and it worked pretty well. Are you good?
No, my legs are sore. I did leg day yesterday, and I went a little bit too hard.
Now you got my attention. What did you do for leg day?
I did all of it. So I did the leg curls, I did leg extensions, raised calf raises, then I did leg presses. Yeah, hamstring curls. No. Yeah, hamstring curls. Why are you nodding your head for? No good? What? Sharif said it's a good one.
Is there a squat in there somewhere?
My problem is I don't know how to squat properly or deadlift properly. So once I have the training for it, then I'll go do it. But I don't have that skill just yet.
You can still squat without weight though.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
You doing it on camera right now?
Yeah. Right now. Ready? Whoa. Oh no! Nah, I'm too sore for that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Prad's gonna hurt himself on the show here. We're playing basketball later. That's gonna be fun.
Bro, my legs are killing me. You expect me to jump around?
Well, you're gonna have to.
Jump,
You're
jump.
gonna have to. Otherwise, you can't be on my team, man.
Your team? I don't even want to be on your team. You know what? How about that? Let's do that. I want to go against you. I want to D you up. I want to guard you up, and I'm gonna break your ankle one more time.
Whoa, that was mean, man. Yo, why you gotta be so mean, bro? Why you gotta be so mean?
No, you were actually pretty good at ball though. But you know what I want to see? Who's better is you or Brankos, because I've never seen Brankos play.
What do you mean, Brankos? We played with us last time.
No, he didn't. Did he come?
Yeah,
no,
he
no, he
did.
didn't. Because we had to leave him behind, didn't we?
No, Brankos played with us last time.
Okay, well, I
What are
don't
you talking
remember
about?
that. I don't remember that.
Well, okay, so Brankos gonna feel bad in the back there as I'm wiping my forehead. It's so hot, man. Like these lights are not helping. Me and Brad are going
if
through
you
these.
see me-
Me and Brad are going through these
Yo,
napkins. There's literally
cut the camera, bro.
There's
Cut the
literally a
camera.
pile of napkins here that we're wiping our sweat with. I did get stopped out of this Apple trade, and it seems like I got hunted there because look at what happened. I stopped at 143.01. And then, it continues to grind lower, 142.70, right? So that's fine. Still took a winner here on Apple, and it was a good trade for me. But if it does come back up to this 143 area and 3,700 starts to reject again, I might have to just punch short on this one. I talked about AMD earlier. AMD hasn't really done anything. It hasn't really tested lower here. The 5660 area. I really wanted to get short if it broke down, but now I think if this level is going to hold and the market is potentially going to bounce, I might want to play this long. But for now, I'm just kind of hands off right now, trying to find some trades as the market, decide what it wants to do here below 3,700.
Yeah, I'm just putting that in the chat that I fell back on purpose. I'm all about the entertainment for the show. I did it. I rolled back on purpose. I acted on purpose. I'm very calculated with what I do, guys. Trust me on that. I'm very, very calculated, especially when I'm doing math such as 20,000 times 100 equals 200,000. I'm very, very calculated. Trust me on those numbers, okay? MULendo over here, moving back up north. And I asked Brendo if he sees anything on Twitter. Brendo says actually he doesn't see anything on Twitter just yet. So it makes sense why we drop down and we pop right back into that range. Let's see if something actually pops up. Twitter only down 0.04% on the day, but I think my buddy Adam might have killed it. Oh, he's long. Okay, never mind. Well, he's back to flat on his position then. So let's see if he can actually cash out on this random flush that Twitter just came out of nowhere. That 52 level, though, looks like, did we break 52 today? No, we still pinging 52,
it went above it. What do you mean? What is that?
Oh, wait, that is off the open. Never
Yeah.
mind. I thought that was pre-market, actually. That's my bad. So, yeah, we did break 52 today. Not sure if there was any size. Did you watch size in the morning on it?
No,
or you just didn't watch it?
I wasn't watching Twitter,
Right.
guys. Like I said, I'm probably just gonna stay away from that one. I made decent money on it that first week. If you guys recall, it rallied up. He's trying to watch.
trying to watch
It rallied up to like 51, 52, and then it started trading a pretty nice range. I made decent money on it then. But the volume has kind of died off on it, so I'm not really liking that trade anymore. I'm gonna wait and be patient on that trade. I'm not really watching or not really seeing too much right now. The market's just kind of dilling right now, trying to decide what it wants to do. So I'm out of this Tesla position. I'll quickly show that Tesla was a good trade for me, right? I trailed my stop on this one. I was trying to hold and see if it can continue to grind lower. Maybe I should have put my stop above VWAP, but it is what it is. That was the last 10% of my position, so I didn't really care too much if I got stopped out of that one. Took most of my profits on this name earlier above 220. So Tesla is my best name here in the afternoon. So still a good trade. Off of these highs. Probably not going to trade it the rest of the day because it's going to be exciting in the after hours. Obviously, the earnings comes out after hours. Did you see what time the earnings was being released on Earnings Whispers there?
Yeah. For what stock? Tesla? 405.
405, guys. So you'll see right at 405 if you guys are watching or if you have access to after hours trading with your broker, you'll see Tesla kind of going crazy or and potentially a trade off of that one, but just be careful with this one. The spread's going to open up like crazy. Probably going to be the trade of the day tomorrow, but we'll see if some of these key levels come to play.
He's beating up in the forehead area. Yeah, I see straight bubbles.
Yeah.
I see straight bubbles. Guys, we had a whole stack of tissues. Now there's only one left.
I'm telling you guys, for whatever reason, yesterday, was it yesterday the first day? It was for whatever reason, usually, guys, it's cold in here. Usually it's cold
I like
in here.
that.
You'll see like we're bundled up. You know, I've talked about it before. I like to wear hoodies or whatever. You know, hoodie up, hat on. You know, scarf, whatever. Some people wear scarves. It's cold in here, but that's fine. I feel like I work better in the cold. You know, trading's stressful enough. It's been too hot, man. The stress has been higher the past 2 days.
You know
that's
what's
for
been
sure.
higher? The BO smell too.
I don't know about
we're
that
getting
one.
on a hand over here.
I don't
in
know
this
about that
office
one.
with all the sweating.
Maybe you know, with you sitting up here, I don't know, you know, hot air rises or something like that. I haven't really smelled it.
The waft just comes this way. No, but like I want to show you guys something that I'm about to do right now. Thank you for Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator, pointing this out. Let's go to my screen real quick. Look at that. That guy right there. That guy's a faker, right? If you got any messages from that trader Prad, you know, asking you how your trading went, don't trust them. There's only one trader Prad, and the number is 0001. If I messaged you with this username with trader Prad hashtag 0001 on Discord, then that's me. But if anyone else is messaging you, make sure you're looking at the last 4 digits. They're probably trying to scam you. So that's on our Discord over here. And look at all the fun conversations we're having on our Discord every single day, continuously. Oh, I thought Brenda was trying to talk to me. Continuously every single day, you know, people are sharing their trades, sharing their levels. We even have people sharing their winning trades. Look at this, Blind Jedi. Okay, what's this today? 10:07. You already are a winner at 10:07. Blind Jedi, I see you. So let's quickly study his trade. He went long 37.15, got out 37.22. Went long 37.10, got out 37.16. He's just scalping the futures. What a demon. Let's go, Blind Jedi. I love those trades, baby. Hopefully you flip short off the 3,700 break and then made some more money on that. Look at that chat saying, what's up, Rajo? What's up, Jason? What's up, Jin? What's up, Darth Buddha? Trader Scribe and HD1. I know you, HD1. We got into a little bit today in the Discord chat, but look, all love, man. It's just follow the rules, right? As long as you follow the rules, you don't disrespect any traders on the chat. Let it be the YouTube chat or the Discord chat. I'm not gonna have any issues with you.
I'm trying this short here on AMD. I'm seeing some offers stack up here above 57. So, you know, I'm essentially going to give this to this recent high here, 57.40 area. I'm going to risk off of that one. But if the market rejects 36.95, 3700 here, you know, maybe AMD pulls back, and, you know, that's why sellers are starting to stack up. So, you know, watching closely, I'm now short AMD here. I know I'm kind of going against what I said earlier, trying to take that breakdown of 56.50, but, you know, maybe if we short here and it leads to that, can potentially add on the break on the flush down, but we'll see. Gonna be patient with this one. You know, it is a smaller position, so I'm not gonna be too mad if I lose on it. But just, you know, something I saw here on the tape, I just saw some sellers stacking up. So, you know, I want to participate in this one and you know, honestly just see what happens, right? So I'm now short AMD. Oxy trying to break VWAP. We briefly talked about some of the oil stocks earlier. So let's bring up Oxy here. It is down one, no, it's flat on the day. Yeah, so it is breaking VWAP here. Trying to reclaim the level. Seems like it's trading a range today as well. Wow, look at this range. It's basically a dollar range on Oxy here. So, you know, not anything too exciting. I think XOM was a little bit more exciting there, but Oxy not really doing too much. Probably just going to stay away from this one. 9 mil volume on the day. Definitely want to see, you know, things trading a little bit more. Today has been pretty low in volume, I'll be honest. Like, I was quickly looking at what to trade. Here in the afternoon, I was looking at some volume leaders, and there wasn't much, right? There wasn't much, and, you know, not something that I want to really see. So, you know, that being said, if you are trading on a day like today, you know, size down, you know, be picky with your setups. Don't just, you know, get yourself into positions. Don't FOMO into positions or anything like that. But also take advantage of volatility, right? So, you know, we did that exactly on that Apple short. When that selling poured in, I told you guys I want to add to a winner, and that's exactly what I did here, and scalped it out for a nice, decent win, right? So that was about an 80-cent win. So, you know, you got to look for moves like that. If those moves aren't really coming to you, then, you know, just be hands off, right? It doesn't hurt to not trade, you know, live to tell the tale and trade the next day when, you know, some more of your setups are in play and when the market's doing a little bit more volume.
Looks like the NASDAQ market hit, and then check this message out for you. Oh, yeah, give me the fan. Ooh. Oh, baby, that
that's
fan
a lot
is well
nicer.
needed. We are sweating in this corner. But yeah, check that message out that I have highlighted for you right there.
Nice, nice.
JD.com now 1.13 in the money. But what I was trying to mention is this market did go up to 36.93 and then started pushing to the downside. Now our tissues are
The
flying.
tissues are flying everywhere. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Now the tissues. Oh!
That's funny.
All right, let me put some weight on that. Let me put some weight over here on this paper, on that paper, and now we're good to go. Okay, so thank you guys for bringing the fan here for a second. That actually feels pretty good. But market's pulling back to the south side, guys, so time to maybe hold on to your shorts if you have any. And if you don't have any shorts, maybe time to get into some new positions. Someone said, can you give me some levels on Tesla? Tesla doing a pretty good job at 225 and 215. If you guys remember those levels from previously, we are still playing with those levels. Look at that 8 o'clock candle. The 8 o'clock candle doesn't really have too much of a significance if you ask me, but like it's a good way to see where the institutional orders from yesterday are being dumped into, and they're all from this candle range. And look how Tesla is basically in that institutional order dump that comes in at 8 o'clock. Everything's flying everywhere right now. But yeah, you know, we're stuck in a range. Tesla very muted on the day. What is the relative volume on Tesla today? And I can't believe Coinbase is really at $63. Like I had $66 short today and I got burnt on it. Anyways, Tesla's relative volume 0.78, which is not good. For anyone wondering what relative volume is, that's how much volume. What the heck did I just do? Oh, there you go. That's how much volume the stock is doing right now. This is so amazing. I can't get over this fan right now.
Yeah,
how much volume the stock is doing in this very current second compared to the last 14 days. If it's 1, that means it's doing equivalent volume to the last 14 days. If it's more than 1, that means there's a little bit more volume than the average. And when it's 2 or higher, the stock is really in play.
A couple things, guys. Here, welcome Big Homie to the Trader TV Live family.
Welcome, Big Homie.
You know, joining as a member now, guys. If you are new, you know, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let's do a quick like count here. What were we at before? Were we at like 2.3, 2.4? So you know, we got a couple hundred likes here. 2.6. We always like to see this up to 3K. Before this show ends, right? Because we do transfer to a new show from 2 to 4. You know, we are live streaming the close. Today will be Arun and Neil and also Brendan. And that's going to be a new like counter, guys. So if you haven't already, smash the like button today for this show. And, you know, remember to smash it again for the closing show. Hit that subscribe button as well. If you want to be like Big Homie there, you can click join and become a member of the Trader TV Live family and get a couple cool perks as well. We also have a store. I know Prad mentioned that a little bit earlier. If you scroll here, you can look at the store and, you know, are you getting your hands on, you know, dealing with some of the new merch?
Yeah. We're working with opening up a store with Shopify. So if you want to get limited merch, this merch might be non-existent on our platform, because if we revamp it, you're not gonna get some of this. How do I put it? Version 1 of our merchandise. There you go. I'm trying to say like version 1 of our merch. As we come out with new versions, these might not be available anymore. So this will be your last time to grab it up on there.
Yeah, exactly, guys. And you know, we always obviously thank you for your support. If you do want to learn a little bit more, you know, you can go search here, click like VWAP or something like that, and you know, a bunch of you know, topic or a bunch of videos come up on the topic that you search. So you know, a lot of great resources. We post videos on the weekends as well. So you know, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss any of our great content that we do post. I also want to call out another thing here, a super chat from Big Homie. So thank you so much, Big Homie, for joining, and also the super chat now. Does Webull work in Canada? So you can sign up for Webull in Canada. You can use it as a platform for charting, you know, for watch lists, for screeners and whatnot, but you cannot trade off Webull in Canada, right? So you can't open up a trading account with real money on Webull in Canada. I'm not sure if you could paper trade. I don't believe you can do that either. But regardless, you could still use Webull. I know a few of us here, including myself, use Webull as like just
pay for the data.
No. It's free data. It's free data. It's like a few seconds delayed, but it's free though. It's free. Like, and by a few seconds, it's literally 1 second.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Like, even TradingView free is.
No, I
it's
pay
about
for
15,
TradingView.
No, but it's about 15 minutes delay though.
Like
the free one,
the
yeah,
free one
yeah,
is
yeah,
about
yeah.
15 minutes
Not
delay.
for equities, but like you don't get full data packages. You have to pay for data packages, which is like $2 a market.
Right, but regardless, Webull is
You don't
a
have to do
decent.
that on Webull.
No, you don't have to do that all in Webull. You just have to sign up like with your email or whatever and create an account, and then you can use
Cancel
it like
TradingView.
cancel TradingView. I mean, I use both. I use
I'm gonna cancel
TradingView
my
and then I
account in
also
that
use
case.
Webull.
I'm gonna open up a Webull account and use that instead.
I find that the charting on TradingView is a little bit better. So if you like to do a lot of technical analysis and whatnot, I prefer to use TradingView, and then obviously Webull. I like to have it side charts alongside of our.
The best
our platform,
software
of
out
course.
there, though, guys, honestly, Trade Ideas. Excluding P-Pro 8, that is. If you want to trade, use P-Pro 8. Go to daytradetheworld.com or do !software, and you'll find Daytrade the World link. Go to daytradetheworld.com in case you want to open an office like we got back over here. We got the beautiful Raj over here who's killing it on the futures these days. He actually got his shutdown pushed up to the north side because of his futures trade yesterday. So hats off to you on that futures trade. That was actually very well executed by you on that part. But yeah, if you want to use charting software and a scanner built in at the same time, you can go to Trade Ideas. So use the Trade Ideas code to get 15% off, and that's Trader TV. Let's go quickly to super chats as we only have about 15 minutes left on the show. We got a couple super chats from the morning. MULN, great news coming out. Yeah, we saw how MULN was going crazy. Thank you for the 27 Swedish coronas. I think that's what it is. If I'm wrong on that, I apologize. Thank you for the super chat, those Slava. The man, the myth, with the $4.99. Woohoo! Puts on snap equals poop. Ah, man. Yeah, Snapchat went up quite a bit today. What is it, like $11 or something? Yeah, well, it went to 11. Now it's at 1078 on Snapchat. Wow, pretty nasty pullback. Looks like when the market pulled back, Snapchat dumped all the way back into the pre-market ranges or the opening low ranges. And now we're having somewhat of a base form there as this market is done going to the south side, looks like. NASDAQ getting ready to maybe pierce 11,100 and go back up. We just have to wait and see if that is the way it will play out for the futures over there. We also have another super chat over here. Calls on Luca's posture from Hayes Records, $1.99. Thank you on that. Yeah, my posture is horrible. Luca's posture is actually pretty good. He keeps a straight back and he kills it. Maybe one day I'll get to that level, but we're not there just yet. And looks like you covered the last two super chats. So thank you everybody who did donate today. Welcome to all the brand new members. Thank you for everyone who hit the like button already and hit the subscribe button today. And share the channel with your friends and family. That way we can grow this wonderful community we're growing. S&P 500 now down 1.15% and NASDAQ down 0.9%.
A couple of people here asking, what trade software do we use, guys? So this is P-Pro 8. It is limited, to people who obviously trade for Daytrade the World. The best thing about this platform is you have direct market access, right? So, if you do submit an order sometimes with an online broker, it doesn't go directly to the exchange, right?
Especially with banks.
Exactly. So especially with banks, exactly. And that's why those fees are so high, right? So with direct market access with P-Pro 8, one, we pay less in fees. We can actually get rebates on for fees, depending. Well, you don't. Well, depending on what gateways, that's why you hear us talk about inverse gateways or passive gateways and whatnot. Adding liquidity, removing liquidity. Whenever you hear us talking about those terms, it means depending on what gateway we're posting on, or if we're crossing the bid and whatnot, we're removing liquidity. That's what that means. But the direct market access essentially means that our orders are going directly to the exchange, right? So the fills are lightning fast, and that it kind of helps in that way. But yeah, guys, only if you trade for Daytrade the World, you can have access to P-Pro 8. A couple people asking, just talking about the heat in here, and I saw Neil posted, there's someone looking at the heat situation here. I don't know what's going on. Like, I wish there was there's no thermostat in this
usually
room
the
that we
heater,
can just turn it down.
It's usually the heaters break down and it gets cooler in places, but it's the opposite way.
It's like, if you were like in your house, like in the winter, the room near the furnace or like the furnace room itself. That's what it feels like in here. Like it's weird. Obviously, it feels better with the fan, but I guarantee if I sit back there, it's gonna be the same.
This fan's coming heaven sent right now. I'm
It's
loving
coming
it.
clutch.
But JD.com now $1.16 in the money. This market's just tapped 11,100, and we're going straight back to the downside. So we'll just have to wait and see if that's the case. Let's look for some stocks in the chat, maybe, or even our scanners. What are our scanners telling me right now? Oh, look at that. Lab D is going to the upside, which means XBI most likely, sadly, going to the south side. Let's pull up XBI. This is going to be your biotech ETF. Whoa, Tony ETF getting smacked today. Tony is a big biotech guy. He knows a lot about biotech, honestly, a lot more than I do. Would love to have him on to maybe talk about this at some point. Did we have Tony Tuesday today? I don't think we had Tony Tuesdays today, right? So yeah, we need to.
Wednesday.
No, but like yesterday, we didn't have, Tony yesterday, Tony Tuesday. But we need to bring back that segment over there. Maybe Tony can help us out as to understand why XBI is getting, absolutely beat down to the south side, and what stock exactly is pushing it to the south side. We could figure that one out, though. I'll teach you how to figure that one out. You can go to ETF.com, and I know what the link will be. It should be XBI. So if I type in ETF.com/XBI, look at that right there. Bang. We can see exactly what stocks are in there. Biogen. It's pretty evenly balanced, unlike S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So it could be, multiple stocks getting pushed down, or just one stock getting really beat down and taking everything with it. The top 10 stocks are weighted only 12%. Compare that to your NASDAQs or your QQQs. Let's go here and type in QQQ. You'll see that Apple is like a good, where is it? A good 13% of the NASDAQ market, Microsoft 10%. The top 10 stocks of NASDAQ are weighing up to 51% of the market. So when Apple really starts to sell off, and Microsoft starts to sell off, and Amazon starts to sell off, everything around the market will most likely push down with it. I know you were in an Apple short. Are you still in that?
No, I got stopped out of the Apple shorts. I could show that one. That was working for a bit here. I added to that one, adding to winners and whatnot. And that's exactly what I did here on the Apple short. So that worked. Eventually got stopped out, and here we are again here, grinding much lower, right? I'm short AMD, and that's not really working, as well as that Apple trade there. It does seem like it's just kind of struggling to get below 57. There is, red on the tape and sellers coming up, but the volume is so low. Like, this is what I have here down, guys. This indicator is volume at the bottom, and the volume on this pullback is pretty low. So I think if the market has any inclination of bouncing here, I might just stop out of this AMD trade and just call it like break even, whatever. I was going to risk up to 57.40, but it doesn't seem like it wants to, really push lower, right? I thought that maybe it was going to test this. This is 50 EMA here, bounce off of that one. It's not really doing that. So if you are in a trade and it doesn't really do what you expect it to do, don't just hold it forever. Just scalp it out, whatever. Just cover your position and then reassess. And you can always get back in, guys. You can always get back in if you have a break-even trade or whatever. But if you take the loss, then obviously you're losing money.
The oil stocks are probably going to the north side right now. Here is crude futures at $86. We got a nasty breakout of 85, pumping up to 86 on crude futures. That's also going to take, where am I typing? I'm typing in our work chat, so let me cancel that. Go over here. XLE on Amex, also going to the north side, but XOM, Ian pulls up XOM and he's like, XOM is doing nothing. So I don't know what's going on with XOM over there, but the XLE actually took out the high of the day also, and it's also going to the north side. Maybe Oxy is doing something. Let's go check out if Oxy is doing anything. Oxy currently at $68.49. Come on, let's load up the chart. There we go. Yeah, it's trying to go up north, but still hasn't broken the high of the day yet. So we'll just have to wait and see patiently. Something that Raj just mentioned to me, that Apple and let me go here to this chart. Actually, no, that chart is Apple and Meta are doing opposite things almost, and he was saying, shouldn't the market do exactly shouldn't Meta and Apple be trading the same way? For the most part, yeah, but Meta has been doing completely opposite things for a couple while now, right? Meta has been opposite to the market so long for the last few weeks or even a month or months straight that I don't know what the problem is. But here's the Apple chart. Here's the Meta chart. Meta on the 5-minute look exactly like the Apple to me. Maybe check the 5-minute chart. I don't know. They look exactly the same to me on the 5-minute chart. On your chart, they do look a little bit inverse on there, but on my charts, I don't know what's going on over here. Meta now currently only up 0.18% on the day, getting ready to maybe turn red as the markets can't get up back above 11.1K and can't get up above 3,700. Arun's level was 37.15. If that level does come into play on the futures market, I think I will try to short it again, but I don't want to do anything until then.
Yeah, I'm basically just being hands off. I'm managing this AMD trade. I did bid here. It was almost 10 cents in the money for me. I was like, let me get something out of this trade. And then I bid, and then it just ran away from me. And now we're right back to my price, right? So, AMD not really doing much for me. I'm quickly losing my patience on this one. I brought up XOM like Brad said because XOM was up to almost 3% on the day. So I wanted to see, if crude oil is making that huge move, what is XOM doing? Is it breaking the highs or something like that? And no, it's not really doing anything. The high of the day is 104.03. I don't know if that's real. I don't really see that wick here on my chart, but I guess it must be. But essentially, I was looking to see if we can potentially take a high of daybreak on XOM. So that would be 104. If that comes into play, I'll likely get involved in that one. But for now, it's not really doing too much, right? It is, obviously above VWAP, so it is strong on the day. But I really want to see that momentum come up to the buy side if I'm going to get involved. And Meta, obviously, we talked quickly about that one. Apple not really doing too much. Let's take a look at Tesla here. I wanted to see if that's really doing anything, around this 220 area. So I don't feel bad about this anymore. Right? I would feel bad if I stopped out and then it continued to grind lower and make like new lows on the day here. But now Tesla is right around this 220 area. So, 30 minutes later, Tesla hasn't, actually this is almost an hour later. I stopped out of this one at 1:18. And here we are almost at 2 o'clock. So, 40 minutes later, 45 minutes later, and we're right back at the same spot. So, you got to look at it that way. And, it is what it is. I stopped out on that trade, still took average $1.50 on it. And it turned out to be a decent winner for me here in the middle of the day, right? So, you got to take those ones as they come. And, can't really overtrade it, can't be too mad about it, right? So obviously I could have taken it out here, but, I was trying to be a good boy. I was trying to trail my stops and, if it was going to grind lower, try to take advantage of that one and get the most out of that trade. And I think I did that here on Tesla. But again, guys, Tesla earnings is coming out after hours today. It's coming out at 4:05 p.m. So watch out for that one after hours. It's definitely going to be in play tomorrow. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I'm watching that 230 level, and I'm also watching 200 to the downside. I'm waiting for one of these levels on either end of this range to really come into play, and then we're going to probably get some explosive trades off of those ones. You've seen Tesla trade when it's in play, when it's doing a lot of volume. It's crazy to trade, right? So today, obviously, Tesla having an inside day leading up to these earnings. It's going to be exciting to watch tomorrow.
All right, yeah, just taking more profits out here, guys, on ELS and on JD.com because, I've been waiting for hours for these trades to maybe go even more to the downside, and they're not doing it. Now I only have 25% left on both of these stocks, taking my profits and waiting to see if my last few lots will be stopped out on the trailing stop over here on the break of, let's say 41.11, but I'm going to give it 5 cents above 41.11, right? Just to give it the spread, a little bit of a spread room in case, I get stop hunted on the break of the range over there. So a little bit higher than the break of that range. I'll have my stop out. We'll just wait and see if it turns out that way. Only 4 minutes left in this market, which is now red completely. NASDAQ was flirting with positive, negative, positive, negative. Why am I saying negative to the upside and positive to the downside? Positive, negative, positive, negative. And eventually we did manage to go red on the day. UVXY having a banger of a long move today, which is now up 2.8%. But I could see UVXY pulling back to VWAP maybe. So we'll just have to wait patiently to see if it plays out that way. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Bots are effectively drama queens. What? Don't bots have no emotions? How would they be a drama queen? I don't understand that statement, but we'll see what happens. TSLQ position. What even is TSLQ? Let's go check that one out. TSLQ. No relative volume on that stock, only 0.44. Investment managers on NASDAQ, TSLQ, on NASDAQ. Let's pull up the stock. Only 400,000 shares traded today for a $50 stock. So I'm not sure if I could really push myself to even get into a trade. Usually I look for stocks that are doing relative volume of 1 or higher or 2 or higher. This one's doing less than 0.5, so no trade for me on TSLQ. I see people in the chat talking about UAL. Look, UAL has done nothing today for us who are trying to take the breakout longs, but what it has done is give you a beautiful range to constantly get in and out of that trade if you are that type of trader. You know, if you like range trading, UAL giving you that opportunity. Now you could be bearish or bullish, it doesn't matter because it's still giving you those trades. If you keep going long at the range lows and get out at the range highs, you're profiting. If you keep going short at the range highs and getting out at the range lows, you're profiting. So congratulations for anyone who was able to change their trade setup on UAL from a breakout and go type of setup to a range trading setup, which was the most profitable way to trade UAL.
I want to address one comment here before we head off. Someone says here, I've caught myself being really anxious today, so I've stayed out of the market a bit. May go in again soon, though, but might just chill, I guess you're trying to say. Guys, if you're not feeling well or if you don't see, your plays are really come to fruition, you don't have to trade. That's the benefit of being a trader and essentially trading for yourself or working for yourself is, if you don't see your setups come into play, you don't have to take those trades, right? Don't force those trades. We say it all the time. Just be patient and, trade your plan, trade your book, trade your own book. But good job on you today to not force anything. I did take some out here on AMD. I eventually got it. I was bidding at 95, so just 10 cents in the money. It wasn't really doing anything, right? So if it was going to give me 10 cents, I'll take it. Why not? Like I'd rather just get something out of this trade. But again, guys, I took out half my position. So that's how quickly I'm losing my patience on this one. It's not really doing what I expected it to do and kind of push back and pull back. That being said, the market is also not really doing anything either, right? So we had that initial pullback, the drop below 3,700, and then, a quick sell-off there. And then now here we are kind of just bouncing around 36.85, not really having that same continuation move, right? So, I'm holding this one. I'm tightening up my stop. I'm taking off a lot of my position here because the trade is just simply not doing what I expected. That being said, guys, it's about time for us to wrap up the midday show. As always, guys, it's been a pleasure to be on. We're running it back here. Luca and then Ian also on the midday show, so it's going to happen from time to time here. Luca's going to be on for a while here, but as always, guys, thank you for viewing us today, and thank you for your support.
Yeah, guys, thank you. Thank you for wrapping up. Yeah, it's 3 more seconds. So once again, reminder to make sure you're hitting the like button on the closing show. It's a brand new show. The counter starts all over again. They're too busy covering trades for you guys, so they might forget to ask for that. So I want to do that for them. Smash, smash, smash the like. We will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Until then, adios.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock. That's means there's a couple hours left in the trading session. We'll take you right through to 4 o'clock where we get, hey, guess what? Tesla earnings coming up after the bell tonight. Going to be the headliner aftermarket. Will be a wild ride for sure. If you remember going back to last month, the delivery numbers below expectations. Will earnings come in below expectations